Just getting U.S. trade balance data coming out here at 8:30. A negative $70.5 billion versus negative $68.8 billion. So lower than expected there on that U.S. trade balance number. This number is well out at 8:15 just before we came on here. 145,000 versus 210,000 for U.S. ADP employment change private payrolls for last month. That comes ahead always of the U.S. non-farm payrolls, which we'll get Friday morning. Obviously a holiday, so we won't be here, but lower than expected on that number as well. So we did see a little bit of upside movement there for the overall market coming off of that data. We are also awaiting S&P Services PMI final coming out at 9:45 this morning, and then we'll also get the ISM Services PMI final at 10 o'clock. Remember, we got the manufacturing side of this number earlier this week. This is the services PMI data, Purchasing Managers Index data coming out. Again, 9:45 and 10 o'clock. We'll bring that to you as it happens a little bit later on. Busy morning otherwise, with a ton of things moving around here. NVIDIA downside. We have Google upside. Google coming out saying their supercomputer is better than NVIDIA's. So we'll see what that turns out to be, if anything, a little bit later on as we get the market open today. More Tesla talk in China. This time they're getting full self-driving. They're going to do a full rollout test of the FSD software over in China. So we'll have a look at Tesla coming up as well. Going to be a busy morning, as I said. Wednesday, April 5th, 2023. tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, pretty flat. There you go. A little bit red at this point overall. 0.13 there for the S&P leading, but we've been pretty flat for the entire pre-market here for all three U.S. equity markets. 0.2 there for crude oil, back in the red as well. Bitcoin and Ethereum holding on to a nice 1% gain. It's been a pretty positive week so far for cryptocurrency. Sharif here as always. Going to be a busy morning here, as I mentioned. Lots of data coming out, lots of individual storylines to talk about as well. Just seeing a note on Micron. If you remember earlier in the week, they talked about Chinese regulators going to look into Micron products. They came out and said, we're not doing anything. It's fine. Everyone relax. So we'll have a look at chips coming up here. But NVIDIA downside, as I said, as Google says, ours is better than yours.
Yeah, well, they've been working on this processor apparently for a while, been able to connect it using this I don't know, infrared connector or whatever. Anyway, it's working. It seems to be better than NVIDIA's. My eye, though, will be on how the market receives some of these numbers. We're worried about bringing the economy down too quickly, and we're also worried about inflation, and those are two conflicting factors. So walking a tightrope right now, Brendo. Let's keep what happens.
Yeah, we were also looking a little bit at overall the volume, not only this week, but coming off that last move down going into the end of March for the market. I mean, volume-wise, we're very, very light right across the board. So this kind of float to the upside has been on lighter volume than the move we had downside. Speaking of, here's the market now back to the downside for the S&P and NASDAQ, both back in negative territory as we get going here on a Wednesday, guys. Going to be interesting move here. There's some comments coming through from Russia once again, looking like we're turning back southbound. But lots of individual names moving around here.
Oh yeah, welcome. There's definitely enough moving today that we're going to keep it interesting. The market always tries to keep it interesting. Go to that side shot, like move it around a little bit, have a little bit more fun with it. Yeah, coming back into the downside now off that number. We were just barely getting into positive territory, or at least touching positive territory in the Qs there. And we could be retesting some of this week's bottoms. At least that's possible. You mentioned Google, NVIDIA. I mean, NVIDIA was kind of a short yesterday. I think there's an opportunity possibly again that we could be looking at that one for the same, not the same short, but kind of the same kind of trend. Find a consolidation short. Google very strong. C3 AI day 2. A lot of times with short seller reports with Square, like if it finds a significant bottom, it didn't yesterday. Today it may try to do so in the next couple of days. You find that bottom and there's a little bit of a relief rally. This could be different given the move that C3AI had made. So that one's going to be on watch for me as well. Probably like a dip buy an Intel if it gets to that 32 level we like. And Palantir, Sean. Palantir is one of the strongest names on the, well, I mean, on my quote board. Now, there's probably names up more than the 5%. Palantir is up, but one of the stronger names on my quote board. They've got some positive news here today. Looking for a dip buy onto Palantir. That could be a spicy one. Decent volume so far.
Yeah, Palantir, one of 4 names on the sticky note here today. We're already in Google right now. Google, J&J, Palantir, Meta, I like them all. I like them all to the long side. I don't know if it's going to be a long day. What we wrote on our sticky note, of course, was, and great job on the watch list, I was telling Brendan today, because on our watch list, we have a whole, I'm going to show you the watch list in a second here. We have a whole bunch of numbers ready to rock and roll. So you do scroll down, you see this watch list. It's all right here. They're all listed right here, right now. PMI, global service, everything's coming out right here, 9:45, 8:30, 8:15. Everything's all on here, and I love that new format. And I think that on busy days, we should keep doing that, and they're all right there right now. So let's wait to see what happens here with Google. It just dipped down into 106. We're long at 106.25 right now. We've been saying this from time, that wait till Google gets going on this AI, and you start to get some nice releases. So it's nice to see that up 1.28%. Obviously, if this market continues to fall, then we're not going to sit here in front of this and catch a falling sword. But if there is going to be one, it's going to be for me on Google today. We also have Meta blasting up higher than it's ever been in the last little while, breaking through 215 now, taking out some levels. I'm looking at that 216. It might have even broke it. I don't even, whoops. Why do I keep pushing S there? Meta with an S? Nah, that's not right. Yeah, there it is, 215, so we're breaking up on that as well. We did just bounce off 216. We did get a good number, followed by a bad. So right now the market is heading to the downside as we're down 0.19, but there's that Meta level that I'm looking at too, is 216 coming into play, possible resistance here at 214. But we're gonna get over all this. We're gonna go over all of this once we get going here live with tradertv.live. And we've got a lot of names to go. I love the watches. Make sure you subscribe for that, watches.tradertv.live.
Yeah, not one, but 2 upgrades and positive notes from analysts this morning on Meta. Argus and Jeffries both saying going to be a big year going into the future, and talking a little bit about AI as well when it comes to Meta. So first I've seen of that. Here's the overall note that I sat down to this morning. So if you remember going back to the beginning of the week, we got week with an A, EA, job openings data, and then we got that factory orders number that was also to the downside, manufacturing activity data also to the downside, and then we come in this morning, we get more here. Market not liking this trade balance number, it would appear much lower than expected as well on that. So 3 or 4 in a row kind of pointing to the fact that, as you mentioned just before we came back on here, you know, there's still that R word kind of lingering in the background when we look out to the second half of this year.
Yeah, it's like this fine line that we're constantly having to walk with the market. Does it like it? Doesn't it? How much does it want it lower? How much is it okay above? Yeah, it's a moving line. But I want to talk about the Meta thing a little bit, because you and I talked about this off camera yesterday. Really interesting. Meta doesn't allow API into its data, meaning that if you want to get into Meta's data, which is plenty because of Facebook and Instagram, you're going to have to use their AI.
Yeah.
So it's almost a natural extension of the platform to use some AI, and that's what the market's pricing in.
And then do we see the same thing from, you know, all of these companies have these massive databases. Twitter is another one that has, you know, the same thing. Do we see them holding on to that very, very tightly and not saying, or not allowing, you know, these AIs to have access to it? So interesting look here, guys. As you were saying, Meta very positive anyways to kick things off. It has been over the past couple of weeks, but overall, if you go out to a daily chart of the NASDAQ or the S&P, it doesn't matter. This move back to the upside has been on lower volume. The past couple of days specifically, much lower volume. So going into the holiday weekend, to be expected, I guess, pretty light on the volume side, but still, we're going up on lower volume than we've seen.
Yeah, well, you don't have to only look at the NASDAQ to be able to see that. I mean, it's true of, we were just talking about Meta, and you pull up the daily chart, it's on lower volume sort of as well. And as you mentioned, this is kind of normal. It's, you know, you get the holiday shortened week, obviously, and I mean, Passover starts today as well. So there's just a few things out there to expect that we might have lower volumes. So I wouldn't read too much into it. It's usually a pretty good indicator when you can have moves slowing down and you can have a little bit of a turnaround. I think some stocks have already shown some signs of that. I would say if Meta doesn't break the top today and kind of takes out 212, that maybe it's due for a little bit of a pullback. That's the level I'm looking at. We traded that one in the afternoon yesterday. Well, at lunchtime yesterday, 212.5 in there to 213 for some longs. And that's where I want to look back here on Meta. Like you talk about protecting data, that's what everybody is going to do. That's just how it's going to be. And I don't think Meta's going to be any different, and they're going to hold on to it. It's like pride for my cold, dying hands kind of a thing. So that's the level I like on Meta. I'm not necessarily thinking immediately breakouts. Sometimes the breakouts feel good. Other times, I'm not really inclined to look at the top end break. I'd rather be long if this one gets into some strength and is breaking out. I'd rather be finding longs if it's holding above or finding longs on the dips into that level. So, first things first, it looks like we're coming in a little bit here, so some of the dip buys might come. It's about $2 away on Meta, so this might not be the first thing that comes into play for me. I tend to think we could see a Palantir dip buy or an Intel dip buy a little bit sooner than Meta comes in for me. And it's nothing against the trend here, but Meta has been gliding up, and there have been some decent pullbacks. So when it does make a dip, you want to respect when support breaks. If it breaks 212.50, I'm not really looking for the longs again, at least until 210.
Yeah, 210. That would be outstanding if we got that anywhere like that for Meta today. So we'll wait to see if that can come down, man. I mean, we have. I think it's just what we said on the sticky note. We got a lot of numbers coming out. I mean, look at this, the daily chart for Meta. It says it's up and away. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days now in a row positive. If we can hold today, then you got to add another one to that. I mean, this 195, 200, if you're looking for a longer term spot there. I was talking with Sharif yesterday. I was like, when do you plan on getting out of Meta? And he just wants to see the trend break. So, I mean, there's the 50 period. That's why we use it right there at 185. I'm still long Meta from like, I don't know where, 120, something like that, even lower, probably in here, 115. We bought all these shares up at the low side, and I just want to hold them all, but I am debating. I got out of some NVIDIA the other day, and I just feel like maybe we are getting it a little too extended, but all the talk is great. Like just right now, Meta, 4 minutes ago, aims to use generative AI in creating ads for different companies. So as they continue to lay off more and more staff because they can use AI, so you got cost cutting. And that's all that Zuckerberg's been talking about, which is really rallied the stock, man. Off one of their last reports, this one right here, when he started no more dumping billions of dollars in, well, they're still doing that, but not as much into the metaverse, and then talking about being a little more efficient, we get that huge bump up, and ever since we took that 196, that top, we haven't really looked back. So I think like that's a spot right there where you want to get a little nervous if you can for Meta, where 196, 200. But for now, man, I just say hold it, hold the line, and look long. I like the Meta long. I like the Google long. I like a lot of names, obviously, today. But J&J is one that's exciting as well for me off that talc. 8.3 billion or something like that. It's nice. 8.9. Yeah, it's nice to see that it's finally settled up. I'm buying more J&J today in my portfolio, so I really like that name. I've been long this name probably for 20 years, but it's a good one, nice dividend, and now finally settled out. So let's watch out to see if J&J, I always like 160, like even dollar levels. I really think this is a name that's going to get upgraded and get bought over the next couple weeks here, J&J.
All right, let's get right into this AI, Google, NVIDIA back and forth here that happened after the close yesterday. So Google comes out with new details, or updated, I guess, details on their supercomputer that they're using to program their Bard AI versus, and they actually pointed the finger directly at NVIDIA and said ours is not only faster, stronger, more powerful, but also said more green in the way it operates as well. So Google not holding any punches here.
Yeah, using all the right trigger words too, everything that catches people's attention. Yeah, so apparently they strung 4,000 of these things using some optical proprietary switch. It's also the 4th generation of this processor, so they've been working on it in a while, and they use it for 90% of their AI queries. This is interesting, though, Brendo, because this fundamentally changes the valuation that analysts have been giving NVIDIA lately. I mean, we've been looking at NVIDIA and saying it's really the only player in the pool, really en masse, right? AMD may be second, so it's going to be interesting to see how it looks.
You can also spin that around and say, okay, so why is Bard not bigger and better? And, I mean, they rolled it out later, obviously, and I mean, now you can get access to it. If you're in the US, you can get access to it on a test or trial basis. There's a wait list, I think, but yeah, a little bit behind anyways, as far as Google is concerned.
Yeah, and look, this is one of those things where like everyone just sort of latched to the NVIDIA headline, and it's been an absolute monster riding to the upside. We've all seen the daily chart. I guess we can start there and like just how crazy the move has been up. You know, double up since the beginning. Well, pretty much, yeah, since the beginning of the year, it did double up, or at least close to it. If you go right to, if you cherry pick it, essentially bottom to top from the beginning of January, it did hit 280. So I know it's not holding a double up right now, but it is a double up on the year and a pretty strong move. But yesterday we saw something that, regardless of this news, with Alphabet and this update or them letting us know what they think, this kind of rejected that break above 280, and it was selling. There was a good short off of 78. You're now even breaking that 75 area, so a bit of a flat bottom gap down. The previous support on the week was at 271. You're underneath that as well. So there's a lot of sort of signs of initial weakness here. Like if we're beneath 271, pop and fade NVIDIA kind of works to there. Even if it breaks out, I would be inclined to think that anywhere from 73.5 into 75 is a short zone. So yes, it could do a bit of a rebound, but this hasn't really had much of a prolonged pullback. Every time you get like 2-3 days in a row, and then it catches a little bit of a bottom. We're in day 2, which every time it's hit a big level, that's generally been a pretty decent sign. You can short off the resistance. So I'm going to be looking for that, particularly on NVIDIA. 71 would be the first entry. I don't know if we get it in light of the market moving down a little bit there. Maybe we'll wait till 9:30. Short the pop in NVIDIA to 71. If it breaks that, I'd probably still be looking short up around that 75 range. Just feels like NVIDIA is making a little bit of a turn here. That headline just kind of giving you some fuel to the fire.
All right. Yeah, my main focus on this, I'm just fixing one of my keys up here because they didn't save yesterday, so we're just making sure that's all fixed up. We're going to use a different gateway because of that fee problem we had yesterday. I'm only focusing on one name today. It's going to be Google as far as this space is concerned. We'll look at NVIDIA. I like to trade AMD a little bit better, and lately we've been doing really well on Intel as well, so we're going to try to keep our mind focused on the right names here today. But yeah, we've been buying Google here. You can see we've just been buying this dip all the way down right now. We started it off early at 25s. We got some O's and then we got some 80s down here, and now my average price is 14. You can't see that, but we're long at 106.14. We're flat right now on Google. Let's see if it can go back up to the upside. I've been saying this forever. I mean, it's just Google's the name I think that you want if you're going to be talking about AI. I mean, NVIDIA's already had the move. We've talked about NVIDIA, and NVIDIA's been great. Neil just showed it there, up 92% year to date or something like that. So it's been an absolutely monster move there. And I just feel like there's a lot more to go for Google. That Tensor chip is also, of course, in their Pixel. And let's just see. I feel like this is the one we want to hold on to and just watch to see if there's any kind of levels for us to break out through. I mean, this bottom of 104, if we break that, then yeah, that's going to be a negative move to the downside and not something that I expect. I don't think we go red today on this name unless, of course, all these releases just start coming out and they're just bad for the NASDAQ. So this will still follow the market here. It might even be up too much today. It hasn't moved like the darling chip names have, so I feel like there is some hatred there on Google as well. But we'll see. I want to go long this name and stay long for a bit. It's only 8:48 right now, so I have no idea when this move is going to start or stop. But again, all those numbers coming out at 9:45 and 10 are definitely going to have an effect on some of these NASDAQ and high-flying names. So let's watch out here for Google as it's at 106. I like the long.
All right, a few other things of note to consider as we head towards the 9 o'clock hour here. Palantir up on this morning. They're expanding their cloud partnership with Microsoft. We'll get into that a little bit more. I mean, there's 99.6 million worth of software from the U.S. Defense Department, but we'll get into more of that. There's others as well on top of that. This as well, Bank of America with a positive note on Livent specifically, but there was two or three other positive notes in the lithium space specifically, so we'll keep an eye on some of those. So LTHM is that one anyways that Bank of America was talking about. And then this, Morgan Stanley lowering their Q1 profit estimates here right across the board for mid-cap US banks, and they list all of them on the EPS side, so downside for basically all of them. HBank, KeyBank, we talk about all the time, ZION we see on the board all the time as well. But next Friday, worth a note, we get into earnings season A, but it's going to be the big banks that lead things off, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citi, I believe, is the same day as well. But bank earnings going to be, I think, in focus after everything that's happened.
Are you shocked by this?
Not at all.
I'm not shocked by this at all. After the shellacking they took the last month or so, so much has outflowed from these smaller mid-cap banks into the bigger names, the too big to fail names. So not shocked by this.
Yeah, big negative daily candle anyways on a lot of these yesterday. We had the move down. Here's JP Morgan downside yesterday, and then we're gapping down even lower today. So banks under pressure once again here pre-market, guys.
Yeah, let's just say Zion has not been iron like a lion in Zion, not at all. And we got someone shouted out to me. That's a Bob Marley tune. I don't know if you guys know that line, but it's a Bob Marley. Someone messaged us, and shout out if you were the one that messaged about thinking Zion was going to have a move in today, because I don't remember the exact name. I'll try to find it if I can.
Trader
it might
Luke.
have been in the chat. Trader Luke. Thank you very much, Trader Luke. Zion is a lot of these names. Look, they're going to have a very similar chart, because we all saw what happened when you had the flat top break and when you had FRC going down. And quite frankly, they all put in pretty much the same timeline for lower highs around 26 here. And this one, they've been giving consolidation. So I think almost every single one of these charts, the play has sort of been, if it has like a bounce level, support level, you've been able to go off that. And if you look at it, it doesn't ever seem like a huge move when you zoom out. But bottom to top, this is actually 20% if you go 26 into the 30s here. And it hasn't broken back out yet. So like 33 top, 26 bottom kind of thing. And so trading off those levels has been pretty decent. I was asked this morning if I thought FRC was dead. I'm not here. I don't know. Like, I'm not going to be able to tell you whether I think, as if some expert, whether or not this is going to go under, what's the next one to actually completely fail. But sort of similar story here. It's been grinding to a bit of a halt. It is set up for a flat bottom break today, specifically FRC. And again, it looks like it's a pretty tight channel in there. But when you zoom it back in, you realize, hey, it's moving 10, 15% on some of these moves. It's just that you're not, like, the stock's not $100 anymore. You're not going to see this move $50 anytime soon. Like, we're not going to get those moves. But this one's set up, a little bit of a flat bottom break potential on FRC. And we've been talking about $15 as a wall for FRC. Yeah, every time it gets there, it's just fade central. You sell in front of 15. It's been, and that's moved 10% pretty much every single time. It's bounced off that 15 to the downside, and usually it does it the day of. So you're shorting pops on this stock into 15. You probably have to pay for locates to be able to do that. I'm sure we have to as well. I wouldn't do that till it crosses 14, and there's a chance that it gets there. So these need to be still on the radar. They look like just play inside of the range. With an FRC's case, I think that means short the top. If it gets up to 15 again, I'll probably be wanting to get it at about 14.70 or 80 just to not miss the move.
Yeah, so I mean, we sold some JP Morgan the other day and it went up to 130, and yeah, now you're just coming right back down in here on the daily chart for JP Morgan. I just feel like you're going to break. These banks are far from all settled out here. I'm nervous for FRC. I'm nervous for all these regional banks. I just feel like there could be another shoe to drop here. I'm not sure what they're going to do with interest rates, but if they raise them again, that's another negative, aspect for all of these banks. Neil just talked about FRC a little bit there. I mean, there's a whole bunch. There's Western here, WAL. That's another name that you could look at. The KRE, the regional bank ETF, I mean, that could be something that you want to look into in case, you didn't want to pick one of these bottoms. I mean, I don't know, like, for as much as we thought maybe we were out of the woods there when there were, oh, you can't see that. All right, let's go like that here as we go. There's not too much focus on switching right now, but right there, 28 bottom, 30 bottom. You could see this 38 top right there. I feel like there's a lot of traders that might have thought we were out of the woods, but look at this move down. Now you're like right back in. So just over the last couple days, it's been pretty bad, man. 38 down to 31. That's 20% right there. Like, it's hidden because it doesn't look so bad, but these tops have not broken. And until you get above this $38 mark, and they're all over the place. Neil did FRC. I mean, they're all going to look the same, where you get a little bunch up and now you're looking to break lower. I still think there's some trouble ahead for a lot of these banks. They're definitely not in the clear. I don't like any of the longs, and I think heading into a long weekend, you're exposing yourself because anything can happen. You now have 3 days. I mean, SVB, you went home on Thursday, came back on Monday, and you got completely wiped out. So I don't think hopefully they've looked under the hood on some of these regionals and they're okay, but the action does not seem to think that. So I'm going to hold off on buying any of these, and I think everybody just risk on, man. I mean, if you have these trades long, just be careful holding them overnight. That's the advice on that.
All right, let's get a few analyst moves for you here to kick things off so far this morning. A number of significant names on this board, once again, including, the big one. Bank of America raising their price target on Apple with a positive note today. Dutch Bros, the coffee chain from Wedbush. There's Meta. We'll get into that. CrowdStrike on here as well. They have a investor event coming up next week. Just be aware of that. BlackRock, KKR, this sneaker brand. Sharif, didn't think I was going to know what it was. ON downside as well.
Yeah, I remember that. Sharif was very proud. He's like, "Oh my goodness, Brendan's not going to have any clue what this one is when we do the upgrades and downgrades." But I remember Brendan talking about ON. I don't really see anything too enticing. I was just pulling that one up because I wanted to see. I know it's at some top, so if it caught a downgrade, it could be interesting. And I kind of expected maybe to see that it was breaking down off its last move, but it's not. It's kind of sitting in the middle, so I don't know if there's probably nothing in there. Apple with an upgrade, ho-hum. It's got a bit of a reversal candle on the daily. So, and it's not the only one. Apple was just grinding to the downside pretty much. And it caught some decent bids, but grinding to the downside, market was kind of reversing. I think it put a bit of a reversal on there. That 167 looks like it'll be some resistance for Apple. I wouldn't call it a flat bottom break at 165, but I don't like our chances for the market if we break that 165. That was kind of an interesting price we were looking at in yesterday's trade. So that's a level for Apple. I do like some short. I like NVIDIA shorts better than Apple. There's no other way to say it. 165 would normally be a break, but I would much rather get NVIDIA shorts. Oh, and by the way, we forgot about Alibaba yesterday. Alibaba was on an absolute tear, only because I don't think it's not on the watch list. Probably not going to go over it in the topics, but Alibaba just was on one in the afternoon, and there's not a red candle in sight for about 2 hours in a row. It's making a break of 100 right now. Now, I don't necessarily want to take a 100 break here at 857, but if this just wants to fill in the gap, I'm all for sort of joining that at 930. That top ended up being 101.5. I tried shorting the 101 level. I think that can be a nice breakout zone were it to take out that top. But program buying all afternoon on BABA. We've seen these fill in the gap before, at least right away at the open. Just be careful. When you short some of these Chinese ADRs at the open, you get those crazy wicks. Sometimes it's just like a rocket ship back to the upside after that initial move down. So you got to be very, very careful. It tends to sometimes do this where it'll give you $2, $3 down, and then the rest of the day it's just a bit of a buy. So if you take a short right off the open, you do want to pay something out on something like a BABA 100.
So we had AI yesterday make that huge move to the downside right now, and you're just kind of bouncing off this 22 area. I feel there's some people in the chat talking a little bit about it. 2021, 22, I mean, you're not too far away from there. Can we see another 10% down? And I think that's where you want to start to buy some of this name, especially if you've looked into the report and some of the questionable accounting isn't that questionable. Then you're going to see, remember, a short seller report, I don't know, part of me thinks that some of those should be banned, but again, it's the same as going, upgrading a stock, downgrading a stock, and giving its reasons. And just because they're a short seller doesn't necessarily mean that they're 100% right, but it's their thesis and what they're going with. So I would just watch out for this. There has been a lot of support. Remember, when AI was all the rage here in the this year, this name has really gone up. You got a triple there from 12 to 36. Right? So, of course, people are going to come out and start to hate a little bit on the name. They probably built up a short position, and now it's come right back in. So I would say you want to watch out for this level here, around $21, $22 for AI, and see if you can't pick some up. I mean, there's already Meta news today about AI. There's Google news about AI. I mean, as long as this keeps on going and your symbol is AI, you've got a good symbol. So let's wait to see what happens here. C3 AI on the move today, again, down 3%, and just looking to gain some support. I don't even need to use, yesterday we know what happened. It was straight to the downside. It finally started to catch a little bit of a bid here at 24. We can see if it holds it. But, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to head to the downside again as the NASDAQ's a little red. So if you are going to be with AI, I'd say be patient. You could get a little more of a flush into this 2021-22 area. And at that point, I think you could start to nibble. So, and then worst case scenario, hey, if you break like now, if you're in it now and you're just in it here, I mean, you have about 10, 15% worth of risk, because if you break down below 20, then you can get out and then re-engage the long, or, you know, get out a half and sort of trade your position like that. So I do like C3 AI here in the low 20s.
First segment of the show, as always, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Bottom of the screen there, TTV, the promo code will get you 10% off. Let's get right to Arun and get a check of the futures here as we head towards a couple more numbers that got to keep an eye on here, Arun, coming up at 9:45 and 10 this morning.
Yeah, 9:45, 10 o'clock. It's just like we can never get past any sort of activity. I mean, anything that can give us volatility, we just seem to have it right after the open. 9:45, 10 o'clock. PMI, Chicago PMI was last week. And then we had a ADP report at 8:15. Maybe that provided some volatility. Not really. And it seems like these numbers are moving, but they're just disrupting whatever setups that we can make. And potentially, if we can get some volatility out of these numbers, that'd be great, because even with yesterday's move, volatility has been lacking for the most part, except for very contained periods of time. We saw that big move down, and then we just went sideways, right? So with the way the market's been moving around, if we can get through 41.10, we may open up the downside a little bit more again. But again, with these numbers coming out, you got to keep an eye on when these levels break, timed with the numbers and the volatility that they would bring. So 41.10 is there for you. That's about 10 points away. And then what I'm very curious about seeing is what's above 41.35. We really struggled with that yesterday. I believe there's some flexibility there. If we get above 41.35 and fail, maybe up to 41.40 and then come back in, there might be a trade there against 41.55. So that's the upper band that I'm going to work with. So 41.55 up top, 41.10 down below. And if we do break 41.10, you got to see 4100 as a target. And then we have some action down in the 95s and 90s from last week. So for the most part, it does look like we're going to be waiting on these numbers. We're stuck between two bands here overnight, not really much done, even with any sort of ADP reports or any sort of overnight activity that we're getting from Europe. But for now, I guess we're going to have to wait on those 9:45s and 10 o'clock numbers.
Good stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's get into everything else you need to know here as we head towards the open. If you haven't done so, make sure you sign up for that. It's super easy. All you need is an email address. You get the watch list for free, delivered right to your inbox every morning before we come on. Has everything you need to know every single day for free, as I mentioned. Here we go. So Google coming out after the close yesterday saying ours is bigger, stronger, faster, and this word, greener. I don't know. I still feel like that's awkward in that sentence, but anyways. Talking about their supercomputer when it comes to NVIDIA, and they pointed right at NVIDIA in this, saying ours is bigger and better than yours.
Yeah, which is interesting too, because you know what NVIDIA's ambitions are here too. They want to make this a commodifiable product, whether it's by renting it out to companies or having it on the cloud. And Google's right there. They've got all the experience with the cloud. So imagine them throwing that on there with their cloud service. I don't know. I see this as a kind of a bit of a disruptor.
Say what you want about the overall move today. Obviously, a gap to the downside here for NVIDIA on this, it would appear anyways, 1.8%. Look at the daily chart, though. Maybe just an excuse here to take some profit, guys.
I don't think so. I think it's going to break out, but you can't. I mean, taking profit, there's nothing wrong with that. I took profit on NVIDIA the other day, and I don't want to take profit on Google. I think this is just the beginning for Google, right? They strung together 4,000 of these chips. Like, that's a pretty expensive supercomputer right there. But NVIDIA came out and said, what, theirs was $38,000 or something a month to rent or something like that. So that would kind of make sense there for Google to come out and do that. And yeah, Google is making their own chips. The Tensor chip is now also, I know Prad's been talking about it, in the Pixel. I love the Google Pixel. That's been a really good success, and I think that's just more push forward for Google, right? I just think there's more here. We're going to wait. I mean, we're in this name. You know, the big thing is, and I just tweeted out all the economic numbers today, so you can find it right here. You know, they're there's 9:45. You got PMI services. Then 10 o'clock, you got non-manufacturing PMI. Like, I just feel that right now it's a little bit early to be in all of this, but we're in it now. I want to sort of see if we can defend this 104 area. That to me is really the key. You could come down into 105, sort of where we closed yesterday was 104.60. We did have a nice battle back, but then of course this is a play on the news. It's nothing else. It's already up 1%, right? So the mighty will fall if we don't get a good report today, and Google could be just one of those names that just comes right back down in. We're long right now. You can see 106.15. We're out of the money now, 30 cents. We're going to try to support it, but a break of 105 is not very good. I don't. We have a 3-minute down here, down to 105. You can sort of see maybe it looks a little bit better on the 3-minute where we sort of defended this top. But if you break 105, man, then you're down in here probably into this 104, and then you really got to make a decision. And of course, if we break 105, it probably means we have some bad economic numbers, or the market's just not doing too well. So that's not a good recipe to go long, especially on a name that has. Oh, so why is my chart still AI? Okay, especially in. That's the split, especially because we have a name that's at the top, right? So just like Meta, 215, 216, Google's right here as well, man. This 108 has been a pretty nasty top. We've been here before. It kept wicking higher. Yeah, maybe this is a good reason to sell. We're just going to wait on this name, and I think if I'm going to lose long today, I don't mind losing on a name like Google.
Yeah, like I have a weekly up here for Alphabet. I'm going to get to NVIDIA. We already talked about that one. We can maybe go over it quickly again. But on the weekly on Alphabet, sometimes you want to zoom even further out just to get a sense of this. Like, this is, again, for the second time, trying to make a lower high, trying to make a bottom and trying to break out here off of a lower high. The difference is, I think this is a little bit, you can see it's a bit of a stronger move this time. Yeah, it needs to probably clear 108 for a full breakout, but on the weekly, the 50 period, it's supporting the 50 period moving average on the weekly there. I'm just going to throw that back up into my trade ideas, layout up there. And look, Alphabet, strong mover. So you look back at the daily chart, this is kind of that zone above 106 where you're looking for the break into said 108. Now, I like the 104. I know I like the 104. Like, that to me that's an out level. I think 105 is probably an out level as well. So in liking the long and the trend long in Alphabet, I want to be looking for longs in front of 05 and then try again at 04. I was certain about the 04 when I sat down, so I threw it out there. But the 05, I think if it travels down, let's see if it can hold that open. I just need to have an out first, and those are the two outs for me. So, I mean, I can't really be long up here looking for that 105. It's just at the open. It's just kind of throw that dollar out into the ether. But NVIDIA, on the other hand, this is one where unless we get a move upside, I don't know if I'll catch these 71s. I'm looking for that little pop and fade at the open. Yesterday, there really wasn't one. It just kind of grinded downside and then broke to the downside there. It's not a very clean flat bottom break if it takes 268 because we're in the middle of a chop zone. But if it does break like 66 here, and that's $3 to the downside. Like, things could get very spicy for NVIDIA. It's just up so much, and we're looking for that pullback day. So you can use the catalyst of this announcement whether you want it or not, but these are two stocks that, regardless of this news, based on yesterday's trade, one's making a strong move to the upside, kind of breaking out a little bit on the higher time frames, and NVIDIA was putting in a reversal. So I would have been leaning into this regardless in terms of a directional trade, shorting NVIDIA yesterday, buying dips in Google as well.
I'm going to ask Mark.
What do we?
Decent move right now, downside, guys, for some of the yields coming off that trade balance. Data out at 8:30. This is the 10-year testing these lows right now. 3.3 did touch 3.29 on the 10-year. Here's the 2-year as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now days to the downside for the 10-year. 3.73. 3.73 for the 2-year. We were talking about this above 5. It feels like a week ago. It's crazy. Just unreal move back down.
And it tells you what the market thinks of the federal funds rate right now. What's going to happen? Yeah,
they do not buy it. Dollar weakness as well. Dollar off about, well, it's just 0.1% right now. But the trend clearly downside as well as far as the dollar is concerned. Let's go to AI here. We were discussing, it was about this time yesterday, we got that Kerrisdale Capital note on C3 AI, sent it. I mean, we all saw what happened to the entire group. I mean, GFAI, BBAI, they all, pick one, they were all lower when all was said and done at the end of the session yesterday. And it was aggressive accounting was the term they used in this letter. It's all over the place on the internet if you want to read it. But I mean, does anyone even really know what C3 AI does at this point?
It's tough to know. I mean, they're AI. That's all we know. But here's the thing, guy. Like you and we were talking about off camera, if you're in this for the long run and this is an unjustified report, this will just be a blip on the map and it'll be up and to the right if it's a good company. So, you know, it's going to hurt short-term investors, people swinging possibly. But if you're long-term and this is, you know, nothing, it won't be anything.
It's a great point in the sense that, you know, if you believe in the idea and you believe in the concept, it's still there. Nothing's changed, obviously. If you go out to a daily chart, again, this kind of reflects on what we've been talking about over the past couple of days as far as volume is concerned. Yes, there was a heavy sell candle that came in at the end of the day on the volume chart, but overall, not much on the bid as far as liquidity is concerned. It's clear for some of these stocks, guys.
No, well, I mean, on the bid of C3AI, but the reason why it can go up the way it did the last couple of days is the same reason why it can fall like yesterday. It's just the liquidity sometimes isn't going to be there on one side or the other. Look, 25% short interest. I'm just checking it at a flow checker here. 25, 27, 28, I don't know the distinction without a difference, as we always say. These are all estimates anyways. That's part of the story as to why it was grinding higher. So let's just kind of, you know, stick with the momentum, sort of stick with the technicals. We're not here to lecture on, I'm not here to lecture on AI. I barely understand exactly what they do. That's the thing. There's some companies, you know, it's pretty clear. We all understand them. But AI probably got a little bit too hyped up and then had the short interest. So when there was any excuse to pull the rug, that's what happened in yesterday's trade. Now, in the afternoon, 26 is resistance. If we do get a squeeze to the upside, and yes, I'd call it a squeeze if it's 25%, then I look at that 26 level as the first one to go. But 20 is going to, look, I shouldn't say it's going to be, that looks like an obvious support zone. The 50 period sits at 23. We already broke down 24, or at least attempting to break down 24. That is a big level, this 24 level, and it not holding the 50 period. So there's still room to this 20 to the downside. I just think it's a little easier to say, okay, I like that 26 because there were sellers every time we got there, as opposed to it's going to make a move off 24 here. If you take a flat bottom break, I think you want to have a bit of a tight stop. I'm going to give it some time. I don't think we have to, oh, wait a minute. Shoot, I shouldn't make that assumption. This is me just double checking. Yeah, we have to pay for locates. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. I did not pay for locates yet on C3AI. Got to go ahead and do that. But I want to be shorting some 26s in here. This is the one I'm going to focus on. I know there's other ones out there, but given the way it moved yesterday, I want to be shorting the pop in C3AI again today.
All right, we talked about it. I think it's, yeah, I mean, short any pops I think is a smart move in this one, but you know, the short interest is there. I was looking for AI on here. It still is a sell on the imbalance, so you still do have a small little sell of 100,000 right there. You know, Palantir's the buy, but these aren't big numbers at all. Like you're looking for, I mean, plus you got a mix, buy, sell, and these numbers aren't that significant. So I just want to talk about that because it isn't a New York name, so the imbalances are out a little bit earlier. Yeah, look. We already did the work on this for you guys about 20 minutes ago or so. I think down here is a buy, man. The 50 period is down here right at 24, or sorry, 23. We're bouncing off that right now, 23, 23.50. I don't want to buy it off the open because I'm not sure where this market's going to go. Although I'm long Google right now, maybe should be getting something out here as it's just drifting with the market. But you know, this 20, 21, 22 right now. I just feel like that's been pretty solid, despite whatever that report was that came out yesterday about possible accounting issues. I mean, you know, that's going to have to get sorted out at some point. They refuted it, of course, and we're just going to wait to see what happens down here at 20, 21 bucks. That looks like a great area of support. If you're going to go long, you go like if this thing goes down, can we go down another 10%? Of course we can. We dropped from 34 down to 24 yesterday. We lost 25%, 30% of its value. If we go down 10% more, and then you're into this realm of 22, 21 and change, I think at that point it's worth a shot. And then I always say, to short, and if you're going to look for a level, you want to look back at where yesterday's close was, and we rallied right back there to 26. So I think Neil's got that right about a 26 short. I'm not looking short in this name, but if you are looking short there at 26, obviously you're going to hold that one probably $1 or so against you. You know that, so you have a 27 right there to look at as well. That was sort of a spot that tried to get going. So I don't know. For me, I think it's a hold for now on C3AI until you get into this 22 area, and then I would not try. I mean, you just push buy and you get it. Buy it, and then if it breaks down through 20 at that point, then that's your 10% worth of a risk. And I think it's worth it in this situation with C3 AI. In case, in case it just gets back up to that upside, you're going to have way more than 10% of profit coming through. You get a 22 long, maybe you get to 28 today. So that right there would be $6 on 22. So I think that's pretty good. Let's go back to the big desk. It's 9:15 now, 30 minutes away from services PMI.
Tesla here. Past couple of days, we've had kind of choppy trade, really. We did come in and hold this 190, 191 area. Very, very clear area of support here for Tesla that we're trying to bounce off right now. If you missed it yesterday, 35% uptick in March for Shanghai deliveries. Elon then discussing the full self-driving aspect going to China. They're going to roll out, apparently, or they want to roll out a 100% test of FSD over in China, which would be the first time they've done that. There has been little sample sizes taken, but they've never done a full rollout of FSD over there.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get like a litany of YouTube videos showing the experience. But come to my screen for a second if we can. Look at this. Canadian. Full self-driving capability option on a Model Y is 19,500 Canadian. I
Unreal.
can't wait to see what they release. Because the Model Y, we know, is much cheaper.
As you were saying, I mean, the cost of another car, essentially, you can get FSD in this country. But
My mic was on.
It's good now. Okay, why don't you run through that one more time?
Yeah, no, I was just saying, guys, the full self-driving capability option in Canada is 19,500 Canadian. That's like, just like you were saying, Brendo, you could get 2 used cars for that price. So I can't wait to see what they're going to release it in China for, because we know that they release a Model Y for a much cheaper MSRP.
Yeah, again, this is just a rumor at this point, not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination, but opens up the door potentially to a whole additional market for this product.
So a couple of, look, first of all, I love that graphic. That's a pretty cool one. And you're right, it is going to be interesting to see how they price out one in China. Look, Tesla, not a great couple last days. I mean, it kind of failed to break out here today. It's kind of, not today, a couple of days ago through that 200 level. We remember 200 like it was yesterday. It was a huge run up when it broke 200. Then it was a huge fail the next day. Yesterday was a little bit more of the same selling. I've drawn this line here on my 15-minute chart because that's a 200 simple. That's a 50 simple on the daily chart, just underneath that 190 level. So that is that interesting kind of line in the sand here today. And it's actually held up if you kind of look at that 189.70 area, 190. You can call it that if you want. Yeah, it's kind of held up a little bit the last couple of weeks. Underneath there, I think you're running the risk of a pullback at least like $5. I think that's the buy zone for me at least. You know, if we can dip off that kind of long 190 into that 170 is an out, and then maybe give to like the 50 level if you give it a couple of extra shekels in there, and then that's going to be it. I am still kind of interested in Rivian. I shouldn't say kind of interested in Rivian. Rivian's still holding that 15 level. I always go back, like what's the other EV name I'm looking at? Rivian. It's put in this nice double bottom here. I keep saying I much prefer the 14 area for the dips. I don't want to touch 15, and then it doesn't quite, the last 2 days, it just has not gotten in there and giving you the support off of that 1430. You've been getting 65, you've been getting 75. To me, the risk to reward, like 50 pennies of risk on Rivian, probably not where I'd like to get in. So if it rolls over, let's look for that again. It keeps on trying to take out this top here at 1580, so no breakouts in store just yet. It's probably worth it to short up close to 16 on Rivian if it does want to get there, just the way it's been rejecting these. So it's got a wide range. I think you want to be playing the longs in front of that 14 quarter, 1430 area, and then sort of shorting the 1570s. But I think we might get that bid first. So Tesla, like that 50 period on the daily, that's my only support zone for it, and then bombs away if it breaks that low.
Yeah, Tesla, the trade here to me is this is 190. I mean, you break that. I mean, we've been bouncing off 190 a bunch of times right now. You're going to break that lower. I don't think it has anything to do with anything other than just following this market. I mean, Tesla deliveries were impressive. I feel like you want to own Tesla. And, that 208, we talked about that when it hit there. I thought that once we broke 200 that we did have a chance to get to that 220. That seems to have been rejected. That 198 yesterday morning was pretty good as well. 198, because there's the 198 top. It goes back there, and then there's some 200 tops. So, like right now, you're definitely in the middle here. You have 187. I mean, if you break 190, I think that that's a good level to look at. 188-ish, you know, down to 187 if you're lucky on a huge flush to get something around there. I think that's something that could come into play again. So 188, 189 there. I mean, on a 190 break, you're getting 189. It's just a matter of, you know, how far do we go after that, and does the market continue to push lower? So I still think that you want to watch out and be very, very careful of Tesla here at these levels. You know, it's going to trade. We don't trade it enough really on the show at all. I mean, considering the fact that how much it can move, we should have had that 198 yesterday. Didn't have it, so. You know, but again, look what it does in the afternoon. It kind of barcodes a little bit. The moves happen early on Tesla. So with, like I keep saying, man, with all these numbers that are going to keep coming out today, if they're bad, then, you know, Tesla's going to fall down. I mean, Russia today, Putin comes out and says the relationship with USA is at dire levels. Like, it's absolutely horrible, the Russia-US relations. I think we all know that. I mean, we can see what's happening in Ukraine, everything like that. And then, of course, Russia and China married. It seems like they're connected at the hip a little bit. So I just worry a little bit about some of these US names that rely a lot of, you know, to be sold in China. You got Nike, you got Apple, you got Tesla. I mean, it's pretty much any tech name that goes there. So that we talk about has big Chinese exposure. So I'm worried about that with Tesla, but you know, that's more of a longer term macro thing. For right now, I think you got to watch out for 190. If you like the long, you take it there. If you like the short, you wait for it to break.
Let's talk Meta. Speaking of more AI news today, here's one of two positive analyst notes this morning on Meta. This one from Jefferies, talking about accelerated second half revenue growth in 2023. All coming back to AI. Conveniently, the company comes out with not one, but two different notes on AI this morning.
Yeah, their segment anything model, which they call SAM, basically they're saying it can identify objects in a picture, even if it hadn't been trained to identify those objects previously in its training. Show some intelligence. Anyway, Mark Zuckerberg said that incorporating AI technology into their apps is an absolute priority this year, so I anticipate seeing more.
Not, as I mentioned, not one, but two. Argus was the second with an upgrade to buy today on Meta, guys.
Yeah, and look, NVIDIA's been on one, Meta's been on one, and look, these headlines, and we're just saying now, these headlines that you keep seeing for AI, like some of these uses have been around for quite some time. It's just you're getting some extra leverage out of throwing the term around there. So, you know, take it with a little bit of a grain of salt and just recognize we're here to trade price action and trade the trend, ideally. I think the trend hasn't really been broken on Meta yet. It doesn't have the same signs of the reversal that I would say NVIDIA does up there. To a certain extent, Tesla did above that 200 level on breaking. And I had this 212.50 kind of threw a line in there just so and hopefully it'll stick around all day. That 212.50 is where I like the dip on Meta. If it breaks down, I think there's a shorting opportunity. If anything, though, I think there's other names that'll be a little bit more interesting by the time you get to there. The shorts would be on in other places. But yeah, 212.50 I like for Meta. You know, with some other big tech names out there. Oh, we didn't talk chips specifically because we just kind of threw NVIDIA out there. I do have two dip buy zones. One of them right now for Intel. It'll be a tight stop on the 32.5, but that's one that I like from early. When we sat down on Monday, like that was kind of a support level in there, that 32.5, and then I like the 32 buy zone on Intel. So that's two separate ideas for Intel. One with a very tight stop. One is that level that we really liked going back into last week on Friday. That was, you know, give you the over, and when it got back over 32. It was just a runner on INTC. Oh, and one last one. I just want to quickly throw out Micron, because Brendan had mentioned Micron saying don't worry about the fact that China could be cracking down on them. Well, Micron, you know, broke the 50 period, rejected that 64 after earnings, so it got to that top, it reversed it. Now you're beneath the 50. I just feel like on any significant pops, it shorts back into the 50 period moving average. So if we sniff 58, then it's a short zone into here on Micron. I don't know if we get it. I think it's more likely that NVIDIA pops and you can get a short into the highs on NVIDIA than you'll get that happening on Micron, but I'm there just in case.
All right, so unfortunately, so we did get out of some of our Google there at 95 when it popped up a little bit there, just to see. Again, we have those numbers coming out. I still like the Google long. We're sitting down here near that 105 to get a little bit more. So I was just going to say, I just got denied some shares, but now I'm back. I just got them.
Issues on
Is there? Okay, so the pay for short here. We're in. I was gonna say, like, how am I getting denied right now anything on this? So we'll just punch in here a little bit. We punch in a starter position short on KRE. Shout out to Dan Emmons there. I've been talking about wanting these banks to the short side. We talked about FRC, WAL, and everything looking like it wants to break lower. Well, right now on the KRE, you're right here, right now. So I'm gonna take this short right now. Just a small starter. You can actually just add up all the shares that I just took right there. So you're gonna wait to see what happens now. On this, it's just want to be in this just to begin with. Like I said, couple hundred, we'll see what happens. Down here, 42 looks like a decent spot if you're going to look at the 1 minute chart. And again, this is the regional bank spider ETF. So we're just going to go short this name here, and I feel like it's going to work today. If it doesn't, I mean, look at this move. So we moved down yesterday from 43 to 42 almost immediately. That's actually 43.80. We got to get going now. There's only 5 minutes to go here as the imbalances are just coming out. But anyways, I just want to talk about that. Thanks, Dan. I really like this idea right here. Maybe 42.30 if we're wrong, something like that. So we're going to go short right now on the KRE. It's starting to bump up just a little bit. Okay, so the NASDAQ imbalances are out and the market's coming down. So it was a good thing that we got a little bit out there on Google because, yeah, right now you are seeing some downside pressure here in the market. Palantir still there as a buy. TQQ is sell, so that's the NASDAQ ETF for the long, so maybe that's causing this. I don't see anything worthy on here to be worried about, but there is the NASDAQ making some moves down. Is it time to pick up some Meta? Yeah, Meta down. Wow, Meta down a lot right there, down to 213. So yeah, these NASDAQ, this imbalance is creating some struggles here for the NASD guys.
All right, the rundown, as always, brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show and a lot of people on the floor as well. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check the link at the bottom of the screen there on the right-hand side, tradertv.live. Yeah, huge Easter sale on, guys. Already on as well. It's live right now, so take advantage of it. This is going to run right through to, go back to that, Brad, if you can. This is going to go back to Tuesday, right through to the end of Tuesday. So Trader TV 25 down here will get you 25% off. Shout out to our friends over at Trade Ideas for the Easter long weekend. Let's talk about Palantir to wrap things up. This comes out this morning. They're expanding their partnership, cloud-based partnership with Microsoft. It's going to open up more accessibility for contracts to come through, including this. $99.6 million worth of software going to the U.S. Department of, or State Department. That was this morning as well. There's a couple other smaller ones that came through, but the bigger deal. I mean, this was already an arrangement, but they're just making it bigger.
Yeah, they're working on level 4 and level 5 Department of Defense impact, and they're talking about now expanding that partnership into level 6. So maybe an inflection point for their relationship. Let's see.
What do we do, guys, with Palantir today?
I'm going to try buying the dip. Look, first of all, where's our contract with Palantir? Everybody, Palantir has a contract with everybody. And that's just,
yeah, Brendan.
You know they're wide-reaching. So let's get that one going. Brendan, figure it out. No, it's actually breaking out a little bit here today. And sometimes I shouldn't say you only trade Palantir. You want to trade Palantir when it's getting into a new zone. Look at it ride the 50, though, on the daily. It's just, it's had some breaks, but really it closes below one day, and then that was pretty much it. It's been riding the last couple of days. You're breaking out from the 850 to 860 level, and I just feel if we get back in there, the buy zone to me starts at just underneath 80.65, like take some in the 60s, take some in the 50s at the open, but really once it gets down to that 40, I want my outs down beneath that 40 level. So I probably will hold off to get a full position unless it really tests that 50 area. So looking dip buy in Palantir up that 4%. It was 5% earlier, as you can see, with the market coming in. Palantir has been coming down with it. Yeah, Meta did move to the downside. I kind of figured, I didn't think we stood a chance of right away getting to 12.50, but it did make a move down $1, kind of bouncing a little bit here now. However, what is not bouncing as we go into the open, Tesla sort of screaming down into that 190. Do I want to just sit there? A lot of times, you know what, I'll leave it in there. I have my stop underneath that 50 period on the daily, so I'll try to pick it up, that first bounce off to 190, but if it breaks that 189.70, I do want to be getting out of that one. And then we mentioned Intel already to the downside. We didn't mention Buru over on the Amex here. This is yet another one of these, they got a Defense Department contract, but it's a super low floater here, so just be careful with this. Liquidity is at a premium on Buru. It's already pulling back. This is a halt candidate, 100%. This is a halt candidate. Above $6, Look at the potential breakout. It already reversed to move off 6, but above 6, it's got room to like $8 or $9 on BURO. So, sorry, BURU. That's what the small capper that's on my radar here. If it can hold above 6 and break back out, I mean, a 650 long with a stop at 6 gives you a fantastic risk to reward, but it's already starting to sell off in here. So that's less likely than it was about 20 minutes ago.
All right, we're 30 seconds away. We've got Randy on the bell. Should be a good one here today. Let's get ready to rock and roll, man. We're only 30 seconds away. Meta has battled back a little bit. So has Google right now. Meta back to 214.50 after touching 213.70. So we'll watch out for that. And then Google, of course, is back. And that's going to be a hot one today as well. Down to 104.50. Now back up, or sorry, 105.50. Now back up to 105.90. As we get ready, with only 10 seconds left on this bell, it's going to be a good day. And there's Randy. What's up, Randy? 3, 2, 1, and now we are off to the races. Thank you, Randy. Much more appreciative of that bell ring than Randy has done in the past. So I hope he's feeling...
Dude!
I hope he's feeling okay right there, and that is confirmation that he is feeling okay. All right, so here we go. We have the numbers at 9:45. Remember, services PMI, so we're going to wait out for that one. Yeah, Palantir down to 50 right now for a nice move. We're looking to get long at that level, so here we go. We are now long Palantir at 51. Would love one. Thank you, Randy. Palantir downside pressure early. Here it goes, man. We're long Palantir 51. We're long Google, and we're short the banks.
Oh, the banks. Oh, I didn't get that flat bottom break on Oh, it hasn't happened yet on FRC. So I just remembered because you had that KRE. I did just get some 50s, but Tesla just bounced off that 190 area. So I have to go there pretty quickly. Come on, hit enter a couple of times there. Just bounced 190, held the 50 period. Remember 189.70? It went 189.72, but it's a pretty shallow bounce so far. I got 03s to the long side. Could have had a better price. Don't. There it is. That was your one chance, man. Like, I probably should have just taken more out on that 50 level when it got above there in the 200s. Not nearly the bounce I was looking for on Tesla so far, and it does look like it wants to give up that 190.70 in earnest down here. Where's Palantir? Palantir, yeah, beneath that 150 level, so that's starting to come down. No move up on NVIDIA just yet to be able to get me in, but Tesla's teetering on that support level. I'm just underneath it with my stop, so that'll come out automatically when it does. I wanted NVIDIA on the short side. It's starting to come in here now, but just not enough to get me into position in front of 271.
So yeah, small little profit taker there on KRE. I mean, we got some 60s out. We took some more 70s, by the way. And now, so our first short was 76, then we got a 70, then we just got a 60. We're going to wait to see if this one wants to fall down. Of course, we're still in Palantir. We ain't afraid of this one, as we like the long here on PLTR. So we're just going to wait to see if it does do anything here So that's what I'm sort of waiting for, to see if Palantir does have some excitement behind it today. And if it does, then we're all good. So we're going to wait to see if it wants to go back upside. It just touched 50 again and then fell. So downside risk here for Palantir. I mean, unfortunately,
I just got stopped out on Palantir and Tesla.
I haven't got stopped out on anything yet, but we are close. Palantir, that's what I was just looking at right now. Where is the stop out there for Palantir? I mean, I want to hold this at least till 825 and stuff like that. So let's go a little bit lower here on Palantir and pick something up in this area. We still have 825 to come and go here on that name. Yeah, I mean, this happens every time. Every time Palantir gets a contract, this happens. So we've seen this over and over again. There's 825, 830. Yeah, let's average into PLTR down here.
So you're going to see, it's going to be tough to see the wicks on this because it's a red candle and it's the red outs here. I was able to get out in front of the 50s and then did a reload on Tesla right in front of that 50. It then broke to the downside. I initiated a short position on the reversal. I do want to be playing shorts once I see that level taken out. I'm in FRC as well, by the way. So FRC did break down here. It was a flat bottom break. Not a lot of follow through just yet, but this is one that can get going. We do understand the volatility that this one's going to have. Meta's just straight upside right now. Yeah, straight upside off of that little bit of a bid, but it didn't come to 212. I wanted 212s. It got to 213.80, and then that's about it. Yeah, Palantir just absolutely, the dip on Palantir did not last very long. It just immediately took out that 840 level. I did risk about 17 cents instead of 15. I think 15 would have been a little bit better. But my initial entry at 62, I could have pulled that back. But no chance. I got filled, and it was already at 50. Took my fill at 50, and it's already to the downside. So we're out of that one. In FRC and Tesla shorts, C3AI, oddly enough, is not doing much. So patience on C3AI. If it holds beneath 24 here, I think you can take a bottom break, but yeah, I mean, I expected some fireworks one way or the other on C3AI, and we're just not seeing it at all.
Yeah, the market's to the downside. We have the bear turned into or the bull turned into a bear today, as you guys might have noticed that earlier. And yeah, it's a downside move. We're just checking out some Google right now. I'm bidding down here near 105. See if we can catch a bid down here. But I'm wondering if we just start to sort of put the bid on right now for this name here on Google. So, we'll wait. We're waiting a little bit lower. The market's breaking down. We have 10 minutes until PMI, at which point everything's going to just flash around a little bit there. All right, let's go to Brendo.
All right, this BURU, big mover so far, 120%, trying to get back to the upside through 6, though, a bit of a problem. Downside so far, huge mover, though, on this. A Defense Department contract coming through for Nibiru, guys.
I would have said Buru, but Buru apparently is how you want to pronounce that one. Okay, like I think I said like 650 it needs to clear, and that's going to be the big sort of like interesting line in the sand for me. I have bids on Intel, they haven't come in. Alphabet's testing, Alphabet's getting close to 105 here, so I like 104 better, but 105 could be a bit of a zone. The market is just crushing to the downside right now. It's getting a little bit dicey here. And I have in the corner of my eye C3AI as well, because I don't want to miss a chance to be able to fade that one off 24. I might back away from the Alphabet 105. I don't know if I like that one the way this market is coming down here. Just give it a chance to trade off of that level. I haven't taken anything out on Tesla because it hasn't broken 189 to the down. Okay. It just broke 189 to the downside 2 seconds ago. I'll get some bids underneath 189 and then just see where we can go here on Tesla. As far as targets on Tesla, I mean, it's breaking the 50 period here, but you got to go to the 15 minute. It's everything from like 188.5 into about 185.60 and 185.50.
Wow.
So it's a wide range of outcomes here. And FRC is doing nothing. I don't know what your KRE is doing, but
it's printing.
Yeah, like it took out the bottom here, and I'm looking for at least like $1 potential move. It's kind of just going sideways on me.
Yeah, we got. So Google just filled 105. So right now, here's KRE. So it is going to the downside. Right now, it's 15 cents in the money. But, for an ETF, that's not bad. We are looking for a lot lower, though, on this one if we're going to look at it. I mean, I'd have to let Google. I mean, Google's at 105 right now. So, our average price is 75 or 70 cents out of the money on this one. Yeah, let's just watch it, man. We've broken lower on KRE. I have a bid at 51 just because it's ahead of 50. But an ETF's not going to land on an even dollar level or even cent level. So, yeah, maybe there is going to be something here on KRE. Let's just wait to see. I mean, I could take a bid now. We have enough shares to do this, right? I mean, that's why you take a little bit more shares on ETFs for sure, because you're not going to get like an exact price. So I'm just going to try to play the momentum. There it is. Did we just get that filled? No, we did not. There it is. Now we got filled on 56. So that's going to be a good trade. But what is not a good trade rate is, first of all, we're back in the money right now on Palantir. So let's see if that can go. Just touched 844 there. We're long at 843. So, basically flat. But yeah, still coming to the downside is Google. Google's really gotten hit off that. We just broke through 105. And now you're looking for lower moves, man. We talked about this 104 area. That's going to be probably a zone of, kill for me at this point. 104 flat. I mean, how far can we go down? Are we going to wait for 103? I mean, if this PMI number is bad, then yeah, we are in a world of hurt here with Google. So let's just wait for it. Palantir's okay. KRE is good. So we're going to go 2 for 3. Well, Palantir waiting for it. But yeah, Google's in trouble right now. Looking at that 104, a little bit lower than where we are now.
Yeah, and so Tesla, it broke that 189, was able to get, like I said, 188, like 60, just out in front of that 188.5. So the reversal, we took the long off the 50 period on the daily. It got up to 190.50, so it was worth about 50 pennies a couple times, then it just flushed. So we took the short, reversed it underneath. I got slipped pretty bad on that short to 33s, which is, sometimes that happens to you on Tesla. Like, we talk about slippage all the time, but that was pretty significant on the slippage to get 33s. I got bids in front of 88 again and then 186. FRC is going sideways. But Alphabet, I liked 104 a little better, but it's slowing down here at 105. So there's a chance it can hold the 105. I want to be patient with it, give it a little bit more room. NVIDIA, which I thought was going to be the short today, is still inside the range on NVIDIA, not breaking 270, not breaking the low of the day. Intel, which was a name I thought I'd get the dip by. Look at Intel. It's not going anywhere. It's just inside as well. So the chips are asleep as far as I can tell. Just absolutely nothing happening on them. So let's be patient with the chip names. And then C3AI. 30-cent range off 30-cent range on C3AI. It's going to move. It's just right now not a heck of a lot. So let's be a little bit patient with some of the names that we like at better prices. Just wait for it to get to your price. You don't have to force the trades early. Only 10 minutes in, and maybe the market's waiting for some of these numbers. Or, well, some of the chips are anyways.
Yeah, I wouldn't say maybe. I would say definitely right now this market. I mean, it's pulling down because if the number's not good, this market's going to absolutely collapse. I mean, the NASDAQ has been up pretty high the last little while, as we've been well documented here on the show. I'm going to get something out like 105.10 or so if we can. We just bounced up to 105. 5. We were waiting at 10. I just feel like that was my last fill. There was 15. If we can just, get back upside, take a little bit of pressure off here before this number. If it flies up, we're going to make so much money. But if it goes down, then yeah, we're out. And we don't want that right now. Too early in the day. Yesterday, the only losing trade that we had on all day was our AMD trade that we took early, and we got in and out of it, and it was just a nightmare. So we're trying to hold on to see if this can work. But see the trouble it's having here at 105. Like it goes down like no problem, but can't get going back to the upside. So this is definitely worrying me here about Google as it is continuing. KRE, another banger, man. We just got another 60 fill and 55 fill that you guys saw. Palantir's hanging out as well. Brendan.
There's a FedEx event on, guys, just be aware. They came out and announced this morning. They're going to consolidate their operating companies into one more lean machine. But this event, FedEx Corporate Drive Program update, is on currently. So a nice move here so far, up 3% for FDX.
FDX on the move. I think there was another retailer, Walmart had a bit of a move yesterday, but I didn't really see any levels set up there. A couple of things. One, Tesla back down to 188. I have a bid 20 cents down to just try and take another leg out there. We'll try to take that buck. But Alibaba just crashed back through $100 for the second time. It hit it pre-market, went down to 99. It's hit it again. If it holds a higher low, do not fight Baba when the program buy gets on. That's all I'm going to say. If you like that 100 short, I think it's put in a bit of a high here at 100.5. If it breaks that, I think I almost want to be, I don't want to chase along, but I'll be thinking wipe out bottom and long if it gets back above some of those tops, just based on what we saw in the afternoon yesterday. So a bit of a flat bottom break. I have my 3-minute up here, so I'll show it there on FRC. As it's now finally through the bottom again. I just got a few more shares in there as it took out the lows. And Tesla, as I mentioned, just filled me in front of 188. So we're going to ring the register on that. Ring the register on that short. Still no NVIDIA just yet. Brendo?
All right, market notably weak here. Ford shares notably weak. Day lows, they came out and said the new rules, tax rules, going to cut, the EV tax rules, that is, the credit on half of their eligible models. So not good for Ford so far today. Just tested day lows there.
All right, yeah.
Randy said tomorrow, or did he say the end of the week, didn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, that's not Ford related. That's just a tax credit. But yeah, that could be everything. They're going to the downside right here. So we did get that Google 105.10 to take a 60-cent hit. We're just going to wait. I mean, now you're 2 minutes away from the PMI number coming through. Services, right? Services is first. I tweeted it all out. Yeah, 9:45. So here are the numbers that we have coming out. You can follow me at Trader TV, Sean. Right there, services PMI right now coming through. So we're going to watch out for that 53.8 right now for March. They're the composite final 53.3. So we're going to get those. If you come to my screen right here, we'll be able to show it right here, 9:45. And then we have 10 coming out, manufacturing. So, we got some numbers coming through right now to see where we're going. With all of that, we are taking some pressure out a little bit as Google comes back down. But Palantir just went for a dive again. We're long at 42s. We just took some 35s out right there. Just in case this number's horrible. We are going to get stopped out if we take down 20, though. That's a new out for us right there at that low side. I might just take out another piece here at 39 if we can get it. We'll sit on a gateway that pays us. So Palantir's actually been pretty decent holding these levels. It's really Google that's been the problem. Let's see if we can get a 39 fill now, and then we'll just start to cut. Oh, we did get it. We did get some 39, so that's good right there. Starting to cut bait a little bit, but we're only out of 20%. So hopefully that can keep going, and we're out of like 5% of Google. So this is really what's going to matter here if we take down that 104 on a horrible number, which is coming out in a minute 30 right now. So this is going to be good. In too early. That was the fault yesterday. It looks like it's going to be the fault again today because Google 105 is really what we liked. We just got a little too excited here early, and that tends to happen to me. So let's just hold out on Google and see if we can get a win on this one as it's starting to rally backside a little bit.
Yeah, and the fact that there was the number coming is another reason to pay yourself out when you get something. So Tesla, like I said, got to 188. I took another leg out there. It is now bouncing. I can't expect that if it comes the right way or the wrong way, depending on how you look at it, you could get a bounce back up, and then shorts back into that 190 can come into play on Tesla. So I pay a little bit out and look to get back in. FRC just threatened the high without stopping it out and then got back to the low. NVIDIA just crashed the bottoms, but Intel is still holding this range. So Intel has yet to break the lows. I'm going to cancel my bids underneath the pre-market lows because if it breaks the pre-market lows, do I want to take those fills? No. I want to take it if it holds the pre-market lows. So I'm not really changing anything. Still short FRC, still hanging on to that Tesla reversal, and NVIDIA does not want to go to the upside to give me a fill short. I think 270 is probably the level. The next consolidation down, I'll have to join the trend by taking that Brendan and the number.
All right, 10 seconds to go here. The S&P Services PMI up first. It's worth a note. The ISM number typically more closely watched by the overall market, so we'll see if there's a reaction here. 52.6, so lower there, 52.6 versus 53.8 there. The composite, 52.3 versus 53.3, so lower on both ends there for the S&P number.
Okay, the market is digesting. It doesn't seem to make a crazy move right now. I'm watching some of these stocks to see if anything's happening. We didn't get any dip downs there for Meta, so that's kind of nothing happening right now for Meta. I'm going to cancel my bid on this just in case we do get a late move here one way or the other. But for right now, so that was March final composite PMI 52.3 versus 53.3. So yep, so it does look like it's going to go a little bit lower on that. We'll punch out a little bit there of Google. Sorry, oops, I'm on the wrong stock. As it just broke through 105. I'm still waiting for it though. I'm still waiting for the move higher if there is going to be one. It doesn't seem like we're getting much action at all on that number, and that's what happens when it comes out as expected, right? So a pull down in the natural market here today seems like it kind of wants to continue, but that number was really just a nothing burger. We're just kind of flat. I mean, all of our positions are hanging out right there. The KRE is still hanging out as well. But let's see, man. Maybe Google can get going a little bit off that number. There it is, 105.10 again. Stop and go at that level. So here comes back in right now. Maybe the market, maybe they don't like it. Now the market's starting to hit lower here, down 0.6 and trying to get a little bit lower right now. The US dollar on that, not really moving. Wow, 101 now. Yeah, US dollar has really come back in. And that's been great for tech names. So we'll have to wait to see if that can hold fort. But yeah, not so bad, man, not so bad. I wish it would have rallied a little bit to get this Google going, but that's not a name that's going to win today. It doesn't look like. We might have to change up our opinion here on Google.
Yeah, and I might have to change my opinion on C3AI. I thought it was going to squeeze. If it broke the tops, I thought we'd squeeze to 26. We short 26. It broke the top, rejected, didn't get through 25, and is now back underneath. So a bit of a wick top forming on C3AI, at least when you look at it on the 3-minute. So on the next pop, maybe I think about the 25 short and then look at the 26. FRC is still inside the range. Like it'll hit the bottom, go back up to the top, get 5 cents within stopping me out, and then not go. And I'm still not going to take. I like 104 in Alphabet. I don't want to compromise on that one just yet. But here comes the dreaded NZ, the New Zealand market that we don't actually trade. Here comes Meta. So Meta 212.50. That's the area I like. Kind of going back into the late afternoon. We're getting pretty darn close into there. I kind of canceled my offers, or my bids, I should say. I'm going to throw them back in there. We're going to take that fill as it comes. I did not get a pop to re-enter the short into Tesla. It didn't really happen. I thought maybe you could have a big spike on the number that might get you short better, like 189.5, 189.75, something a little tighter to that 190 mark. It just never happened for me on Tesla as the market does continue to head into the downside. Good look on this IFRX. 2 days in a row. 2 days in a row that we've brought this one. This is on the watch list as well, and another strong continuation move for FRX. Just going to the daily, this is what it's done the last couple of sessions. I like to trade these off the 15-minute. I think $5, kind of a natural pullback consolidation zone after it just hit $6. So a small capper making a run here. IFRX up 50%. Probably worth a look on a dip buy into 5 even. Just be careful for halts. That'll move 10% in the blink of an eye. So do watch out for those halt bands. I hate getting trapped in the halts if you can avoid it.
Yeah, we just got out of Google, so we'll go a little bit flushing ourselves on the toilet there as it just broke the low. So we got out of half of what we had left, but we had been getting some out. So net, I mean, the Google trade's going to be a bad one. We went long early and it just fell down. The NASDAQ continues to fall there. The funny thing is, man, I was just talking to this with Sharif because the S&P is actually doing okay. And I think it's these bank stocks right now that are starting to get this going right here. Let's just check out FRC to see what FRC is doing because the KRE is right back up. We've done well on it because we got out. But right now, we hold this against ourselves as there goes FRC back up to the upside. Let's check out what WAL is doing as well. That's not doing anything. JP Morgan. I mean, I know I'm in the regionals, so I shouldn't really worry too much about some of these other names. WFC right here as well. Load. Yeah, I mean, it's just a nice move up. I mean, we're still waiting to get some shorts on these names. We did, again, sniff some more out on Palantir. We were lucky enough to get that 30 fill, which was a great fill, which brought it back to 40. So, you know, our loss here on Palantir is pretty minimal. It's really just this 104 area now for Google that comes into question. But the thing is like, Google's red on the day, as is the NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ's falling pretty good right now, so we either take that 104 or we don't, and it looks like it wants to take it. So downside pressure here for the NASDAQ, downside pressure for anybody that's long right now. The shorts definitely printing right now. IFRX wants $6. What's up to Nick Dodge?
It's trying.
Yeah, we can watch out for IFRX. We talked about this yesterday, right? It broke through that level, 330. Yesterday on IFRX. Wasn't 5 some sort of a key level on the daily as we load up here? Or are we way above now? I think
we're at 550 now.
Yeah, that was that FDA announcement. Oh, there it is right there. Yeah. So you're right into another spot right there. So watch out for that top. Good look there from Dodge on the chat.
Like, I'd love to see, I mean, if we can get 5s again, that'd be great as long as it's not downward into a halt on IFRX, which it could be. That's a risk. So didn't get more of Tesla, but it is now heading back into the bottom. And if it breaks, look, I have a 186 out there, but FRC, I was just about to show the chart. I'm like, yeah, it could take out that top. So I just wanted that short when it broke the low. Whoops, too far. I wanted that short breaking the low kind of into 13 and then into 1250. So, you know, you're risking 30 cents first out, kind of taking that 30-cent level, and then wanting like $1 on the next half of it there. But it does break out the high. And if it does continue upside, I like the 15 for a short as well. So we're out of this. I only have Tesla on now, and Alphabet not quite there just yet, but it's definitely getting close enough to that 104. Yeah, I got my bids. Where am I sitting? Well, 20. Yeah, I'm sitting low 20s for my first bid in Alpha. Didn't really pick it up. The question is, do I want to wet my beak early? That's where the support was earlier. And what you can always do is, so that you don't skew the risk, is if you take less early, then if you save some for a little bit tighter to the 104, if I want a 15 to 20 price, if 4 breaks, then you just take less shares at the, say, at the 40 level, and then kind of get more in between 4 and 420. We'll see what happens, but it is a bit of a falling knife there, so back off a little bit. This market does not like it. It's just unreal. Intel's not moving. It's just, I'm going to try and get the long in front of the pre-market low here and just see if it, look, if it holds out at 32.50, great. At least you have a relatively strong stock, because I'm looking for something that's at a level that I want to trade. I check in Micron, nowhere near where I want that one short. I like the shorts here too, but this and NVIDIA looks like they've gotten away from me. Oh, Alibaba.
That was another one. It broke through 100 down to 99.
Serenity now.
It's just breaking the low now. Yeah, you could have shorted that $100 level on Alibaba.
Yeah, twice you could have shorted that.
That's the 187 and going down as well. I know you got that short.
Oh,
on
Baba.
Board, right now. Yeah, Alibaba definitely should have been taken here. Oh man, it looks like everybody behind us also must have had the longs as well. But yeah, we just got some nice fills on KRE. So 42.15 right there. Good short we took. We just got some out at 03s. Sorry, 05s there. But yeah, it looks like the KRE is trying to go back up to the upside right now. We're just kind of waiting around for something to happen now. It's only been downside pressure. I still want to get into some shorts. I don't know if you guys, I mean, we just talked about Alibaba. Yeah, let's look at Amazon there. John Vargas, good call on that one. We've been shorting Amazon for a bit now. So maybe that's something that we can, Amazon.am. Okay, come on, charts, flip it over. Let's see what Amazon's doing now as the NASDAQ's getting a little extended down. We just bounced off of 13.1 right there for a nice little move back up to the upside. Let's see if we can hold out for a move back. Palantir, again, not doing anything. Google, Yeah, whatever, man. We got some 20s there on Google. I'll take something out now at 51 if we can get it, as it just resists. There it goes. Thank you so much for that one. Let's see if we can get Google back to positive land here. We got that 104 that we were waiting for, so that's a good little look. We're now long at 49s. It's now a whopping 20 cents in the money. Let's put something out near 70 to get that out in case it does continue to rip upside right now. Hey, man, we're finally in the money on Google, and now it's starting to go back up. So that's going to be a good one here as KRE falling a little bit as well. I'm going to put some more bids out here on the KRE in case we get into the O's. Brendos.
Let's look for Johnson & Johnson here. I saw this up in the pre-market this morning, but wasn't really doing much as far as volume is concerned. 3% though here. For J&J, another settlement coming through as far as their ongoing talc lawsuits are considered. So $8.9 billion settlement there for Johnson & Johnson.
Oh, C3AI
right.
just broke the low of the day here. So it's SSR. The stock was down a bajillion %. It's like, why don't you get shares when it breaks the low? Because it's short sell restricted, Neil. So that means you need an uptick, which it might be doing one now. I'll try to wet my beak down here, but I didn't want to chase it too far. The break was like 30 cents ago. So let's see if we can get some in there. Bit of a bounce to the upside on Alphabet. I never got full in because I wet the beak early and then put more bids in front of 10. It went to 14. I was sitting at 12s. But we still like that bid off 104. Going to try and get some C3AI on this break. But just remember, when a stock is SSR, it's that day and the next. So obviously down more than 10% yesterday. That'll continue today. So you have to short the pops, as they say. And Hallam is, that's right, be brave in the face of danger. What a fantastic saying that is, that we stole from Maximilian.
Yeah. You don't steal things normally.
Just phrases. I steal phrases all the time.
No, but that's your phrase. Not I think Sharif might have stole it from you. Still controversy about that. No. All right. So Google came back up to the upside there. We just looked at KRE, but we got stopped out there, so I just went back in. Okay, here, let's just take some out now. We're down to 09s. All right, there it is. So it just ripped up to the upside. We were watching some banks there. A little bit of pressure, obviously, on that name, but we just got right back in. We're not going to be positive. Here we go. Hopefully it can flush out. Like, it literally just touched 20 there. So I got short at 15, it touched 20, we got out. Then I was like, wait a second, the volume wasn't that strong there like we've done before. Again, we picked the top, and then I was looking at it, and I said that, didn't we talk about, into here somewhere? But there's that top right there that we were looking at. It's actually 25, not 20. So stupid me, had the wrong stop on that, but we did get back in against that 25. Let's see if it continues to work. We're now 40 cents in the money on Google. Remember, we were initially long at 105.60 or whatever it was. So hopefully this will go back up. My best out is 75. We did get that reload, so it's all good on that one. Okay, KRE, I see what you're doing now, falling back in. So here we go. Some nice profit takes there on KRE. Back in, short 15s, out 10s, out 5s there for 10 cents. I'm going to take out another piece of Google. We're still in a lot of shares, man, of Google. So, as it comes back up, we're not far from being positive on this name. It just needs to go, like if we can get back into 105.20, 105.30, then we'd be much more into the range of a successful trade. But for right now, we are holding out that Google continues its little march higher. Give me those 88s. That's a good one right there. Look at the NASDAQ, just having that bounce spot. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me. I already know we missed Meta. That could be as clear as day right there. I was at 213.60. That would have filled. But again, it's only up 50 cents now. It's actually Google's up more than Meta from that bottom. So let's see if they can both continue to make new moves here higher as we await 10 o'clock, which is coming out right now, these numbers, and here it is on my screen, 10 o'clock, a bunch of them, man. Employment index, new orders, prices paid, business activity, PMI, they're all coming out at 10 o'clock right here. So I'll put this tweet in the chat, and you guys can go click on that and see it, or get our watch list on tradertv.live, and they're all in there as well. So yeah, man, nervous times right now for your boy, but we're making it back, and it's been a decent day here. Still going to be red, of course, but I'm nice to see that Google's come back. We'll take a 98 right there, fill on the way back up. So now we can hold out that Google wants to rip, and we'll see what we can do moving forward here. Nice trade, nice hold on Google, and a great call at 104 if you got it.
Yeah, wow, that was fast. Remembering what happened yesterday in some of these small cap crappers in BURU. It just broke 650. It went to 7 and immediately was right back to 650. So I'm going to make sure I have a pretty aggressive stop order in there. after remembering what happened, it wasn't on this stock, it was on IFRX or Seco or one of those other ones where I remember Max was in it, and like they go up, it gives you that quick scalp trade, then it hard reverses. So I got the break, and this could give back up that 650 quickly. I have 65s long. I do not want to hold this all the way back into 6. I was hoping it would make this break and then just scream right through 7 and then go into like some kind of a halt, but that's not what happened. So it rejected 7 even, so I'm gonna offer in front of 7 now, and if it breaks 7, hold on to the rest. Very, very aggressive move back off the bottom. I just didn't, I gave you the 5, and I was just not, I should have pulled the trigger on the $5 level instead of taking the breakout. Sometimes it's like do as you say, not as you do, because we're talking about like dip buys on some of these stocks instead of taking the breaks one way or the other. C3AI is at 23. So I might not get the pop to short. I might be trying to take a break at 23 instead. Hopefully we get the breakdown on that one this time. Last time we didn't get it because it's short sell restricted. There's much more liquidity at the 23 level, I think. I still want to short the pop, but if we break 23 even, I'm just going into that one as well. Looking back at Intel, I never got into the long. Tesla's churning, but I have a trailing stop for the number. I still want the long in front of this in Tesla, in Intel in front of the pre-market lows. 23 break I will not take going into the number. And now I'm short C3AI. 23 break, we get a fill, short 96.
All right, we are blasting right now. Google's blasting to the upside. We got a number in 20 seconds. I want to show you something cool. My wife did a really cool thing about the Jordans and the Nikes that I had right here as well. And apparently there's a doppelganger out there for me that looks almost identical to me. I'm going to get to that in a minute. But let's go over to Brendan. I mean, do you want it, Brendo, or happening now? Let's go. The number's in 2 seconds.
All right, the ISM number 59.5 on the services paid number, 51.2 on the services PMI, 54.4 expected there. So 2 in a row downside again right here. 51.2 versus 54.4 on the ISM number, 59.5 on the services paid. The employment change, 51.3 as well. So a little bit downside here for the overall market. That's how we were going into this number. The NASDAQ composite was holding on to positive territory. We'll see if we can still. The Dow as well holding on to positive territory, but only just. If you're with us early on this morning, nice bounce underway here, though. We were talking about a number of things, including NVIDIA, AI, Meta, not one but 2 upgrades on this one today. Nice bounce underway here, guys. Even Meta trying to get going after that. Again, 2 in a row downside with that ISM number. Back over to you.
Yes, sir. As I said, I put a trailing stop in for the number on Tesla, got the 188, so it's close enough to the bottom that we'll be happy about it. But that reversal off that 190 was the play. NVIDIA's starting to come to the upside. There's still a couple of, I did get some C3AI out. It's at 22.5. Well, I'm going to get more at 22.5 and then short whatever the pop is next. But NVIDIA's starting to come up here on this bounce. This is one of the last names out there that I would still short it on the move up. That 71 is a line in the sand. I definitely have it there. Alphabet about $1 in the money, and the market bouncing very, very nicely off some of those lows. Basically, AI is going down on my charts, and everything else is making a nice bounce.
All right, we're taking $1 right now on Google. KRE is definitely in the money now as well. KRE is a monster, 42.15 short right now. Thanks, Dan Emmons, for that one. We just got out wrong, but we got right back in. So we take the L there, right back in. Nice downside push here for KRE. And, man, that's a monster for me right there. Thanks to Dan and thanks to everybody. I mean, we were talking about the banks breaking lower. I like to see that on the daily chart right there. We just took $1 on Google, just went up to 22s. We just sat there, took it. We'll wait to see now. Man, the US dollar is definitely plummeting on that ISM number right there. So it's a nice move to the downside right there on the US dollar, looking to take down 101 right now. So as the US dollar flies, man, some of these tech names will continue to work out for us, but for temporary possibly on that move to the downside right there, hoping it's a temporary move, but the US dollar, that's aggressive. So I thought that these stocks would actually fly a little bit more on that number. Again, when you get the services number lower than expected, maybe the economy's finally not doing as well as we thought, which might lead to, we could check that Fed rates fund. Maybe we'll do that next time I get a minute to breathe here. I'll check that Fed rate fund, what we're going on that. But for right now, there goes KRE, man. What a bonus that one was today, man. That one is definitely a great trade for us on KRE. As we're looking to get back to Positiveville right now, it's Palantir. We just got a 35 out on Palantir. I mean, we just keep getting flats. Like, it looks like we're not going to be up on it because we don't have any ticks that are high. I mean, initially, again, in too early, but right down there, I like that 850 level. We're going to get out if it breaks the very bottoms. But on numbers, when they bump up like that, we have to get out. You have to do your due diligence. And when the market is falling like this and you get that ISM number, take advantage of it. So we were able to get, I think it was a 35 or 36 right there, just like we just took advantage of that Google fill. Now it's back down. So take advantage of these plays, right? I don't have any stop orders out or anything like that when numbers hit like that because that is, to me, not the greatest strategy. But if you have a lot of shares, you got to do that stuff. We always talk about, buying and selling and having risk management. Just very, very dangerous game there on numbers like that because, like, if you bought that top on Google, well, right now, like, if you break a 50 period or you break a VWAP and you take it on a number, I mean, you're just playing the momentum. You'd really like to have it settle down, kind of like we're doing now. And look, the market has retaken its negative stance here, right? So it's a nice move back down for the market. So I'd say anybody that cashed out, congratulations. And you saved yourself a little bit if you did something like me there. So it was good. Google's now falling back in. We'll take another piece out here. Like I said, there it is into the 80s. We'll take that. It was just at 70, bumps up 10 cents. We'll take another piece out. Google sort of just putting some sutures in the wound right now.
Sutures, I like that one.
Yes,
but you
sir.
have to sometimes. So a bit of a reversal on that market. I wanted Tesla to get back in. It's not going to happen. But C3AI, if it does what it does yesterday or did yesterday, I want to trade not off the 3-minute but off the 15-minute because if you were looking for re-entries and places to get in and out of the stock, late in the day, it was showing you on the 15-minute, like there's a wick, it tries to go green, there's a wick, you look for like that next short into here, and then there's your out. Same thing, goes green, there's wick top, short this with an out here. That's what I'm looking for. So it's about to possibly make a green candle on the 15. We'll see what happens. If it does so, I want to look to short that bit of a fade. Let's see what's going on over there. Like I talked about Tesla, I just like the chance that we'd get a pullback in, and we didn't get much of a pullback in. I wicked out, but I like to have that trailing stop when you're in the money, thinking we're going to get VWAP up here, and it's still bouncing. So we're pretty much flat. 188 is exactly where we are still. I do still want to short pops. We're beneath that 50 period on the daily, so the short is still on in Tesla. It's a matter of re-entries in this consolidation. I want the top end of the range. It doesn't want to give it to me. The answer might be a resounding no. Alibaba is going to live in infamy here, but it's coming back up to that 100 level. So we tried it. We didn't really catch that 100. We got a little bit too distracted and weren't aggressive enough. It's coming back up to that 100, now double bottoming it. That's been $2, well, $1.50 each time it's gone up there. So I want to see if I can't rinse and repeat it. And I'll get back on the bid at Google at that 104. Still want to have that. Somehow Meta, through all of this, Meta has still not filled the bid. I'm still looking for that 220, 212 and a half. Meta hasn't even gotten there yet.
All right, guys, we are 50 cents now in the money on KRE. Like, that's a $40 stock. 50 cents is pretty good. Like, I can't even get that on Google right now. Well, sorry, we're 60 cents in the money on Google. But this KRE just fell down, like fell absolutely down complete. And I just retweeted that. Thank you so much, Will Evans there in the chat. Where are you? I hope you you did that right there. Oh, here it is. Well, this is what you said here. It's for the boys. Let's make some money. But there it is right here. Will Evans, thank you so much for the acknowledgement, man. It's a tough game, and you've seen us go through, many different hosts and many different things, and I'm still trying to put on, good amount of shares for you guys and sort of give you the experience that I have here. So I definitely want to say thank you so much to a guy like Will Evans and everybody out there, for recognizing some of the trades. And at the same time, I want to thank everybody for pointing out that Google trade was also a bad trade early, because this is what we're doing, man. I mean, I need to sit here, and I've already made some notes myself, although I haven't made any journal entries in probably 12 years or more, but we just started again, and I did it a couple weeks ago, and one of the notes was, don't leg into trades and don't get into them too strong too early. But today we didn't follow that rule, and we are in too early here on Google. See, like, all these late buys are actually fine. That's a 105, that's a 104.50, that's fantastic, and that's a 104.20. You know, so if we were just patient on this, we would have been, you know, well in control of this trade. But unfortunately, we had to bleed out a little bit, like we just said there, you know, repair ourselves here on this downside move. And the NASDAQ right now is not giving any love to anybody because it just made that extra move down. And we also talked about that on the ISM number. Huge move up, followed by what, 6 directly red candles, like the largest red candles of the day in here. So yeah, man, it is a downside push here for the market. That KRE is printing. The PLTR is almost out right now. It looks like it's going to break back down below this day's low. I would go long again right now against that. You know what? Maybe we'll do a little bit here just in case, but I don't know. Let me see it take out 23 and bounce a little bit. If it takes 23s, then maybe we'll get a little more aggressive. But like standing in the way of something that we just got out at 35 here, and then it's just gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 candles straight to the downside. I think we got to respect this out right there. And if we break down below the low of the day here, we're going to get out of Palantir. It's going to be a losing trade, but definitely not as bad as it could have been if we didn't sort of get that out. But yeah, Palantir, again, another one that we will happily, and not happily, but you know, we'll discuss it, we'll flush it down. That was a long. It's written down here at 850. If 30 cents is killing you, then you have too many shares. So hopefully it can hold out, and we'll see if it can. But I'm going to get a little bit more long as we just held out a little bit.
Yeah, it's about the R&R, right? Like if you follow your rules, you're going to be happy with it. If you break your rules, you're not going to be. And if you follow your rules and you lose too much, then as Sean said, you probably just risked a little bit too much. But you know, stick to those price areas that you want. I've been waiting around for Meta to get to the bottom at 1250. I just got 68s in there in front of the 50 level. If it gets back up to 13, and again, this is it on the 15-minute because, you know, showing you yesterday's support level, that's where it's at. If you're trading off a level in the 15, sometimes what just halted there? IFRX is halted? Oh my goodness.
Ooh, big move.
Okay, anyways, so if we get to 213, I'll take some out of Meta. IFRX, I had that level 2 up because I was just halted to the upside, IFRX. You know, this is now 2 days in a row. I know Brendan's come with this. The midday guys have come with this one, indicating an open of 670. But this is now 2 days in a row that IFRX has just absolutely been on one. Strong mover here. You don't want to ignore it. I always feel you can't go broke taking profit on these. Just watch out. It's likely to halt at least a couple more times if it continues to the upside. If you go to the higher time frame here, this is actually a pretty strong looking chart. Strong consolidation, strong breakout. So watch out if you're trying to short this name. Make sure you have yourself an out because this can come up or down pretty harshly either direction. What a banger this IFRX has been. Congratulations to everyone that has this.
Yeah, that was a good one, man. IFRX, another banger there.
At least Brendan said it.
Yeah, Brendan brought that to us yesterday. I think it was 3. I don't know, maybe 270, something like that on the first halt there yesterday. So that's that's an eye trade for sure. KRE just bounced back a little bit. I was looking at Wells Fargo. I mean, so we just got another piece out at 80 there. I thought it was going to take VWAP, so we got out. Doesn't look like it wants to take VWAP, so that's nice. It doesn't have to do that. We'll wait for that. It looks like Palantir is down at 20 now, so if it takes, here we go. We can watch Palantir maybe now. I want to look at WFC because it just made a huge move up to 37, and now it's pulling back a little bit, debating getting long on Wells Fargo right now because if the tech names aren't going to work, then forget about it. And it looks like right now Palantir wants to go back down to the downside. So, yeah, one last, I told you we'd take some 23s. We took a 23 and a 22 there, just to give us an average position, not an average position, but if we're going to buy dips, then this is the dip right now into the level that we think can hold. You know, if the market, I mean, it's not. If it stays here for like 20 more seconds, it's going to break. So would rather have seen this and run away. That's not happening. I feel like this will break, and there. I mean, how fast? That's not awesome. But like, how fast was that? We just sat there like, oh, this is going to break. And you see everybody and their mother got out there. Like, not only did it break, I got out 18s, which is fine, or 18.5. Yeah, my order ran into something there, so 18.5. But you saw that flashed to 17. Everybody using that area as a stop there for Palantir. So there's a nice downside move. We're holding a little small piece. We'll see what happens around $8, but it's good to go on that one. And there we go again, man. Another bid stepping in for Google. We'll have to watch out for that. But there's WFC. I think I'm going to take a long on this name right now. WFC bouncing off VWAP, bouncing off all of them lines. So let's try a long in WFC, but let's go to Brendan first.
Another little one moving here. $3 million on the float on this. Freight Technologies. Reporting the highest monthly increase in new clients since its inception on its platform. So Nice move up here, 34.5% for FRGT.
So make sure you write that one down. I mean, after what I saw in FRX, you got to. We'll hit it. I'll go to that's for C3AI. But I got those 13s. I wanted to update Meta. Go with the one that's coming to the downside when you're long instead of the one that's just easy to the short side. So we got to reload off 2250. Second time in here, and we'd already taken some out. And this is all in the same 3-minute wick. It is testing the low, but the first scalp successful. We'll see what the second one here. C3AI just continues to. It's a dog. It rolled over here. I was on the offer. Like I said, that consolidation I was looking for didn't quite get any more shares. It's now about to break 22 even. This is headed for a collision course with 20 bucks. And we talk about the 20 because, quite frankly, on the daily chart, it's the most obvious thing you can see sitting out there on the daily is that 20 level on C3AI. I'm going to short the pops. And if it gets to 20 bucks, I think that's where the long, if any, is going to be on this name. NVIDIA. So that one's, it's 2 days in a row. It's like just, look, man, if there's smoke, there's fire. And you saw the way it sold off yesterday. You don't really see that very often where it just absolute flush, no bids anywhere. Until you see a reversal of that, just look for the shorts. I looked for the shorts in NVIDIA. I haven't found them just yet. It's catching a bid off 266.5. That goes back to last week. This will be my shot. Maybe we can get a VWAP retracement on NVIDIA here. I thought we'd break VWAP and get into the 70s. Now I'm just looking for that 60, like overfill, 68 to 68.5. Give me those fills in there that I can get out 68.5. That's what I want in NVIDIA. Meta booming off of that 212.5 bounce, but I want above 13 for my next out.
Yo, what's up, Esmora? Yeah, I'm right here for you, bud, if there's anything you want to talk about. Yeah, Palantir, bad. Bad entry price there. I told you we lost 30 cents. Well, we didn't lose 30 cents. We lost about 15 or so cents on that. You badmouth Palantir, I did. I don't know who you're talking about. If you're talking about me, Neil, Brendan, I don't know who you're talking about. And now you're trying to say Palantir is good? No, I mean... I like the stock. I don't know about it today. It doesn't seem like it's any good right now. We're into WFC, and here's Palantir right now. I'm going to hold it because I want to wait to see about 8. I mean, look at Palantir today. Straight to the downside. And I said this earlier. I was like, every single time these guys come out with a new order, rips up in the pre-market and then does this in the day. So this is what I'm waiting for. Let's see if we can hold out 8. Doesn't look like it wants to, but I'm going to try to buy some more down here at 10. And Mr. S. Mora, you can stay away if you want on that one. If you like it, that's a play for me. I hope you do have KRE. Maybe you don't. But if you do, that's a good one. We just took another piece out at 61 right there. 55 cents in the money on KRE. So that's a good one. And then look at Google starting to go back up to the upside. Also another good name here late. Not good early. We discussed that. And this is the problem, man. It is tough to trade real time, and especially when you have risk on like I do. It's tough. It's tough to do it. But we're going to throw some names out there. That's why the Sticky Note gets over 10,000 views every single day. I want to congratulate and thank everybody for continuing to support the show, because if you don't like it for us, like it for Kat at least.
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
Yeah, like and subscribe. Get that going. We're almost at, we used to have the subscribe. Oh, there it is.
It's up
on the top right. 391,500 right now. So 6 more people until we get a nice little number there. We're waiting for that YouTube plaque, but that's not till a million right now. So we have the 100,000 right now. We want to thank everybody for all that as Trader TV Live continues to grow and get bigger and badder. And this WFC trade should be a bad trade as well soon. 36.78 long. It's at 36.85 right now. Looking to get going here on WFC. Back upside right now, bouncing off the 50 period. Some nice pressure here today on the long. It hit down low, made a 37, came back, retested. I love when we test VWAP, and then it's nice little upside move here. So let's see if we can get WFC going. And again, let's just see. If you want to take 5 or 6 cents on this, you can, or you can wait. I'm going to see what happens up here at 37, just in case these banks continue to go. We are only in 10% of KRE. We did real good waiting for this one, man. This was a great short. Got lots out at VWAP. Just took another piece out right at that level again. So KRE continuing to work. WFC bouncing around, and Google. So those are my positions. Google just bounced off 80 again. Let's put an order at 80. This may head to the downside. Weak market today.
I don't have a new position alert thing, but I just got one in there. So I rang the register. We took Meta. We got to 13. We got to 13.40 as well, just sitting in front of 13.5. And now I'm looking for VWAP in there. So waited for the bounce zone just patiently. There was a couple of dip buys in there, but only one at the price we wanted, so we took that. I'm now into Intel. So the market's headed back to the low. Intel's about the only stock that was on my radar for a tech name that didn't break the low of the day. So that's the low of the day at 65, and this is not going to be, it's like a 5-cent risk here, 6 or 7 with slippage. If it bounces back, we'll play the inside. That's about 30 cents of upside, so risk 6 or 7 to try and capture. You don't capture 30 here, because if you scale out, you'll probably have an average out of 15. That's still 2.5 to 3 to 1. You should always consider that, right? If you're scaling out, what's the average of your scale out? C3AI just continues to flush into the downside, and my goodness, that IFRX, right? So we always talk about you cannot go broke taking profit. It opens back up, does not hold the halt price, and it'll halt into the downside. That's the thing. I don't like chasing the moves. Like this was brought to us yesterday. We talked about the $5 dip, didn't really take it. I took Buru instead. That sucked. Fail on you, Buru, or whatever it's called. And then IFRX was the one that broke out from that $5 level. Just watch out. It is indicating a flat open, but I don't know that those have meant anything too much. Wait till it's really close to reopening, and then that's when the tap value can give you an indication as to where it's going to go. But as I said, if I'm going to scale out of Intel, I should probably actually get some orders out there. You can't get filled unless you put an offer out or bid if you happen to be short. And I'm looking for that Tesla or NVIDIA reentry, but Tesla's not doing anything. So no pops since the number to give me short, and no flushes to break into new territory to the downside. So I'm just sitting here waiting on Tesla. C3AI, yeah, that's making a bit of, I see you, C3AI. My initial thought is the next time makes that green candle, look for it not breaking the high. That's a 3-minute. So I go off the 15-minute here. And then look for the short off of that level. So I'm actually looking for places to add to C3AI, not to trail out, to add to it. And I think I might have found one here.
All right. I'm looking at AMD, man. I mean, I'm debating this AMD here. It's low, but you're bouncing off 93 again here. I'm just looking for the short, possibly here at 93.50 if it does come back up. We got out more of our Google. We talked a little bit about that one, but the market's failing one more time here. It's right at the bottom and looking to break lower. There it goes right now. There's a break lower on the market. So yeah, AMD is actually holding out pretty good. I'm actually a little bit surprised, and I'm glad we got out of NVIDIA the last couple of days. I got a 280 print. We talked about it, so it doesn't really matter, but this is down 3% as well right now, trying to go lower on NVIDIA now as well. But we'll see. 13, I mean, really, I'm not putting on any more positions. We're at 13,000 right now, 13,100, sorry. I feel like that, we bounced off there a little bit. Here's a little bit of a longer time frame on the NASDAQ here to have a quick look. This is a 30-minute chart. So again, we're right at this level. We talked about this before when I wasn't here on Friday. This 13.1, 13.50, something like that. That's 13.082. And then there's that top 13.1 that we're talking about right now that's come into play. So you got to hold this, man, or the flush probably happens to 13,000. So for right now, I actually like the short possibility here. Although some of the names have bounced back up a little bit. I think we should maybe just, I don't know, is it time to empty out the longs? But then if it bounces, then you're going to feel like you missed it, right? So, yeah, I don't know. We're right here on Google. Google just bounced nicely again. We just hit 40s, back up to 60s. Let's take a little bit of an advantage of that bump. There we go. We'll take a 66 out, and we'll just keep on, like I said, Google's actually not going to be that bad for us today. I mean, KRE was really good. We're waiting out for WFC to do something. But for right now, I'm going to be patient, wait to see what happens at that 13.1 on the NASDAQ. If that breaks, then I think we move over to an Apple or a Microsoft and really start to look short. Tesla 187.50. All right, Brendo, what's up?
Hey guys, yeah, a ton of movement, ton of positive movement. Anyways, in small cap land today, let's go to a few of them here. This BURU, still 94.5% or better part of it, but look what's happening right now. Trying to test the lows, breaking to the downside for this new Buru, up after a Defense Department contract comes through for them this morning, so a huge gap to the upside. It did test $7 up there, that was the high. Before failing. So we're right back to 5 now for BURU. If you missed it on this one, IFRX, this was yesterday. Their COVID treatment gets an FDA nod for fast track. So 2 days in a row to the upside here for IFRX. They also said this morning they're going to go ahead and pursue full approval from the FDA after emergency use comes through yesterday for them. FRGT, Freight Technologies, just mentioned that one. We were talking a little bit earlier about their platforms. This is a software data platform for shipping that had the highest monthly increase in new clients since its inception last month. I was keeping an eye on AMC this morning as well, just to see if there was any follow through, but nothing doing here. Just kind of chopping around for both AMC and APE. Guys, back over to you.
Yeah, I mean, look, if that conversion goes through, you could just have a lot of sideways chop with the arbitrage that people are going to be doing on that. The algos are going to have total control of sort of the buy and sell between those two. I don't think you can capture too much in there unless you're really fast or something crazy happens one or the other. I'd keep an eye out just in case, but I'm not sure we see anything there. I just got more of Intel, and what was that? It was the Ron Burgundy line. I immediately regret this decision. Seriously, like it held up. It was at 75. I'm like, oh, you know, if it goes down there, I'll just take a little bit more. And we're through the low. So the only stock I was watching that hadn't broken the bottom just broke the bottom. So I'll slap the fail on that one. Still looking for a re-entry into C3 AI. Oh, NVIDIA. Yeah, I remember I said the over-unders on NVIDIA at 268. And what I mean by that is, like, if it's instead of looking at short at 268, I'm looking for short between 68 and 68.5 and get these fills. The unders were the way to go. NVIDIA back into the low of the day. C3i still a good short, and Meta might not climb. It might not get to VWAP. It's already starting to reverse, but the market has made a decent attempt to bounce. So I want to give it some room. It does look like it's relatively strong. If it goes back down into 212.50, I will take another shot at this. I think it's worth at least 2 or 3 cracks off of yesterday's support level on Meta, but it has yet to get to the afternoon resistance. Like here, the resistance was at 214. So I want to get out at 214. I feel like the second time you play a level, it shouldn't be as good. That's both today and then respecting the fact that it's already bottomed here yesterday once. So I'm not sure we get to 216 like we did yesterday. I think that's pretty unlikely as a matter of fact. And Tesla's starting to climb back up. Watch for a 190 short again. That's where we liked it the first time, Brendo.
All right, Steve G wanted some clarity on this CNHI move. Couple days to the downside here. They going back to, from what I see anyways, going back to the end of March, they announced this acquisition of Hemisphere for $175 million, or initial payment of $175 million. And then it's debt raise, essentially, from what I see, $600 million in senior notes for CNHI. The other thing you have to be aware of here, this is an ADR. So the primary listing for CNHI is actually in Milan. So if I go over here and type in MI, I can also show you the Milan listing, which should be down about the same. Yeah, there we go. So 2 days in a row. Looks like the news came out right about there yesterday. So 4% actually over in Italy for CNHI, guys, on a debt raise.
Okay, so that makes sense there. Thanks for clarifying that one. Good question there, Stevie G, right there. Okay, so it's a nice little move up here for Wells Fargo. We just got some out at 90s there, or 89s. Did it go to 92 there? Is that what I just saw? Did we not? Did we miss that? Yeah, it did go to 92. Some 92s printed there on Wells Fargo. So okay, good long here. 70. What are we long at? 78. So nice little long at 78. You know, getting some out there. Our first out was 84. Or 86, and then a 90, and wow, it just fell back down a little bit there. We did get out of the rest of our KRE. Now we hold that only that 10%. So another out right there. We got some good bottom picks here on KRE as that's starting to fall back down in. I was, you know, just because we're looking at the regionals there doesn't mean we can't look at JP Morgan quickly, as that just rejected again 128. So that's a good little level there. J&J, I picked up some more in the personal account this morning, and now you're seeing it. It's barcoding and really not doing anything, but still at this level. It's not really worth trading here, unfortunately, on the day. Well, actually, now that I zoom in, I do see that there is a nice little level here, obviously at 163 for J&J. So we could see about representing that and going back up to the upside as that's trying to work out for us. WFC just pulled back, so it is a good thing that we got out of some of that on WFC. But yeah, J&J 163 seems to be a pretty solid level right there. Let's see what happens. I mean, I'm still waiting for this market to do something at 13.1. It bounced up there 20 handles. On the NASDAQ, that's not enough to give us anything. We're still under the 50 period right now, so I still do favor shorts, as right now you can see J&J's coming back in. So I'm just slowly starting to get out of a lot of these longs that we have. And then, you know, if there's anything to bottom pick, it's going to be Palantir near that $8. And then I I'm not convinced about the short, but obviously the chip names are the names that are going to go to the short side, I feel like, and AMD is really resisting right now. This 93.40 looks real good for the short. I just want some kind of confirmation that the short is good right now, and I don't have that. So I'm going to try to wait for a breakthrough 13.1 on the NASDAQ. And if that happens, then I think we can go bombs away on the short right there. But for right now, we're going to wait out for it. We're really light on Google, man. You know, we've been getting some out right here in the 70s every time it comes up. We really took advantage of that. It's going to be the worst stock here for the day for me. But, you know, again, not much we can do. We tried the long, and I told you about making my own mistakes. Getting long in the pre-market, I don't need to do that. I have so much buying power, so much risk. I just wait for this. Like, if I miss the trade, I can get it again, and I got to think about that and not be so gung-ho with some of these positions, and especially when I tweet myself out and say, oh, you know, we got to be careful getting into positions heading into big number day. You know, and here I am getting into position, so not very responsible for me. And okay, here we go. So Palantir's coming into $8 again. We've just waited for this, so hopefully we can get a fill. I mean, the market's now breaking. Oh, it just did break right there, 13.1. So there's the break on the NASDAQ and downside. So we're waiting for confirmation. We might have just got it.
Oh, for the love of SSR, for the love of SSR and AI. It just retook 22. I was looking for my re-entry point, and you can't always get the fill when you want it. But the first pop into 22s, I'm going to get that again. I'm still going to take the 104 on Google. It's the only time we got in long was in front of it. I didn't get everything down in front of 10s. Now I have a bid in front of 20s. That 104, if it holds up, fantastic. I still have Meta, and I'm still looking for that reload. It's holding up pretty nicely, so 212.50 we like. And we'll see what happens, but Tesla's finally about to break down. And I say this, like, it's just been sitting inside the range. It's about to take that 187 out. I think if it pops off 187, I think you can short 188 into 188.5. And lastly, Alibaba has been just getting crushed. I'm going to alert you guys to 97s. Just because the last couple of days, this is where it's bounced in front of 97. If there's a bid in Alibaba, you got to expect that's where it's going to be. But this is a 15-minute, and this is all red since it got failed that 100 level. My goodness, AI. There is just, this is the thing, you do have to take this against you. It's just about it. You can't try to catch the rollover. You really just have to sit in it when it's going against you to get a refill. This is the second time it's happened. I think we're headed to 20 even. Definitely getting out and looking for longs off 20 even on this. And I see you on Coinbase there, Eugene. But shit. Coinbase has yet to actually get to exactly 60. This is what 60 looks like on the daily chart on Coinbase. It has been a wall. That is a flat bottom break if I've seen it. But until it breaks, I'm open to the scalp long. I always am off a level like this. Speaking of which, let's get a crypto update from Brendo.
Hey guys, just getting crude oil inventories here. Minus 3 million versus minus 1 million on the weekly crude oil inventories number there. So heads up, there it is, 3.7 versus 1.7. So negative 3.7 versus negative 1.7 for crude oil. Not really moving around though, is crude. As far as crypto is concerned, a little bit of a choppy session as well. Still, as I sit here staring at Twitter right now, we have this Doge head as the logo, I guess we want to call it that, for Twitter as well. This article, kind of funny, pointing to that Tesla Bitcoin hype that came in 2021. We'll see what happens as far as Doge is concerned. Down a little bit today. I'll show you in a sec here. Down about 2% for Doge, so giving some back. Ethereum, though, trying to lead the way as far as Ethereum and BTC are concerned. Just took out 1925 on the high there, pulling back a little bit so far today. Down here, there it is. Down about 2% so far for Dogecoin today after quite the week after Elon doing Elon things. 1.6 right now for Ethereum, testing 1900, guys. Back over to you.
So I don't know if you guys noticed that we were very, very patient waiting for AMD. And when you're doing that, you can do this. There it is right there. We told you that we were waiting like a thief in the night for that to break through 13.1. It does exactly that. And then, oh, that's WFC. Again, that's a good one right there. So look at this. I mean, we just had a nice move down. There's the 90. I just punched it. I mean, you saw me take this trade. It actually went against me. We were short at 96. Here's some outs, man. My best out, 62. We only have 40% of this name left. We'll put another bid out here at 81s. Hopefully we can get that fill. There it is. Oh, it just bounced off of there. It is another fill at 81, so that's a good one. There, as it is continuing to move down. We only have 30% left. That move may have been over with now, so we're going to wait on it now. and cancel all my offers and everything. If this does now break above 93, I'm going to get out because we do not want to hold something all the way back. And if that happens, then we are going to get out. So again, we have the play on. We're changing up our strategies. Normally, I would average in to this if it went back to the upside. But there goes AMD right now. Nice trade on that break, and we told you that that's what we were waiting for. I hope some of you, maybe you took it, maybe you didn't. But AMD right now, if you already had it short, great job. Right? Yes. Look at it. This is already like AMD already. Well, we're one fill away from it being the #1 stock right there, and it's already. I only took it 3 minutes ago. So that's what I'm talking about. When you put on shares, you have some sort of confidence and you wait for it, you can have a lot more outside moves like we're doing right now. I got to get a bid out there. I don't have anything down at 53 right now, but there it is right there. Hopefully we can break through 50s, man, and start really ringing the register on this one. There, give me those 53s. Ooh, we just bounced out. There we go. We got it anyways. Nice move downside right now. Push for AMD. We waited for it and we got it. That's a good move for me on AMD.
Yeah, this is a red day altogether. We just hit 1% down on the NASDAQ, by the way, everybody. So coin did make that bounce. It got to 66.60. There was somebody, let's call a spade. There was somebody pushing the stock once it got to the 50 level. I'm talking like stacked 10,000 orders. It broke it another 20 cents higher and then a quick reversal. So someone was playing some games off that to get it to go a little more. I'm reloading off the 60s here. If it breaks 60 even, I'm getting the heck out of Dodge. Like I said, I think it's a little bit of a short day as we're coming in. C3I continues to crush into the downside. The only thing holding up, I love you, Meta, and you're doing great, but at some point, it's not enough that you hold the lows. Load. There we go. It's not enough that you hold the lows. You need to bounce higher. It is about to fade, this 213. If it does, I'll give it one more shot, not two, off 212.50. Tesla just broke again.
Yeah.
Again, it hit the low. Looked like it was about to break. I said, I'm not chasing the lows. We're going to short it back in here. Look what it's doing. The only trade is to be able to short it at that 188. So do not get tricked right now in Tesla the way it's going sideways into shorting the low of the day. You want to be shorting the pops, which is about what we're getting here. Let's just wet the beak because I don't want to miss this trade altogether. Let's just wet the beak in the 70 range here on Teslas. Coin, it's holding up for now, but if that 60 breaks, watch out below. I mean, this stock has been fighting breaking that 60, and the next level down is ugly on Coinbase.
We said bombs away, and so let's just do this because the short, yeah, man, it is printing, but not on WFC. We waited for that one and got that one right there at the bottom, and a nice trade for me on WFC as it comes right back up to the upside. And I hope you guys can watch out for those regionals. I mean, we're just waiting to see what happens. I'm a little nervous about them heading into the weekend, obviously, as we've talked about that over and over again. It's Thursday. Tomorrow, today's Wednesday, but tomorrow, last day this week. So, be careful holding anything into the weekend. Feel like there's a little bit of danger there as we go. But all right, here we go, man. I'm bidding AMD to the down.
You're holding into a number as well. You're holding into a Friday number if you hold over the weekend. That's huge. Huge risk, extra risk over the weekend here.
Yeah, you get the jobs number coming on Friday without the market being open. I don't know if the jobs number affects the banks, but still, I mean, you come in if it's bad, well, actually,
rates, right? I mean,
it does. Yeah, I mean, who knows, man? Who knows what's. Yeah, if it's bad enough, we probably get that 50 points or 25 point, or we may get a pause. Like I said, we will double check all of that very, very soon. Okay, so. Here goes WFC, man. Hopefully this one can continue to climb upside right now. We'll talk about it. I have the worst and the best stock here today. Google, the #1 losing stock for the show today, and WFC, NetWise, the #1 stock on the show. So we'll go the worst and the best, and it just makes sense to me that Google, I deserve everything I got on that because we were long too early on that one. And then we have also AMD. If we could have 1 and 2 if AMD hits right now, 92.30. I'm bidding. Here we go. Let's go downside here and hit this. We've done well to make some money back here today on this. So let's see if WFC can get up to 37. That's sort of the spot that we've stopped at here today. That's 37. We just got a great fill at 88 again. That's how I trade. I always look back and say, why do we keep getting out? But I think now we can hold out for this 37. My next offer's not till 94 here on Wells Fargo. And like I just said, there goes AMD again. We said we'd wait. And I said I can make everything back with one trade. Look at AMD, boom, right there. It's 40 cents. We're short at 93. It's 70 cents now in the money on AMD. So that one, Adam Deleuze and everybody out there, that looks like a really good trade if you have it. Let's wait to see. Palantir also, we're long now right here at 7s. So we'll wait to see if we can get a little bit more of an upside move here as we've bought some 7s on Palantir. Let's go Wells Fargo.
Yeah, so I just got my first reload in Alphabet here, back in front of that 104. It's at the 20 level, technically 21. So, distinction without a difference. 104 has yet to break. And until it does, I'm going to go for that long and a bit of a bounce play. I got Tesla, I was mentioning, into that 188, and I got a reload on C3AI, just being pretty patient with C3AI has been, like, patience was good on Google because the market's coming down, so you don't want to be forcing the longs, but you do want to be forcing the shorts on C3AI. And I did not do this short here at 22.5. I just got this little spike into 22. So once again, it is an absolute falling rock, and you just want to pick your spots, go short, hold short, and win. We'll see if this reload on Coinbase is going to hold up. We just took the 60s again at about 60.30. Actually, on my average price 60.30, we took some more shares down at 17. I tried to get some out at 40. Going to get some out in the 65 to 70 range, and then see if we can hold for VWAP. But if 60 breaks, not going to fight you, Coinbase. Tesla, we got some fills in there, getting into that 188. It has yet to retrace to the bottom, but this has been barcoding since we reversed short off the 190 break on TSLA. As I said, Alphabet reload, haven't reloaded on Meta just yet, but this market might want to just give it up. So the dip buys have been okay for me, but that's only because you've had some decent levels that you had to wait for. Eventually, if the market continues down, we get a 2%er. None of those bids are going to hold up. And look, we actually haven't even talked about this, but Apple has been weak all day. That 165, it's given it up and is now trending to the downside. That's never a good sign for the markets. There hasn't been much of a bid yet or support on Apple. If that catches a bid, it can help out some of the longs, but ride the trend, people. If you find something trending to the downside like an AI, you want to hold on to it. Tesla, I want it to break the range to the downside, then I could see 185s come in pretty quickly.
Yeah, like I said, man, we're doing some pretty good damage here on the end of this show. It's only 10:40. We still got lots to go. I just bought some more Google. We just touched 20 again, so I guess I gotta put another bid down there near that 20 level. See if we do hold. See if we do hold. Let's just, like I said, let's see if we hold. This level here at 104 and change. I might just take a little bit more right now at 36 just to get some more in on Google. I mean, we're ruining our average price, but that doesn't matter. We want more shares right now. So, okay, we just punched in some more right now at 35. Let's see if it goes down. We're waiting for a little bit more. I just realized we don't have as much as I'd like right now. So hopefully this can come back in. WFC, it's kind of a good thing that we got some of those out there at 88, 89 as it's trying to fall back in as well right now. The KRE still working for us as well. That's 35 cents in the money. AMD still continuing, man. Downside pressure on AMD as the NASDAQ has broken below that 13.1. We gave that level to you. Should have just traded the futures, man. We could have made it all back there on that 13.1 breakdown. Now down 25 handles as we make that call there on the futures. So we channel our inner Arun there. I don't know if he's long or short, but that was a great call on the NASDAQ, breaking that 13.1 if you guys had it. We bounced around there a little bit. There it is, a nice downside move, but that's what really triggered me to get into the AMD trade, and yeah, it's been a good one, needless to say. Okay, Breno, it's 10:40, and that's time to go back over to the big desk.
Hey guys, pretty mixed so far as the S&P is concerned. Let's show you how the sectors are breaking down right now. A decent amount of green on this board coming from utility stocks, some healthcare positivity, even energy to the upside, a few of them anyways, with crude oil kind of chopping around break even after that inventory number again. A larger drawdown than expected, or a larger drawdown 2 weeks in a row, in fact, than expected. For crude oil. But yeah, utilities, the entire group here in positive territory. You'll see significant news coming from it. We talked about J&J here in the healthcare group leading the way. As far as pharma names are concerned, 3% to the upside. Merck's here, Biogen, Pfizer as well, all 2 to 3% higher. It's all about tech, though, downside today, coming off pretty good week overall. But Enphase, SEDG, clean energy related semiconductor names downside. AMAT, AMD, NVIDIA even 2.8%, all in the red. There's a few positive in software and hardware names, but otherwise tech leads as far as negativity is concerned so far. Consumer discretionary pretty equal, though, as far as weighting is concerned on the overall market. You can see these two boxes here basically the same size. That indicates the overall movement or weighting on the overall S&P right now as far as the sector is concerned. Tesla 2.5 downside, 3.5 for Ford on that EV note. Again, not going to, or about half of their EV models not going to qualify for that tax credit going forward. Etsy here, Ulta Beauty, KMX, to name a few in the consumer discretionary group, also under pressure. So banks, tech, and consumer discretionary offsetting all this green on this side. We are red, but only just 0.37 right now for the S&P, guys.
Into the downside, I'll start with Meta because that was a good level early. It tore through it in the end. So we got the bounce play. It ends up not getting into VWAP here. I don't end up reloading because, quite frankly, it's like sometimes it's just not worth it, and like everything is telling you it's not worth it. So I don't reload it. It just gets stopped out underneath. Again, we risk about 15 pennies, but the risk reward was solid. It wasn't really worth it. It didn't break back up to the highs because the market wasn't strong enough. When the market's not strong enough, you can forget about it. Coin, I don't like even dollar stops, but it's probably going to stop anyways underneath there. I got about 10 cents worth of wiggle room in here. I reloaded it, was able to get a scalp trade, reloaded it in front of 60. Not as aggressively as I could have. Otherwise, I'd have an even dollar price. We'll risk about 35 cents on that trade. AI, we're able to successfully reload in 22s, take some out 50s, take some out creatively in front of 21s. I want 20 as a final bottom eventually there. Tesla still inside the range, man. It's like, ring the register inside of the range on Tesla. I do want to hold on for a break of the low the way the market's trading out here. But, man, you got to be able to ring that Reggie in front of 187. Even if that breaks, I still think we can see 185. It is a flush city move today. You want to give the shorts some room here. Make sure you're stopping out and patient on your longs. Only go long at key levels. That's the thing. Like, I'm back into Alphabet in front of 104. Only place that one long. I wish I could say this was a short. It's not. It's coded as short because I had an offer out here, so my sell was up here about 105.5, and then when I get out of this, the system says, hey, you're selling there. This must be a short now. That was just me getting out of a long position. Man, this is one of these days. You had to be super, super patient with your longs. You had to be aggressive to find your shorts. And I only say that because there's been great shorts out there. C3I's been a good one. Tesla's been pretty solid. But for the love of, the first name I wanted short was NVIDIA. I have exactly 0 trades on NVIDIA today. Not aggressive enough on NVIDIA. Got to be able to call it out there. And Alibaba. Alibaba just trending to the downside off that 100. I don't know if I want to chase it. You got to pick your spots. Like, go with the ones that are set up for you. Here's the low of the day now. There's about 150,000 shares on the bid of Tesla. And that just went pretty quickly. It chewed it up, with the snap. I couldn't even snap there. There we go.
You couldn't Thanos it?
There we go. I couldn't Thanos it, but it just broke 187. I'll look for 186.5, and then if it breaks down even further, I think we could see 185. But the next scalp out, it will be in front of 186.5. Tesla absolutely flushing here. Alphabet about to take out 104 as well. So a lot of times what will happen is you can like longs and shorts, but by the time it comes to the end of the morning, it's like you know what you got. It's whatever you're holding on to. That should be the trend that you have on. And once Alphabet breaks down here, I'll have only shorts. Tesla and AI, since the open, they've been fantastic.
Yeah. Ring it, man. I mean, I was just talking with Max back there. This is what it's all about. You got to wait. Like, there's the 93 break on AMD. So it's like you just got to step up and take the trade. Like, I'm embarrassed that I don't have Bob short at 99. That was running through my head. Let's get Bob short. Let's get Bob short. We didn't do. I don't even want to look back at it. Well, I will now that I've talked about it.
It's just trending down.
Yeah. So where is it now? Like, I was like, oh, it's too late to get it at 99. Now, yeah. See. So whatever. I did better picking AMD because AMD's $1 now in the money and still going. So this is going to be a real nice one here. Breaking lower and now bouncing off 91. We could just end the trade right here. Take that smooth dollar and get away from it. But that's the play that I'm on right here is AMD, nice downside move to 91 and change. Where is the, okay, I was going to say where is the bottom here, but we've already broken out through 90. Well, okay, now it's just loading up. That bottom right there, 90, I mean, that was 93. That's what we shorted. So no real bottoms other than that. So let's go ahead now and see if we can get something lower, lower, lower on AMD. We did buy some more Google right here right now. Don't know what this one's going to do. I mean, we're right here. My average price now is 22s. I'm fine with that, but it is breaking, obviously. So we got to look for some downside pressure here to get relieved on the market before Google to do anything. But we've got a decent position on. So, you know, this goes back up. Good, but we'll try to scalp some of this out if we can do that here with Google. But long right now, 22s. Let's get this back, maybe take some pressure off if we can get it back to flat, which would be 20s. But for right now, yeah, Google, some nice downside pressure here. And it's continuing on this market as we're only down 1.23. We could be down a heck of a lot more than that, man. That's why we broke down the NASDAQ for you when we just said that 13.1 there, why we liked it and why it was such a key level. It was right there. It was right there. So that was a good break for us, man. That's a good short there on AMD and a good short in the market. So I don't know. Like I said, if you guys are futures traders, that would have been a great opportunity there. We take advantage of it with AMD. But yeah, let's see if we can protect right now on Google. That's all I'm worried about right now, 104. It's going to break, but let's see how far it dips down.
Yeah, there was like an algo break at 104, meaning there's a print at 99, but it didn't really break the level. And if you have a level 2 up, you kind of get a better sense of that. Like what I mean by that is, I have C3AI up there because I was just watching that, the tape on that name for you guys. But anyways, what I mean by that is it gets to 104, like you can visibly see the bid hold up there. There's nothing, like it never offers 99. Like I actually see it hold up on the bid. We like that. I think a lot of times what that means is it'll run some stops. Somebody gets triggered. Sometimes people get triggered and they've stopped out at that bottom when it happens. Why am I not out of anything yet? So anyways, sometimes it'll trigger some stops so you can get a bit of a relief of pressure there. So that's why we say don't always have even dollar stops at obvious levels. You can rest it just underneath it. It's a little bit of extra risk, but then if it does bounce, you have a little bit more reward there for you. So I just took some out there on the first available pop because I like to do that. It got to 16s, as you guys just saw. I just put an offer out there to grab some 15s. On Google. If it gets back up to 50, I got more scalp trades out there. It's the last of my longs. We'll see if it holds up. I'm not quite sure that it does. Tesla, like I said, was able to get another fill there, 186.5. I don't have any bids out because if it does continue to trend down, I think 185 is an obvious sort of price area for Tesla. We're now beneath the 50 period. Like we have not closed beneath the 50 on Tesla in a while. I could just go back to like, I don't know, early January or something like that, in January. So this is a pretty big flat bottom break. I was long initially, then reverse short. Now we're going to hold a short. If you pull back out on the 15-minute, this is 185. That's why I'm saying 185. It's just nothing other than last week's bottom was at 185.30. So I think that's where I want to get out.
All right, here goes Google right now, making a move back down in through 104. So still continuing to move, make the moves down. It doesn't look like this one wants to continue to the upside at all anymore today. So there's the break. I mean, the market is at the lows. Everything is breaking lower, lower, lower right now. So kind of no surprise here as again, you know, we took down that level. That's all we kept talking about was that 13.1. It took it down. So, yeah, no surprise here that we're seeing some pain into the downside. AMD is really starting to hold up, though, at this 92, despite the market right now at the lows. Again, AMD is like 50 cents away from its bottom. Its bottom rate, well, not 50 cents, 30 cents or 40 cents. 91.85, the bottom there on AMD. So that's a little strange to see that it's still holding up pretty good right now. But, yeah, there goes a downside pressure move for Google. There it is. It breaks 90s, and we get out of that one. So, yeah, Google, a red name there again, obviously. Tried to buy the bottoms. That was okay. That was like a 15-cent hit there. So not great action on Google today for me. It's going to be pretty much, I mean, we also have Palantir, which, by the way, right now, Palantir has a big bid here at 97. Let's see if that holds. I mean, it looks like that can break just as easy as it can hold, right? So we'll try a little bit more there, trying to break through 798. We just punched along to see if that holds. But our average price right now on Palantir is 02s. So if it breaks that 97, we're gone. And I do have the order that's going to break right now. And we do have that order in there to punch out. So Palantir looking pretty disastrous to the downside here. I'm just watching it because if it breaks that 25, that's 250,000 shares. If it breaks out on the New York, then it is more downside pressure coming for PLTR. All right, so that's it. I just want to show you that level. Look, if it breaks, and it's gone. So getting ready to break right now. All right, let's go over to the big desk. It's money talk, and we've just been talking about the U.S. dollar today. It's had a couple aggressive moves. So let's go over to Brennan and find out more.
Yeah, indeed, back higher right now for the DXY. We're back to positive on the session after an initial move down that followed that jobs report early on this morning. If you missed it, that ADP number lower than expected there, indicating that maybe we're finally seeing a bit of a slowdown in the overall economy, which is what the Fed wants to see. So you can see this is an hourly chart for the DXY. So we did take out yesterday's low, which was essentially the low over the past little while here for the dollar, but now testing session highs from yesterday as well. So back to the upside, 0.17 for the DXY. So everything else back to the downside overall outside of Japanese yen and the Swiss franc. Typically, safe haven moves for them. So 0.5% for the yen back higher. There was negative data early on this week for the JPY or the yen. Canadian dollar, I should say, 0.25%. The pound 0.5%, 124.36 right now. Still holding on to that 124 area if you go to a higher time frame. Definitely important. BTC back to the downside on the 12-hour here, 0.4, 28,147, guys. So wild ride for the dollar at this point, but back higher currently. Back over to you.
Slap to fail on the longs. Like you wait for your spots, but I mean, even all stops have been getting broken here today. It's like sometimes you go the first time it's a good bounce, the second time it's a decent bounce, the third time it's like no bueno, and that's what happened over there on Alphabet. I was kind of in an accidental short there. I did get out pretty much flat. I think it was like a 1 cent hit on Alphabet. It's not a super strong flat bottom break. It is kind of one like a double bottom from yesterday. I'm deciding maybe I want the reversal in here. I haven't taken it. The meta reversal I should have taken, did not take that one. If not for C3AI and Tesla, like I'd be down today. But quite frankly, I'm not even happy with C3AI short sell restricted. And I think it just meant you need to be way more aggressive in terms of how often you wanted to get in on every single pop. It's making one right now, and I'm looking for that 22 area for reload where I got it last time. So 21.89 is my price. If I get more shares in front of that 22, there was this little 22 like quarter range that we can give it to. It has to give you that pop, but you need to take it going into you. You have to sit on the offer and get filled in C3AI, because when it starts going back down, it just starts gapping every 10 cents and you can't hit the bid. So it's pointless. You're not going to get short that way. Alphabet making a slight bounce in here, and we talked about Alibaba already. Coinbase broke that 60, if not just barely. I got some out at 60.50, reloaded, and then promptly gave it up. But let's take a quick look here. If this holds beneath $60, why isn't Coinbase going to 50? That's my question. This is a 200 period moving average. It's $60 even. The next support level's down at 50, maybe implicitly 55. But this is probably just worth it to work into a short here. And I'm not sure you give it up to 60.5. So I'm looking for the overfills right now, because a lot of times you break a level like this at this time of day, and it does a bit of a relief rally, trapping shorts at the bottom. And I think you want to short into that move on Coinbase. So I'm looking for the shorts above 60 into 60.50. And if we make a fresh low, maybe I have to chase it, but I'm not looking to chase it if I don't have to. So I'm going to get some offers out there. Above 60 even, into that 60.5 over here on Coinbase. Just, it is what it is. Call this one a dog, but I see a level like that at 60 even. You just want to take advantage of it. It could be a huge flush if we continue this afternoon, and coin has a long way to come to the downside.
Oh yeah, I mean we've my hatred for Coinbase runs not deep, but yeah, I think that's a downside move there. We talked about that over and over again.
It's okay to say it runs deep.
Yeah. I mean I already had the 0 price target on it. I don't think that's going to happen. But okay, so AMD. Look, I'm just going to get out. If we can come back down to 92 with the markets falling down again right now, so hopefully we can get a 92 print. I've seen it just hit too many times down here without it doing anything. So hopefully it'll break and we'll be able to get out. But for right now, we're waiting for 92 flat on this and hoping for the best right now. We only have 10% left, just hoping to get that out. AMD, again, big time stock there for us. WFC did break, broke. So that's fine. The fact that it broke, we're up on the stock, but it does break that the 200 period and make that move down to 50s there. Was debating getting more or getting back into it, but I missed that 50, so I don't have anything. So let's see if it can come back in. WFC right back into sort of pre-market levels. but the volume hasn't been really great on it. We still have that KRE, which right now is 60 cents in the money and at the lowest point it's been at all day. So this one's been really a great trade there for me today. So KRE, nice downside push, and still trying to break through 50. Again, 50 shouldn't matter on an ETF. Because again, the price just is a combination of all of the regional banks into that. So, you know, that's something to look forward to there on the KRE. There goes Palantir finally. It kept testing 8 again. So there's the long there. We took a 98 long and an O's long. So our average price is 99. And then there's the break there. We get a 94. It's not 94. 96. It broke that 97. So we get out right there. Palantir, still some downside moves. So the 2 longs that we really liked, man. We liked Palantir and we liked Google. But when the market basically has no bump at all, I mean, there's 1 bump there. We took advantage of that. That's the ISM number. No, that was the 10 o'clock number, manufacturing ISM. That bumped up, but then since then, man, straight to the downside. Look at the 50 period. That's been great watching that as the short. But yeah, we're still at the bottom of the market here on the NASDAQ. And yeah, lower seems to be the case here today, which is fine. Just sucks that we put all those eggs in the basket of the long. And then AMD, of course, that one we can hit the bang for. We took $1 on that, but again, we didn't make as much on AMD as we lost on Google. So
pretty much forget about those quote-unquote overfills on Coinbase above 60. It's already at 59.5. It just broke the low again because stocks are breaking lows today. If you haven't noticed that stocks are all breaking lows, then I don't know what you've been watching. What's strong out there? We have 2 minutes to go. I just got out of Tesla because it just hit target on that last short. My target, not target, literally. So there was last week's bottom. It just tagged it. That's one. Remember I said 185.32? It just hit 185.32. Maybe it doesn't even bounce. It probably doesn't bounce, quite frankly, as another flush in. I wasn't short till underneath 90, and then again at that 188 level, shorting in front of that, and another bang to the downside. Like $3 is easy on Tesla, but it's not. It hasn't been easy getting into some of the shorts. I feel like Tesla gave you the consolidation to get into it, but C3AI, I just tried again to get in, and I couldn't. Coinbase, I didn't want to chase it. Now I'll take something in front of 60 just to get into the party once again. And Momo says he's been trying to tell me about Pfizer. You've been trying to tell me about... so here's the thing. Like, don't get me... Like, I bought Pfizer... I bought Pfizer recently myself. We were talking about this, was it 2 weeks ago? When did we mention this on Pfizer? I'm going to go to the daily if it even wants to load up. This was a couple of weeks ago we were talking about Pfizer, that once it breaks that support, you start looking at dollar cost average into it. Yeah. And yeah, healthcare is super strong today. They're making some power moves. No, Pfizer made that break. I think I got one fill in here when it broke at like 39 or 39.5 or something, when it broke that support on the daily, looking dollar cost average in. It didn't really go any further than that, so not anymore. You know, back at the 50 period, it's breaking higher. The banks made a similar move, only I tried it on TD, and TD never broke support. And that's TD Bank, and well, I traded in Canada. But yeah, I wasn't really looking at this for day trades. I don't think we traded this for day trades back in the COVID. When it was all about the vaccines. But you're right. It's a good breakout today. It probably was worth a little bit of a look. I think you said the same thing with J&J, Sean. We don't usually look for this on day trades, but every now and then, I suppose it is there for you. Man, yeah, you're right. You're right about this. This was a good long. I like it for the long term. It was at a buy area, but probably shouldn't have slept on these. I'm guessing UNH has had a good day as well. You're just going to bear with me. It's 11 o'clock, and I want to see what UNH is doing. Yeah, well above that 500 level. This is a banger. I love UNH. Great company. Great move today. Not always there for the day trade. I'm trying to get back in to this Coinbase to the short side, and I'll see if I can get more C3AI. But the shorts have been printing. We're both in blue, but the midday guys, they got it right with the dress code today. Without further ado, let's head on over to Mad Max and the Professor. They're dressed for the market.
Up, beautiful people. Welcome to a Wednesday. Yes, it is hump day, but it doesn't feel like one because it's a short week. That's Max. I'm Sharif. Let's get it started. So I've had one trade and one trade only. It's on a fairly obscure stock. No, I had not heard of it until today. It goes by the ticker VLO, and I'll let you know what that is in 1 second. Let's get to that. It's Valero Energy, and I don't see a real reason why it's moving today, but it's moving, Max. It's up here. Why is it saying VLO? VLO, yeah, sorry. It is up 3.6 7%, which is not much, but there was a nice technical breakout that I ended up taking there. So here's the move on it. Expensive stock, hard to trade, but I was looking for a continuation through 133. I said, okay, I'm going to get in full size here, and I'm going to look for that 134 break. I jump in early, I get in about 132.80, I front run that 133 break. We get the 133, I take some out. We continue all the way up until 133, about 65. I'm like, all right, where's the continuation? Here's the first pullback, and on a daily, this is a level. So I'm like, okay, let's keep an eye on this level. Nope, we're gonna break below, I cover everything. Then I'm like, all right, what does this look like on the 5-minute chart? And it's pretty simple. Here, Max and I were talking about this off camera. This is what I call a topping tail candle, kind of like a candle, a reversal candle. You see these a lot when stocks made a big move and then you have a rally up, but the body closes nearer the low. I'm like, all right, this looks like a good short. Let's take the first 5-minute candle to make a new low on the short down. So here it is. Let's get this out of the way. There it was. It was the first 5-minute candle, make a new low. I go below 132.50, and then literally we take it from 132.50, we take it all the way down into 131. It starts retracing back, and we cover before it makes a big move back up. Now it's coming at another inflection point here, so I'm going to keep my eye on this one. But this one giving you dollars at a time, trading like a big tech name, but with a nice like little volatility, expectable, kind of. What I want to say is, the moves kind of are similar to a small cap, but it's obviously a $130 stock. So that's what I've been looking at this morning on this one. Not much else for me. I know you were in a couple of big cap names.
Yeah, today had the idea on the market, didn't necessarily have the idea on the big caps. I got a little smoked this morning, try to go long on some names that I thought would be strong. My idea today was to go long, strong names at key levels. I thought the market was going to chop around, but if we broke 41.15, my thought was, 4K, 39.80, and we're at 4K already. I tried to go long Amazon on this, technical breakout kind of. What were they doing? Cutting jobs, cutting a division in the UK yesterday. So I figured Amazon could be strong today. This is a name that hasn't made a whole lot of profit for all the revenue that they make. So I figured, if they're going to start cutting costs, start making profit, then people are going to start piling into Amazon. Couldn't have been more wrong there. I didn't manage my risk properly. Lost way too much on this trade. Same thing with Google. Came into my key level, lost way too much twice. And now we're sitting here kind of, angry, but, we're still intact, not shut down quite yet. I've had a few trades on, what was the small cap? IFRX?
Yeah.
IFRX pre-market. I thought I was headed to the promised land here. Kind of bamboozled, like 1 minute before the open. I'm 20 cents in the money, and I talked about this yesterday. If I'm way in the money on a small cap, and the market's about to open, I'm like, cool, I'm chilling. I'll see what happens when it opens. This is 1 minute before, 2 minutes before the market opens.
Yeah.
Boom, your little quad dunk here. They hold it down to 40.
And then what does
to
it do
490,
right after the
and
open?
then right on the open, it just screams right up, halts up. Still a little bit of bamboozlement in here. I tried the shorts a few times. I got, weird fills on some breaks that hadn't happened yet. So a little bit smoked on those ones. And then by the time we get to here, I've been down too much on the day for me to take the long now to go into this this up move. And
what a topping tail candle, though.
By this point, I'm at the coffee shop with Ian back there. Had to have a little chat. Bought a coffee that is more than my trading profits for the year, but tastes pretty good.
You're like, this
now
guy's
I'm feeling
coming
better.
in with the hot lives. We're going to
Now
throw a
I'm
couple
feeling
of
better.
eggs for those.
So-
No, obviously you don't mean to mock that, but let's look at that IFRX trade. I was just talking about topping tail candles, and then you have that big huadunk, and you halt. You get a 5-minute halt at 6:04, and then you have that basically that entire move down. These topping tail candles, they're pretty clutch for some of these small cappers who have that kind of movement, right? Anyway. VLO bouncing very nicely off VWAP. So something setting up here. I'm going to look for a possible double top here on VLO. I'm not going to take a continuation play. I mean, I don't like that topping tail candle. We'll have to make a new high if I'm going to get in. Otherwise, I'll look to take it off a key level. I like that 130, 70, 131-ish area. You have a bit of support in and around there. You also have VWAP if it comes back. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I like it. I'm up nicely on the day on it on some obscure name, which has not been the case for my type of trading lately. Let's get to the scanner. Now, what do we got on the scanner here? The good old scanner, ELOX. You heard of this one? I haven't. Small cap crapper du jour. Let's go with that.
Is it now?
It's halted to the high side, Max. It's actually up 49 percentage point, having done 562,000 shares in the last 5 minutes. That's what you want to see. It is halted to the downside. It's halted
to the downside.
Yeah, it's halted once, twice to the upside, once to the down, another one to the up, and now we're down again.
So this name has only done like 2 million shares of volume. So this is one of those cycle ones that I would not touch. If it can't stay open, I don't want to play it. That I think that one's a little too crazy. If you want to be on the small caps, there are a few names today. LMNL, I believe it is.
Yep.
This one has an offer at 750, I believe, was the offer that was unsolicited. So they haven't accepted this offer, but this one moving around a little bit between the 7 and 620. So that one's a little more safety. You can play IFRX, obviously crazy before, but this one kind of starting to slow down. So maybe like a 5 breakdown, or if you like the hold of 5 on this one. IFRX done a good amount of volume, more than we're seeing the past few weeks maybe out of small caps.
That's crazy. Yeah, no,
I mean,
we were just talking about off camera about that.
They are starting to heat up a bit.
Back,
so like
baby.
This, you know what? Maybe
just take it as it is.
Maybe I'm just
back.
not used to this kind of action anymore. So that's why I'm not
hard.
executing properly.
I'm telling you, like,
I
it's
used
hard.
to be so down with these moves.
So was I. Then I
would've-
got onto big tech names because that was what was moving, and then it's a completely different beast.
And you try to trade this like you're trading in Amazon, you are going to get smoked.
It's
so
honestly one of those skills
today.
you have to like continually hone. The small cap crapperville. VLO's pumping to the high side, man. We're about to test those 133.68 highs. I'm also looking at PBF. Now this one hasn't done as much shareage as I typically like for a small cap crapper, but decent move off that 39.90 here. I saw this one earlier. It hasn't popped up on my scanner lately. It's at highs. I'd look for a retracement possibly into 41.10, 41, some support areas around here. Otherwise, I'm not going to take this. Yeah, man, it's small cap crapper world. They're popping up. I'm seeing like 5, 6, 7 double-digit percentage up on my scanner at the moment. You heard Max say LMNL. That's a mouthful, man, like saying that one every time. What I like about this one, too, is this reminds me a bit of with a setup that I used to play a lot in 2020, 2021 called the VWAP hold high of daybreak, where essentially you have that big move up and then you have the dance with VWAP the majority of the day with the view to 230 to about 2 where it holds VWAP, does a key dip into it and then breaks the high a day and you kind of ride it for that. So we'll see what this one does. Holding up near VWAP, I like this one as well, keeping it on my side chart in addition to everything else that's been happening. But man, the market has been down and to the right today with the NASDAQ faring a little bit worse, guys. Much worse, actually. I should say the NQ June contract down 1.37%, while the ES June contract fared better, 0.54, so half a point to the downside. The ES definitely holding up as these big tech names really Huadong here. And people ask a lot about how we spell Huadong. Fact matters, I don't know.
I feel like a Q.
So all these variations. There's a Q. Some people use KH. I don't know. Yeah. The KH, I guess. I don't know. And chat has all their own variations. Anyway, we're finding a bit of a bottom for the moment. On the ES. We just got to 4101. That's right in front of 4100. That's a key psychological level. There's no question about that. I was just telling Max as well. I looked at him right before we got on the show. I said, Max, I'm buying that 13,000 bounce on the NQ. We're not far away from that. In fact, maybe we don't see it. We're holding up here at 33s. We're going to have to move down 30 plus points to get that, but I'll be buying that. I'll be buying that bounce. But it looks like the ES beat the NQ to it because it got to a key psychological level first, which is at 4100. So here we go. Let's see what happens here. Do we get a bounce, or is this going to be a Huadung type day? Obviously, we got a whole lot of economic numbers. You guys saw Brendo and the guys bring that to you this morning. So hard to interpret what the market wants at this point. Do they want, you know, deflationary data, or do they want like you know, inflationary data, say that we're not going to show, we're not going to get a hard landing? It's so tough to see what the market wants. But anyway, we'll take it as they come. Today's obviously a down day.
Yeah, speaking of down days, I mean, Tesla, somebody in the chat said they're done for the week based on this Tesla move. I was looking at Tesla. I said to somebody in the back, what about like 190 bounce play on this? And then I think about it, and yeah, Tesla has had no bid the past few days. If you look at the daily chart here, I mean, these wicks aren't real, so like this is the 50 period on the daily, and we just broke down when we've been holding that since the end of January. So hold. Now we're breaking down. What's the next stop for Tesla? I mean, based on the daily chart, maybe somewhere in here, like 175, 170. Tesla's getting absolutely smoked on those delivery number miss. People getting nervous that Tesla can't sell all of their cars, I guess, and like what a gross move down today. I was considering maybe like a bounce play around this 187.50, but I mean, there is no bounce in Tesla today. There's no bounce in any tech names today. Doesn't matter what the catalyst is. The only things that are holding up are oil names. So our XOM from yesterday, this is where relative strength is. VLO, Valero Energy, holding up. These lows that we had, like, where was yesterday's low on?
You on ZOM?
On XOM, yeah. Yesterday's low was, you know, around 114.10. Today we stop at 114.30, so higher low on XOM, heading back to the upside. This is where the strength is today. Small caps-ish, maybe, and these energy names are where the strength is today. Everything else is getting smoked.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw Brendo earlier telling us utilities were unusually strong, so it looks like there's money. There's money running to there today. All right, Renata Haddad saying she took the SQQ long because she saw the SPY bearish. Good for you. She's printing, she says. Shout out to Renata, killing it as always.
Somebody says this Mr. Beast looking dude said Tesla would be at 225 today. I definitely did say that, but I was not factoring in the fact that they would miss delivery numbers. So, you know,
Man,
who knows what would have happened on Monday if they didn't miss?
Man, the market, yeah, I guess, you know, Tesla's got to continue to provide here because the market is very demanding. All right, back to VLO. We're now back up to almost 5 percentage points. We are at that high, 133.68. We're closing right in on it here. I'm seeing 71s on my ass coming in, 67s on the bid. Yeah, this is a continuation, really not giving you any opportunity to take any pullbacks here. I mean, you could have had a few dips on the 20 period, that orange line or that yellowish orange line towards the bottom there. That's about the 20 period. The green one being the 7. Here we go, man. We are going to break through that 134, aren't we? VLO with all sorts of strength. Again, probably just, you know, sympathy to the entire industry. Let's have a look at energy. Let's bring in the Tresley watch list. We'll go to value. Energy, a mixed bag. You have MPC up 3.5 percentage points. Oxy down 1%. It's a mixed bag here as well. How about Devon? Devon's, you know, stagnant at 0.5 percentage point. So definitely specific. What else is moving here? Airlines also decidedly to the downside. Cruise lines as well. Banking was up earlier. Now it is down. You see some of them here on the green column on the right. That's a percentage up since open. So that's a move from 930. Some of them green, some of them red. So it's a mixed bag. You can't really find one industry that's decidedly green. Maybe consumer defensive. Definitely putting on a performance as well. Walmart green, Procter & Gamble, Costco, Unilever. What else? Colgate, they're all green. Okay, so consumer defensive, like more of the blue chip names, that makes sense. Utilities were also strong as well. Everything here, man, everything in their mother's cousin. Solar, taking it on the chin, everything's red to the downside. So we'll be looking, see if we get a balance. Now, speaking of that balance, we were talking about that 4,100 on our friend, the ES, and it held quite nicely. 4101.75 is a low. Pumping back up now almost 10 points to the high side, trying to knock on the door of 411. So the ES finding a bit of a reprieve, but the NASDAQ, wowzers, the curl back that it's making is nowhere near as much as the ES. So again, relative weakness in the NQ.
Yeah, NASDAQ getting smoked today. Really no bid on tech names. I mean, to have positive catalysts on both Google and Amazon, and for them to just cruise right through any level, any and all level, is kind of sad. But yeah, I'm looking at BOBA right now. Kind of made a bottom here off of that 97.50 level, which I thought was a decent level from the original day that it started going. If this 30-minute chart will pull up. Yeah, this 96 and 97.50 are kind of like these levels from, you know, day 2 of the rally, and it's holding these levels yesterday and today. Yesterday made a nice move up, so actually 3 days in a row kind of holding that 97.50 area. Today trying to hold again, so if we do catch a bounce on the ES, maybe BOBA starts to move back up, move towards VWAP, but yeah, probably relative strength on BOBA, even though it is down today. You know, not as bad as other names in the tech industry.
I'm keeping an eye here on VLO, possible double top. Now, some may say, well, no, you were complaining a minute ago that you couldn't find another entry into the long here. You're being presented with one as a result of the pullback into 133. But then, like, what's glaring right at me is this possible double top. So if that should occur, what I'll be doing is trying to take the first 5-minute candle to make a new low. In this situation here, that would have to break 132.63. So we're like 10, 15 points away from that. So let's go ahead. There we go. So that we do get that break, we'll wait for that print to come a little bit lower, and then I'll take it. So here's a quarter position, looking for a possible double top to brew, taking the first, I hope this is not a bear trap. The first possible 5-minute candle to make a new low. Let's see how much this runs down. What was the print that I got there? Let's check real quick. I got 60 short. So we're like, what are we at? 69, so 9 pennies out of the money. The out here, obviously, has got to be high of day, so that's about $1. And that's to make about $2, because we can move down to about 131. So 2 to 1, let's see if this materializes, otherwise we'll have to bail out. Only though a quarter position, so you know, if we print, we're not going to print big or anything like that. So we shall see what this one does. Doomer, Sharif, why use 30 so strong compared to the market? Why US 30? Are you talking about the 30-year? Okay, well, I was looking at the 2-year and the 10-year this morning when I was sitting up near Brendo, and they were both at very, you know, relative lows, recent lows. Now, again, you know, we're talking about that this morning, and we were saying something to the effect of the market does not believe that the Fed is going to continue raising rates, because you always compare the federal funds rate relative to what the 10-year and the 2-year are suggesting, right? And if they're below the federal funds rate, it's signaling that the market, you know, is looking for a shift, a downshift in those rates. So, yeah, so that's, I think, the best explanation I could really give you. Is probably a whole bunch of reasons for that, that belief, which the banking has to do among them. The hard landing, probably also another consideration there. They don't want to choke the economy. So all these reasons to come in, but that's, I think, the explanation that I can give. Syspic saying the US 30 equals Dow Jones. Okay, I thought you were talking about the US 30 here. Okay. Some people saying, no, the US 30 is the Dow Jones. All right, I thought you were talking about yields, the 30-year yield. Okay, I have no idea why the Dow Jones. I mean, I don't follow the Dow that much here. I have it in my indexes chart. So I do follow, because of J&J, right? J&J's up on the day? It's up. Okay, so yeah, you know, they made that deal with respect to the talc and the asbestos exposure. And I mean, obviously that's a contingent liability that continued to be on their books. And you know, when that gets dealt, obviously that changes things. So yeah, they're a Dow component and obviously having an effect there. I thought you were talking about the 30 years. Sorry, man. Yeah.
I'm long Meta now off this little double bottom action. I think if the market decides to make a bounce here on the NASDAQ, Meta's probably the name that's going to do it. Only down 1.76 versus I'm seeing a lot of over 2% down. So let's see where Meta goes here. I think we could easily get into the 50 period here, kind of like that 211.60 kind of area, and maybe if we catch a real bounce, I mean, it's 11:30 almost. That's kind of bounce time. Euro's going to close soon.
Bounce time,
So
baby.
if we get the bounce, Meta, I feel like, is going to be the one that could give me that decent move. I mean, today, when everything was breaking down over here, Meta was the one that was holding up and kind of making these bounces back into 215. So I feel like
212.50 was pretty good.
yeah,
It held up a little bit.
so there might be a little bid on Meta today.
Yeah, I think Brendo, he's at the big desk. He's got the volume leaders, guys. Let's go up to him.
Hey guys, yeah, pretty one-sided board to show you once again today as far as what is moving around doing the most volume so far. Let's have a look at 10,199 U.S. listings, of which right now 6,438 downside versus just 2,641 in positive territory, 1,100 flat. On the session, 244 new lows currently versus just 86 to the upside. As we were talking about a little bit in the pre-market this morning, volume overall low, 101 million there for Mullen. That's it, really. Tesla, then SQs, BBY, TQs, all in the 50 million kind of range. And then you get down into 30 and 40 million here. But we are used to seeing, especially at this time of the day, a heck of a lot more on this board. 18 million down here for this BURU. If you missed it this morning, they got a new government defense contract that came through. So almost, yeah, there it is. It almost touched it. 100% to the upside for BURU, guys. Back over to you.
Mullen, always a favorite, always up there. And what was that other one? BBBY? I've never heard of that stock. You ever trade that one? No.
No, never traded that.
No, never
traded
touched that.
Let's forget about that one.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, it's Bed Bath and Be Gone now because it is heading to Jeff Mendel's hood. It's going to be on the OTC markets pretty soon, is it not? BBBY? We were guessing Bed Bath and Be Gone. No official I'm getting from Neil, so who knows? All right, ELOX is now open. No, wow, it's open for a little bit. Okay, it's headed to the downside to ELOX now, only up 37%, below VWAP. And yeah, here's an interesting level that should come up here, that 410. That was a bit of a bottom, so if we make it down there, let's see what it does. Maybe we'll get a bit of a bounce. This is one of those ones where I feel like you need to have a resting order. Might be tough to catch that one, so we shall see what happens. I'm still in this VLO short. It's still showing me lower highs here, but we're not really getting that venom to the downside that I had hoped for. But we are coming close. So let's see. We're kind of brewing here. I'm just worried about a bounce back up because it's so relatively strong at the moment. Where am I short? I'm short 60. So where are we at? We're at 68. Yeah, 8 pennies out of money. No biggie. We'll keep an eye on our friend VLO. Max, where'd you take? You took that Meta long. Nice. I was looking at Meta. I'm seeing green on my chart on Meta. I'm like,
we're just kind of chilling here, like 35 cents in the money. I'd like to take something out at 211.50 and then see, you know, can we test above this 50 period? I'm not sure. But yeah, probably gonna have to punch out of a little bit of this soon if it can't hit my profit target. But you know, Meta looking kind of relatively strong relative to everything else. I mean, Tesla as well starting to make a bit of a move up. But I mean, can you even call this a move up when you've come from all the way up here? I mean, you know, a $2 bounce off of, not even a $1 bounce off of this move down. I mean, Tesla just kind of probably heading for the 50 period, and then maybe you could fade it off of that. I don't necessarily want to step in front of the 50 on Tesla when it's down so much. If it got back up to 187, I would be looking short on Tesla. Yeah, but yeah, just chilling in this one. I'm looking at XOM as well, thinking about getting long here. You have that energy long. I kind of like the idea of an energy long in a day like today. So maybe XOM, we get it into these 60 areas and try to ride that back up to VWAP. I mean, it's kind of just like consolidating in this bit of a down channel here. You could draw, you know, a parallel channel there on your chart if you wanted to. So maybe you got to catch it in here. But if it decides to make a higher low and kind of do this reverse head and shoulders pattern back to the upside, I like XOM. Been strong recently. Oil doesn't necessarily trade with the market. So if you're looking for a long somewhere, maybe oil is it. Yeah, let's just take a look back at that Meta. How are we doing there?
Dancing.
Dancing around. I guess this wick isn't real because I did not get filled. But yeah, chilling on Meta. Meta looks good for me. ES kind of dancing around too. I mean, ES, in my opinion, would have to get back over that 41.15 area that I deem to be kind of the breakdown spot from yesterday or 2 days ago. So yeah, I'd have to get over here to look strong. I don't think we're getting that today. I think we see continuation down on the ES. So yeah, I mean, scalps back to the upside. Maybe if you catch a good short off of a relief rally on a name, then you can hold that. But yeah, I'm not looking to hold anything long today unless maybe oil gets running.
Yeah, I would not mind seeing that. I don't want to see it as a, person who puts gas in their car, obviously. But, if there's a trade to be had. All right, guys, that short on VLO, money. Okay, so 132.60, first 5-minute candle will make a new low. We take it. We get filled there. It does a retracement. My only regret is not adding on the retracement into 133. Oftentimes, before the breakdown, you have a retracement. Anyway, scalp into 132.20, into 132. That's a nice 60-penny winner. Still holding a little bit of it. And let's see if we get continuation. So right now, what I see on my 5-minute chart is a double top brewing and 2 red 5-minute candles. Now, I'm not saying that this, isn't just a regular retracement on the way up, and then we get a new 5-minute candle and make a new high. That's why I scalped, and that's why I'm only holding a little bit for the dream. The dream is going to be that continuation through 132 and a possible retracement like it did here into VWAP, which currently is around 131. That's ideal. My short is 132.60. We're at 132.40. So, despite the fact that I'm only holding 5%, I don't really want to get back any profit. So this one comes into my break even. I'm getting out, and I'm looking for the long. I'll straight up. So if it breaks up and breaks above 133 and makes a new 5-minute candle to make a new high, I will be punching in long there. But right now it looks, like it might be on its way back down, knocking on the door of 132 again. On this last 5-minute candle, what was the low? The low was 131.99, so it broke it by all of 1 penny. The bid is back at 132.06. So we're knocking on the door of 132s. I'd ideally like to see continuation in the 131, but we shall see. What are people saying here in the chat? Steven, trying to be patient for that 13 on the NQ. Likewise, my friend, we were just talking about that right now. Mid-feed, okay. CRY, short Walmart. Well, we were just talking about the fact that consumer defensive stocks were strong, but we didn't really look at the chart. So let's load up the Walmart chart. And what's our friend Walmart doing today? It's doing the dance with no pants with VWAP. That's what I see here. Breaks up, retraces to VWAP. Breaks up again, breaks it, but bounces off again. And now we're back at that next inflection point. What do we do here? It's very zigzaggy for me. And I don't know. Personally, what I've noticed with a lot of these, the consumer defensive names like the Costco's, the Walmarts, the Albertsons, the Targets, they get going right from the bell. And their move is, it's an initial day move. I don't know if they're midday, late. Well, maybe they are late day. Just some passing observations. Anyway, we're back at VWAP, so it might be an interesting long here. I don't know. You were saying short, I guess. For me, the short would come for a new low through the trough, and that would be, and I wouldn't even be very convinced about this one, 148.65 there. That's the low of that trough. On this trough here, earlier at around 1040, we got a very similar level, 148.58. I don't know. It's too range bound for me. I don't take it as a breakout. I'll tell you the truth. I play the range. I think that's a better gig here. All right, back to VLO before I send it back to Max. Now it's back into the 30s. It knocked on the door of 32s again, but again, nobody answered, so it's pumping back up. This one comes into my buy area at 60. I'll get out.
Yeah, I'm looking at BABA again. I'm back to BABA, back to relative strength. I mean, I'm looking for names that if they're going to bounce, that they're going to be the ones that bounce. And so, yeah, holds this 97.50. Now we're kind of holding the 50 period, so I might try to get long here. Now we're going to go over to Brendo with the Euro close.
Hey guys, yeah, just waiting on a few closing prints to come through, but a little bit mixed as far as the European session is concerned. Not necessarily as negative as we're seeing with North American futures still. Right at session lows, the latest to come through here, the FTSE 300 down just 0.1%, you can see, but overall, for the most part, a mixed session across the pond. The stocks 600 hasn't actually printed the final print yet, but still looking at about 0.25% to the downside, 0.5% there for the Swiss market, 1.8 for Sweden leads the way. Pretty mixed board there for Europe, guys.
The Borsa Italia decidedly to the downside today. Did you know that Italy banned ChatGPT?
Why?
Because they're OGs.
Scared of the AI, scared of the.
Well, I mean, to be fair, they're not the only ones sounding the alarm. You got Elon, you got Wozniak, you got some big names. I mean, I don't know if banning is the move. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if outright banning is the move. But yeah, Italy coming in with that big boy ban. What's the name of the new? Is it prime minister or president in Italy? I feel like I'm uneducated dolt. Let me have a look, because I know it's the woman, she's conservative. Italy.
Yeah, I mean, but if you ban it, and AI is this like horrible
Prime
thing,
Minister.
And it's on the internet, how are you keeping this out of your country?
I
don't know
Giorgia
that you can,
Meloni. I knew this, man.
If the AI decides to take over, I don't think that your country banning it is going to save you from the devil AI.
You're delaying the inevitable.
Yeah,
Quite
exactly.
frankly, like what
You'd
it's
rather
able
be friendly
to do,
with the beast.
Yeah. Can I tell you, dude? Like my parents got some results. My mom did an MRI. She has like some numbness or whatever in like her lower back. Dude, we copied and pasted the entire report in the AI, and you can ask it very detailed questions, and it gives you insane.
Really?
Yes, man, it's insane. The way that it feeds it back to you so like digestible, because it's so conversationally natural.
Yeah. So it's like
unreal. Like I can show. Like I mean, I don't want to show obviously my parents' stuff, but it's unbelievable. Like it's just, like, and I did it with my pop, with my dad's stuff too. Yeah, like some hard stuff, and we put it in there, and it really kind of just regurgitates it to you in a way. And you ask it specific things, like, okay, well, based on the results of this patient in this cardiology report or whatever, and based on these factors that I'm now entering, giving you more variables to consider, what's the best course of action for like nutrition, for exercise, and it gives you detailed responses. Now, I'm not saying it's absolutely accurate, but some of it really does work with what the doctors tell you at the same time. I don't know, that's how I feel.
People say that the essay is dead now.
The what?
The essay, like the school, like the university essay is dead because ChatGPT can just write you a perfect essay. I just got a fill on Meta at 211.50, so 60 cents on that little Meta trade off the bottom. Pretty happy with that one. Also long BABA now in this 98.40 kind of area. Looking for this one to kind of bounce a bit. ES is moving back up towards that 41.15. This is the kind of area like this VWAP on ES where I would be looking to get short some names probably. I don't think that we're going to just rip back up and cruise back through the highs today. This is a decidedly weak day, so maybe start looking short if some names can get to some more key levels. Amazon 102 I like from the past few days. It's been supporting quite well recently at 102. Now we break through it decidedly, and if we go back up and retrace there, I mean, I probably should have had these shorts, but I was busy buying coffee. 102. If we can get back up there, VWAP will probably be down at 102 by the time we get there. So yeah, Amazon 102 next level for me if I'm going to look for a short. I think that could be something if we can turn around on ES up there. Google as well was like the name that I got smoked on that I thought would be strong, and like Google kind of holding up, only down 0.3. So yeah, Google another strong name. Maybe you catch a short off VWAP, but I mean, I liked the news on Google. Did you see the news on Google today?
Yeah, of course. It's fantastic.
They're competing with NVIDIA for the AI chips. I mean,
I didn't see that. I don't know if the market saw that either. The only kind of hint that I feel that they put out there was they make the chips for their Pixel. All right, and because they did that, some people argue Apple started making the M1 as a result, because like, oh wow, Google's doing it too. So I mean, I don't know if that's true. I'm out of the VLO trade, by the way.
The news that I saw on Google today is that they have been making the chips that they like strung together for their AI.
It's the 4th generation of this TPS chip, so it's not like just happened, right? So I mean, I don't know. I find
They're claiming
really
they're faster and better and more efficient than NVIDIA. So
it's kind of hard to say that Google would be an industry disruptor because they are the industry.
Exactly.
You feel, but like, who knows, man? All of a sudden, Google's in the chip game, baby. Oh, baby. As an observer and as like a market like enthusiast, I love to see stuff like this. I think you know, it's just fantastic.
Seeing a major player get into a new industry is always exciting.
Yeah.
Meta. Now almost $1 in the money on Meta. I wasn't really expecting this move. I was kind of expecting to punch out of the last little bit of this if it kind of cracked this level, and now we're just cruising to the high side.
We're curling, baby.
I think I'll just hang on to this, see if we can get back to 212. Meta feeling a little bit strong today. And also I missed XOM. Again,
we're talking about that energy.
I said I wanted it down here for the long. It's right back, almost $1 in the money here, or what is that? 70 cents it goes, and now we got this like double top. Obviously these wicks are not real, but double top here on XOM. If we can cruise through this, I mean, 116 was a problem yesterday. If we take out 116 today, all-time highs are not very far away on XOM. This one could be the name to run for the next week or so if it can get kind of that push through that 116. And ES.
I'm going to throw a hypothetical your way.
Okay.
Now, OPEC is kind of like weaponizing, and they have been for a little bit, weaponizing oil. Like, we'll cut, you know, put pressure on you. They know the West is still so dependent. Do you think this forces some hands in the States to kind of repatriate some of that oil domestically?
I don't know too much about.
Who are the winners that stand to benefit from that?
That's fair. Yeah. That is very fair. Maybe, maybe there's like a little oil battle brewing.
Yeah.
And I mean, we saw what happened with like U.S. chip names when they said that they're gonna try to make U.S. manufacturing. So, yeah, it's possible. But I mean, what's it? Saudi Aramco is just kind of like the biggest player in the oil industry.
It's like what, $1 trillion market cap.
Yeah,
over,
I mean,
right? It's
exactly.
like almost $2 trillion, something like that. I don't know what it was lately. But
I don't know though. But yeah, I see the bull case. I see the bull case.
Yeah.
And you know, you got
I just don't know
Papa Warren buying the Uncle
pumping
Warren
on Oxy.
buying the Oxy.
He
Apparently,
loves Oxy.
so apparently Oxy has these all of these like carbon recapture technologies, and they just lobbied the U.S. government in some recent bill to like.
Are we talking about Oxy?
Yeah, they like times 10 the tax credit for carbon recapture.
Okay, I see.
So now Oxy stands to make like 10 billion a year or something crazy in carbon capture.
Technology's legit.
Yeah,
because I hear like some people saying it's absolutely bogus, and I haven't done my research, so I don't have no idea.
I'm not a scientist. I just read the news.
Same with me. Yeah, like I don't know. But
somebody asked me why I don't use alerts for XOM. Yeah. Because I'm just not good at trading, apparently.
I like how that was like, okay, well, it is what it is. Yeah, well, XOM is doing a bit of a dance. I do like the fact that it's very zigzaggy. I don't know. I think I would have liked it more in grade school based on how zigzaggy this is. I mean, you have levels, but it's just, okay, so you play the range. I mean, I don't know. This isn't my kind of stock. I mean, I know Max is playing something off that. This is just kind of, for me, it's hard for me to interpret.
The oil names tend to be quite rangy. So you got to get a good price. You got to get it near the bottom. If you're chasing it up here, you're going to get probably run over. So, you know, if you think like
here.
Well, I mean, this is doing that head and shoulders, kind of reverse head and shoulders that I was talking about before.
What's
if we could do this.
Frame? Let me look at the 15.
Yeah, if you look at the 15, I mean, there's probably nothing on the 15. It's too early for that. But yeah, kind of a reverse head and shoulders. If we can take out this kind of
oh, I see what you're saying.
This kind of area, move back up. We'll see maybe like 116, 117, 117. I deem to be a breakout level. If that happens like early in the morning, I don't take breakouts at this time of day. Maybe at 3 o'clock I take breakouts, but still like that's a little sketchy. Rather finesse my way into something like that. But yeah, maybe if XOM can come back down, test the 50 again. Now I'm gonna have to pay up to like probably 115s, 114.80s instead of these 70s. Those are the money fills down there for now. And you see this volume spike in a strange place, honestly, but like, you know, a bit of a volume spike on the dip and then we move back up. So yeah, XOM looking a little bullish today. Meta still chilling in the money. BOVA kind of doing nothing, sadly. I thought BOVA would go on this little market move, but BOVA kind of making a move of its own. So if BOVA takes out this 22, kind of 20 area, I'm going to get out of BOVA. I thought this would be the one that would like spike past VWAP based on how strong it was yesterday.
Yeah.
But, well, now we're getting the move up. So let's see if BOVA can break 50s. 50s is the breakout for me, so let's see. BOVA now in the money. All I have to do is encourage it, apparently. Come on, BOVA, to VWAP. Let's see if we can make some money on this one. Yeah. I don't know what's going on. We did wick that 41.15 too on ES, so.
We did, right?
This is kind of where you want to get short if you believe in the bear case. So nothing's really at a level yet.
No, everything, and the retracements are super weak.
The retracements are horrible. NVIDIA was at VWAP, so maybe NVIDIA is the one that I missed, but NVIDIA, we like to short at 275, and we're at 265. So NVIDIA here.
Well, yeah, that's yesterday's close,
bouncing off that VWAP. So maybe that was the name to take for the short. Kind of missed that one, but
maybe.
Yeah,
I
not
don't know.
like it's hard to get convicted at these low levels when we've been playing at such high levels for the past couple days.
Right.
Like, how am I going to take a short $10 below where I was?
I think the short on NVIDIA here is good, dude.
Yeah, I think NVIDIA is maybe the next name to kind of index is kind of moving down. So I'm going to get out of Meta now. Take the profit on that one. Average profit, like 70 cents on that, so pretty happy with that. BOVA kind of going to VWAP on its own, so I'm going to hang on to BOVA. I'm going to see where this one wants to go. If BOVA wants to be strong today, it's kind of done this same kind of pattern that we were looking at on XOM. If it can take out 75s, maybe we get up to this like 99.50 kind of area on BOVA. So this is kind of a name to hold for me. BOVA does not really seem to care what the market is doing. Maybe if I try to look at KWeb on a different chart here. Yeah, KWeb kind of made a bottom over here and moving back to VWAP. So Chinese names, I guess, slightly stronger than the market right now. We'll see where this one goes. What are people looking at in the chat? Not a whole lot. I think everybody got smoked today, Sharif.
I don't know. I hope not. I hope our viewers didn't get smoked.
I hope so too. IFRX, actually. Look at this. All right, IFRX. This is what I would want to see on IFRX to get long. I wrote this one off because it bamboozled me too many times, but look at this. Comes down to 5, wicks 5, down to 497, and then instantly rebids back in, and now we're headed back towards VWAP. So maybe this one's not done yet. We're only up 43% on this name, and this was like the crazy halter of the day. So maybe we can get into like the hundreds of percentages if this one decides to make another move up.
Where are we on this one? Oh, 42. Yeah, sorry. I'm just in this NVIDIA trade, so I was scalping out some through the test into 266, but it's finding support in and around there. I'll just get to that one in a second. Just trying to scalp out here as we, I don't know, I felt we found a bit of a top here on the ES and the NQ, so I tried. I'm like, okay, so which one are we going to take short? But this one, NQ, it's definitely still weaker than the ES, but I feel like there might be some relative strength here in NVIDIA, at least at these levels. So not sure how long I'm going to let this trade go for. I'm short at 27s. I should probably give it to about 67s, but you know, it's larger size than I would have liked to have taken. Yeah, so I'm going to get out of this one. Scalp a little bit out, the other bit for a loser. This is probably the wrong thing to get out, but it was kind of an impulsive trade. I don't want to be in it for too long because it wasn't planned and probably therefore not a good trade. So out of that one, and I'll leave that one alone. But yeah, I think the general move on some of these names is they're heading back down. We have Meta now testing low of day again, 210.78. It's really close into that. I think we're at 90s. Likewise with Microsoft, 283.70. We're 283.31 is the low. So coming close to some of these lows. Likewise with the NQ, it's definitely coming in at some of its lows there. Yeah, I think I'm going to stay put here on entering any trades for now. I don't want to get into anything impulsive. Because I really haven't set up for it.
I think it's decision time on the market, right? Do we want to make the next move down? ES is kind of, it did that little wick, so if we take out 4105, are we taking out 4100? NASDAQ like making a weak retracement on NASDAQ. Barely does anything. This is a 5-minute chart. We only retraced like, a tiny percent of this move, and now we're headed back down. So NASDAQ looking quite weak. Somebody said they're long Google at 104. I don't hate the play. We get this consolidation area down here, double bottom, breaks the 104, heads back towards VWAP. So Google being one of the stronger names in the market, this is one of the ones that you want to be long if you believe in the bounce. I'm not convinced of the bounce right now, so I'm not long anything, or I'm long BABA, which is not really trading with the market at the moment. BABA is still kind of hanging out, waiting for that breakout on BABA. But yeah, if you believe in the bounce, Google's probably the one that you want to be long. I mean, only down 0.5%. Everything else is down like, 4, 2, 3. So yeah, Google, nice name for the bounce play. 104 long, don't hate it. You only got like 10 cents of 20 cents of risk here. So yeah, Google, good name. BABA, let's see what we're doing on BABA. Hanging out. I'm going to try to just hold this whole position until we get to 99. I think that's the only way to pay for the risk on this one. If I'm risking down 20 cents, I got to get like 40 cents to the upside. So let's see what it does at VWAP. I think BABA can make the move. If anything is going to make the move, this is the name that will do it. What else do we got? XOM never gave you the dip. So XOM still strong. Dips to VWAP. So now it's holding VWAP. Now it's holding the teal line. Trust the teal.
Yeah, I saw a chart earlier that you had up, and it was like bouncing right off the teal line. The
Probably,
EMA,
it must have been that IFRX,
yeah,
right?
I think it was. It was like holding it to a T. And
there we go. Oh,
and then
where
look
does
to
he
the
stop
downside too. Look at the downside.
Yeah. Oh yeah, downside trust. I mean,
21.
I feel like the halt down is the indicator on this one, but if you're just trusting the teal, then
can I tell you, I use a 20 EMA. I use a 7, 20.
Yeah.
Is it the 20 or the 21? I think it's 20. The 50 and the 200. Let me look quickly, because I think that's interesting how, like, I totally didn't pick up on that. 59, yeah, I use a 20. It's funny how you use a 21. But anyway, NVIDIA.
Where do we get these numbers from? Like,
I think
you just watch
know.
one person on YouTube who uses the 21, so then you end up with the 21.
Yeah.
You end up with the 20.
But a lot of people end up using the 50, though. Like, I know,
50
I
is
came
legit.
Here, Sean, he was using the 50. There you go.
The 50 is legit. I think Sean made the 50 famous there. He's the father of the 50 over there.
Father of the 50. I like when, like, those are. What is that? It doesn't rhyme. What is it called when, like, there's an F and then an F right after it? Father of 50. Like, what is that?
Alliteration?
Is it? Okay.
No, I don't.
Shows you how much I used to pay attention.
I was never good in high school English there. So we're getting towards 99 on BABA.
NVIDIA's pumping. Ooh.
I think it's time to take a little piece out on BABA here. I'll just punch 86s, I guess.
Alliteration, yeah.
So yeah. Crushing
For
this BABA
today,
trade.
We're hitting the word of the day.
I'm picking the right
alliteration.
names. At least I'm picking the right names on the midday show. If I was picking the right names in the morning, maybe we wouldn't be down so bad today, but that's okay. So yeah, BABA is still making that move up. I'm looking for 99.50 for my last out. I don't think it's going to like 100 necessarily today in this weak market. But yeah, BABA looking strong, looking good.
Yeah.
What else we got? XOM breaking out now. So XOM, we had the idea, not the execution, sadly. But yeah, energy name's still looking strong. See if we get that 116 break on XOM. Really holding VWAP now. Like, it's been below VWAP for most of the day, right? And then it comes up for the last time, tests it twice, and now we kind of blast off. So interesting on XOM here. If we can get that move to the next daily levels of like 117, 118, this one could be a little spicy in the afternoon.
Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. It's coming right back into those levels. Man, I don't know if I'm going to trade anything at the moment, because we are at levels, and you're trying to take some downside movement and then an upside movement, and it's not kind of working either way, at least not the way that I see it. I was looking at NVIDIA short, and then it kind of went back down, right back up. It's doing that dance with VWAP. I don't have a good feel for the market at the moment. I don't know what these levels are, we're planning for these levels. We're at really critical points. I mean, we bounced off on the ES off near that 4100, 4101.75 was the bottom. We got to 15s, and then we're back into 9s. Maybe we stair step up back into maybe 16s where VWAP is at, 1650s. VWAP's near there, but the ES is, the NQ is a completely different story. The retracements are much lower in angle. it's like a 10, 15 degree angle, while the retracement on the ES is more like 45. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not taking any of these names. I'm leaving it as it is. I'll look for some small cap crappers to come into some levels. Maybe we can play around with some of those.
IFRX taking out VWAP
It is.
now.
It's
so
taking it. I'm looking at that.
I think like this
Let's go
one
into
could
that.
still have legs in it. I know if you do that huge candle to the upside and like that quadunk, and then it just holds a key level like that 5. It holds that 5 key level.
Yeah.
You know, maybe this one still has legs in it. If they can't break it back down to like 4, 3, 2, then it probably has room to go back to the upside. So that one's interesting.
Yeah.
Someone said triple bottom on Meta, and it looks like it has now triple
does.
bottoms
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
I always say like 1 time take the bounce, 2 time take the bounce,
Yeah.
3 times smash through the level and you get run over. So I'm
here
not
we
going to be
go.
there for the triple bottom. I don't think like triple bottom's necessarily a
that
setup.
good?
Like,
Yeah.
is that a setup? Everybody says double bottom. I think there might be a reason for that. So, but I mean, Meta holding up. If it holds this level and then comes back to the upside, I mean, it's probably going to VWAP, right?
Yeah, and I don't want to look at Meta as a secular mover like Baba
Yeah,
is, for
I
example,
agree.
right?
I
So
agree,
I need confirmation from the overall market, and I personally, and I'm associating it more with the NQ. Lately, the big cappers obviously have diverged a little bit from the ES. They've been following more the NQ, and the NQ is just not showing me a long, I got to tell you. Again, we were talking about that 13,000 long. Dan Emmons in the chat right now saying, Sean Sharif, the NQ is basically retesting the breakout over 13,000 from Thursday today. Yeah, we've been talking about that. That 13,000 level has been one that I've been looking at. What are you giggling about there?
What was
Go.
this guy's name? Bo Diddley says, buy a breakout, Max. Apparently he wants to see me lose some more money. I'm good.
see
Not
that,
today.
yeah.
Not today. Maybe tomorrow when I got some money to lose. Today we're down too much to go buying breakouts in the midday. So
I don't know, man. I just don't like the breakouts right now. I don't know.
breakout's not working. Market down
Nuh-uh.
like crazy. I don't think buying a breakout's right in this market. Although, you know, the $5 breakout on that IFRX was not bad at all this morning,
No.
pre-market.
No, of course.
Until it kind of
Pre-market,
quadunked on you. But like, to get 20, 30 cents on a $5 name is a pretty good trade, especially like the float on this one is, I think, 36 million, 37 million.
small. Yeah,
so it's not as small. You can't expect like those crazy moves because your risk really isn't as high on this
37, yeah.
one, usually. But yeah, this was not a bad breakout. This high break was not bad either. So breakouts on this name, maybe not so bad. I don't know. 6 break was pretty dirty for you, though.
You know, it'd be interesting here if it started accumulating at VWAP, where it started showing that it was going to accumulate around here for a possible break, and that's what sometimes you see that here, or it could develop into like a bull trap where we get like a big move up, maybe test 6, and then
in
you have a big
my
move
opinion,
back.
like if a breakout's going to work on this name today, it's that 6 breakout because that's kind of the halt price. If it breaks 6 again,
definitely.
I would say we're probably going up, but I'm not going to buy that breakout today. This one was absolutely
that's the
nasty.
thing.
If you were
I'd
watching
like
the
to
tape on this
accumulate.
morning,
I'd like to accumulate around here.
well, yeah, you got all these shorts in here that are kind of like expecting the move to continue down.
But what's your, okay, so here's the thing. When I say, okay, great, accumulate around VWAP, but what's the plan if it moves down? Where am I getting out? Am I giving it to 5? So I'm going to have to risk 50 pennies to make 50 pennies because I'm
and then it's not worth it.
I personally would say there's a good chance it rejects off 6. Touches 6, you got a khwadunk. And so I'm risking 50 to make 50. To me, on a small cap crapper, I don't know if that's worth it. So yeah, tough decisions. And look, we're already bottoming here on the 5-minute candle. Looks like we're doing a bit of a bottoming tail candle. Where's, yeah, I have like 10 seconds left on this candle too. Anyway, doesn't mean much, but.
Yeah, we'll see what happens
we'll
on this
see.
one. Our eyes will be on this one. It does, I mean, it is still trusting the teal here. Triple T, trust the teal, breaks the teal, test it once, test it twice, testing it again. So if you're gonna buy this name, maybe this is the spot to buy it at, right at the teal for the breakout. But I'm not,
teal's it,
I
baby.
can't touch this one anymore. Too many losses on it.
Apple.
Over and
Apple's
over
making
again.
big boy moves to the downside. Okay, someone's saying Apple is making down. Yes, it is. Okay, it's down and to the right. Well, we're having more of a consolidation with some of these other big cappers. You have Tesla, Amazon, Meta. They're all kind of Microsoft consolidating, but This one is down and to the right, and here we go. So we just made a newer low. I want to say that 163-ish was the level that you wanted to break there. It broke it quite decisively. Now we're at 68 lows.
Wow.
I don't know if we've got a catalyst here. Let's have a look quickly at our friend Apple on the news blotter. I mean, it's not down that much. It's 1.77%. Amazon's down more at 2.61, and Tesla is down 4.13. So I don't know if there's anything really special about this move other than the fact that it's moving now. Let's see here quickly. Apple stock pulls back with the S&P after the India launch. What is this India launch? Apple stock pulls back with the S&P 500 after India launch of the Bull to Bear. Gap down slightly lower on Wednesday after topping at okay. The move lower came in tandem with the general market. Yeah, that's what we're assuming. Obviously, it is, right? With India likely to surpass China as the most populous country this year. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Interesting. Okay. So it looks like India is going to take over.
Foxconn reported, and they're saying that
populous.
their Q2 outlook is poor, so maybe people
Foxconn?
are thinking that means Apple sales are going to be poor Q2.
Of course, there's an association there.
Yeah,
Always
so
is. Yeah.
that came out around 10:20 today. So what
Interesting.
time did Apple make that move down? Let's see.
I'm going long IFRX here. I'm taking a baby position. I want to accumulate a round view up. I'm going to give it to the 50-period moving average. The 50-period moving average on my chart on the 5-minute is 18. If it breaks 18, I'll get out. So that way I'm not giving it a 1-to-1 ratio. But I'm looking to accumulate above the current high, which is around 68. If it breaks above 70, I'll look to add. So this is a quarter position here that I got long at 54s. So I'm long 54s on IFRX. Let's see if we get some continuation as we do that consolidation thing.
Someone's saying I look like Garfield the cat.
Who?
How does that make sense?
That's
I look
not
like
fair.
a cat? Interesting. Never heard that I look like a cat
The Mr.
before.
Beast thing, I can completely see. But
I
the
love
cat,
the Mr.
I don't know.
Beast.
Yeah, but is that something you got before you came on the show?
I have
'Cause
never once heard that I look like
because you didn't
Mr.
cut your
Beast.
hair like
In
that,
fact, the
right?
day that I cut my hair, Ian told me that I looked like Bradley Cooper.
Well,
And then
okay.
I get Mr. Beast. I
Well,
think the
it depends
camera
who your
must add
audience
some.
is, right? Because like we're on YouTube, so Mr. Beast, he's gonna have a presence here, right? But yeah, we'll see. I like the Mr. Beast thing though. What is the name of the new guy? His name is Max Marius. Yes, that's what his name is. Max is Mr. Beast. All right, let's see here. Max is. Yes, Coast. Grow a beard says.
Grow a
Zania.
beard, yeah, maybe I should.
All right. Mr. Beast for sure. Yeah, Mr. Beast for show. Shout out to Angelo.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh, here we go. This is trouble. There's something coming up here on Sean's screen. It's not coming up. All right, so it's going to be up there, I guess. Okay. We shall see, but it shall be funny. Let's see what
In
this
the meantime,
BLO
Baba
story
breaking
is.
99. So waiting for my 99.40 fills. I think we can get there.
Very nice.
If not, if we reject, I'll just get out. I'm going to trust the teal on this one. We break the teal
Trust the
on Baba,
teal,
I'm out.
baby.
That's it. That's my, maybe I won't even offer out. I'll just trail this based on the 21 today. Trusting the teal has been working for a while now.
the
So
teal.
let's see. Baba started to break out a little bit. So Baba going for that, like, I mean, this wick is not real, but yeah. 99.40. 99.40. XOM as well. XOM, we make the call. We don't have the trade. Sad.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Yeah, you need a little bit of the beard. Yeah.
I'm not sure that's Mr. Beast.
Oof. All right.
I love it. I love it. No, I think that there's definitely a similarity. When you grow your beard, sometimes you let it grow, then you definitely you'd have that.
I do. I get lazy. I'm like, all right, I'll just let this grow for a bit, and then I'll just shave my beard off whenever I feel bored of it. But yeah, XOM, we had the call. Trust the teal, hitting the teal again, and then blasting off. So yeah, XOM kind of. Damn, I do wish I had this.
Yeah, you
that
were
is
calling that
$1
earlier.
in the money.
You were
That's
calling that
exactly
earlier,
where I
man.
wanted to get it to.
Yeah.
So, too bad.
So some
Slap
stuff
the
moving
fail
up
on that
here,
one.
baby. Yeah, the ES is looking maybe to want to test 15 again. We're at 11.5, so I feel like I'm grasping the straws here, man, looking for a bounce on the market that does not want to provide one. D-Loaf, Max better looking than the Beast. Definitely a better trader. Bang! There you go. You're getting some love there.
I don't know.
Where's Luca?
Mr. Beast is a
he
pretty
coming back?
smart guy. I feel like if he decided to day trade, he would he'd probably crush it.
Yeah, well, obviously he
That guy-
definitely knows what he's doing there, bro.
That guy seems like a
Built a
bit of a genius.
Bit of an empire he's got going on over there, eh?
$1 billion YouTube channel.
I know. Hold on. Did it get valued at $1 billion, or did he get $1 billion based on?
I think the
some
valuation was like
just $1
1.5
billion?
or something.
Okay, got it. All right.
I think that's how. I don't know the exact news because
Neither
it's
do
not
I.
a publicly traded company and I can't make money off it.
I know, right? Yeah, like you hear like varying valuations for TikTok. I mean, because every time they do a new fundraising round, there has to be a valuation, and that usually ends up getting leaked somehow. All right, what else we got here going on? I'm still in this long. I'm holding IFRX at 54s. We're at 55s here on the bid. So this is basically doing nothing but kind of anticipated that, looking for accumulation around VWAP and then a possible test of 6. I'm going to give it to the 50-period moving average. So if it should retrace, right now I would get out at 19s. The idea being to give it about 30 pennies to make 50. So trying to keep a better than 1-to-1 ratio there. Again, yeah, Renata Sharif and TikTok again. Yeah, baby. TikTok is the reason that Meta is up all this, or the reason, the fact, obviously not the reason. There's a lot of other reasons involved. The austerity stuff obviously has a lot to do with that, but the TikTok tailwind, as I call it, that's why I'm talking about TikTok, not because I'm a huge TikTok fan. That TikTok thing with Neil still won't go away, eh?
It's not good, man. It's not a good look there, Sharif.
Yeah, it was tough there. It was tough. Are we going to happening now? Okay. All right, let's do happening now, guys.
Stay in the chat.
Hey guys, yeah, lunchtime. Let's jump into what is happening now as we head into the afternoon. On a pretty busy afternoon as far as downside movement continues to be the NASDAQ here leading the way. NASDAQ Composite and the 100, both about 1.3 in the red. Same story for the Russell 2000 there. 1.3 in negative territory. So some of the regional banks back under pressure for whatever reason today. 0.17 there for the Dow holding on to positive territory. The S&P about 0.5% or so to the upside. If you're with us in the pre-market this morning, pretty good look. We had a ton of opportunities to discuss this morning. One was NVIDIA. AI stocks back on watch after that tumble yesterday for AI itself, following Kerrisdale Capital's short report on the stock. Meta as well. Not one, but two down here, upgrades for Meta. There's NVIDIA as well. We were talking NVIDIA and Google. 2.8% here for NVIDIA. On a bit of a bounce right now. Tagged 264. Holding a little higher at this point. See if we can't get back above and hold above 267 there for NVIDIA. Might cause a little bit of upward movement, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, crazy amounts. Sean and I talking about the Mr. Beast philanthropic movement. And that's what kind of sets him apart from some of these other YouTube stars. Guys, some people are noticing what's going on here on NVIDIA, and I'm noticing it too. We're getting kind of a constant VWAP rejection and an accumulation in front or below 267. So here it is on the 5-minute over here. I mean, we've broken through 267 on this 5-minute candle, that 11:30. You got a pop into 16s, but you had an immediate retracement, and the close actually was at 86s. So you have had no decisive break of that level for some time. So there's a bit of an accumulation here. I just don't know if we see a balance on this market today. That's the thing, right? If we do, I would love to take this NVIDIA long through VWAP. You have so much room to the upside. Yesterday's close is at 74s. I mean, I'm not saying it would make it all the way up there. Even if you were to give it to the 200, that's 71.5. That's plenty. So
NVIDIA, I'm not loving particularly because in Google's news, they're saying that they're faster. Their chips are faster than NVIDIA and more efficient.
But look at the chart
pattern.
pattern.
I mean, it looks like it's caught a bottom there.
Look at the chart pattern. Compare that to like an Apple.
Exactly.
Compare that to a Meta that just made a new low.
Yeah.
Right? Even Tesla. I mean, you could take it because it's down 4%. It's the worst. It's the worst of the bunch.
Tesla getting absolutely smoked.
I don't know.
Too bad for
Meta
Tesla.
coming down,
I was excited for Tesla this week. I thought this was going to be one that I was going to be trading every day. We were going to be making new highs, new highs, new highs. They had to go and miss. And I mean, what's the
They
catalyst for
blew
this
it out of
market
the
down?
park. I mean, year over year, the expectations
Yeah.
are so unreasonable.
But like, you don't want to build up an inventory when you're the hot new product and you're
know.
making new factories
But
over
can I
and
tell
over and
you,
over again.
like they had those price cuts, so that was going to increase demand artificially. You knew that it was going to calm down eventually, right, as the price cuts diminished in effect. But I don't know. Well, that's kind of what I expected. NVIDIA rejecting decisively off that 268.80, quadunking right back into 66, but we've bounced off 66 several times. I'm not going to play this range. I don't have the patience for that today, and nor do I want to involve myself in, you know, like range trading. It's just frustrating. So what I'm going to look for is a continuation.
That's the thing. Us guys who learned with the small caps can never get into range trading. I am terrible at trading ranges. I need to be in like at the very bottom of day for me to make money on a stock or taking a breakout. Everything in the middle I lose on every time. So like cutting out that like anything in the middle is the only way that I can trade ranges.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which I guess is how you trade ranges, but like the patience element is
that's the thing too, and like you got to be quick with these keys, or you got to have resting orders because sometimes it doesn't last long at your level. All right, back to IFRX, coming right back down into the lower end. You heard it, you guessed it, of the range at 545. It's got a bit of a 20 penny range. Ironically enough, we have the middle of that range at 54. So let's see if we get a quadunk back down. Again, I'm going to give this one into the 20 period. That's at 519. It kind of slanted down a little from the 520 we were looking at before. But again, still accumulation at VWAP, and I'm not really to call kaputs on this one, but it's not the biggest trade. We're talking about a quarter position. We're just, you know, wetting our beak a little bit on this trade, getting involved here in the market so we just don't sit on the show and not punch. But honestly, if I was not on the show, I wouldn't be in anything right now. And that's the truth. I don't like any trades right now. It's just not time for me, especially I had a really good trade on VLO, and I should be like, okay, let me just live off this today. You know, that would be my move.
I mean, that was a money trade on that VLO.
That would be my move, but you know,
to be able to switch your bias like that when you're long and then you switch short and then you crush the short.
Don't do that typically.
Yeah, it's so hard to do that. Anyone who's able to.
On, Mike. My mic is kind of messy. Sorry, guys. All right, we're looking into that mic issue. I should be good, Proudly says. So let me know if I'm good. Anyway, back to this IFRX trade, holding within that range. Not going to keep talking about this one. Let's look back at NVIDIA.
Kind of rejecting there.
Okay, we were talking about NVIDIA holding a bottom. And you were right on that, so you're getting a couple of bangs. There you go. There you go.
I was right, but I'm not in the money. You know, you don't want to. It's better to make money than to be right in this game.
Do you pick up 264s here?
I just don't believe in NVIDIA. If you believe in
so
NVIDIA,
no bottom.
yeah,
we haven't made a bottom.
But like, I think that the way that it moves back up, if NVIDIA gives up like this price right now, I think that's where, you know, it's kind of over. Like if it gets back below 265, I think NVIDIA is kind of done for the day. I'm not looking for a double bottom on that one.
Semis are
we're
definitely
down so
red.
much.
The semis are terrible right now. Everything is red. Big tech is red. Semis are red. Crypto's red. The Chinese ADRs are red. Decidedly red. There's nothing green. DDY is the only thing that's green, guys, and it's on the OTC market. Look at EVs and clean energy. Decidedly red. FinTech, red. Social media, you guessed it, red. The virus plays, though, Max. Healthcare and utilities, the standouts. That's always the run for...
Apparently, there's a viral vaccine conference or something. There's a vaccine conference this week. I read that on some website, so maybe that's what's holding up these vax makers.
Well, I know that essentially healthcare and utilities usually do well when the other areas are underperforming. It seems to be a flight of the money. Solar, look at this, bro. Solar, we're talking about high single-digit red here, 7, 6, 8%. Weed plays, geez, the weed plays. I don't even. They're really down on my list. 5G plays. I haven't looked at these in a while. Cloud computing, AI, yeah, we know about that. CrowdStrike, CRM, they're all down, man. Nothing really green that's standing out. There's a couple of green on there, but nothing really of note. We'll keep an eye on these small cap crappers. Where are we here with our IFRX? We're exactly the same as where we left it off. We're range bound. Here we go. Let's go back into that. We're range bound. Now we're ahead in the higher area of that range, but this is kind of what I expected. I want to be on the bottom end of this range when it breaks out. So I'll look at that. I know that Mad Max is in BABA. Are you still in BABA?
Yeah, BABA really starting to catch a bid here.
Here we go.
Once again, it bounces off the teal. Why am I not reloading? I could have reloaded 1, 2-ish, 3 times. I could be, printing on this one right now. BABA is starting to really make a move, and I've actually canceled my offer. I'm just going to trail this to this line. So wherever BABA goes today, as long as it's holding the teal, I will be in it. I am not getting out.
I have a feeling this hold the teal thing is going to really, it's going to catch on. This teal, something to do with this teal line is going to be
the teal line is going to be the next.
Yeah, man.
The next key indicator,
yeah,
a random 21 EMA.
I know.
I don't even know where I got 21 from.
No, it's
I
the
just
teal
have
color,
21.
bro. It's the teal color, I think.
The teal color. I mean, it's a beautiful color, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Oh, and my buys are this color too. Actually, they're not usually that on my other charts.
Would you buy a teal car?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
How affirmative and definitive that was.
I would not buy a teal car.
No, that's too much.
I do have a teal cooler though.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
I have a Yeti cooler in this like beautiful beautiful teal color.
Okay, like retro 60s
I like the color. Yeah.
Yeah, like the 60s VW vans that are like teal on white. You know what I'm talking
about?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
That's what I was thinking when you were talking.
An old VW, I would take in teal.
Teal on
maybe
white,
even
homie.
like a vintage 911 in teal.
Yeah.
That could be kind of cool. Like the Golf blue. Golf blue is kind of
nice.
tealish.
Yeah.
That's more of like a baby blue though.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah.
Renata asking if I bought a car. Not yet. I'm still shopping. And I'm finding it very hard to give you guys any clues without really like exposing what I've been looking at, and which is going to defeat the whole purpose. So when I end up buying it, then I'll let everybody know. Yeah, but I've been without a car now going on 3 weeks, bro. So
I've been without a car going on a few decades.
Yeah.
Still loving it.
Yeah, I know, but like I've set up my routine in a way where like I'm kind of car dependent a little bit. But
Fair.
I live off the subway, so it's kind of helped, right? Get that third row for the kids. Nah, bro. Nah, there ain't gonna be no kids in this recent future. So, and it's funny because of the SUVs I'm looking for, some of them come with third rows, and I just ain't having them. I'm like, well, what do I need a third row for, man?
Well,
I'd like the trunk space.
You might have a little. You could have some.
No, there ain't gonna be no Rugrats running around my place. Yeah, not soon anyway. Right, kidding. Dan Emmons, what's the bet today for Streamlabs poll? Okay. I don't know. You're going to have to ask Bradley with that. I think he deals with that. So we shall see. Hold his horses, bro. Bradley says, hold your horses, Dan. He's getting to it, man. He's busy back there. All right. ATNF, Max. ATNF just woke up here.
Oh, yeah?
It is up now 46% on the day, 26% since the open. In the last 5 minutes, it's done 1.25 million shares. It looking to test the highs at 265. It just made the high, actually, but there's a very clear pre-market high here on lesser volume.
274, 275. I like the idea. I was actually looking at this. It came up on Trade Ideas about 15 minutes ago. I was thinking like maybe that 250 break works, and it does. When you get a consolidation like this for so long, let's bring up a longer chart here for a second. Here's the 5 minute. You get a consolidation below a certain price for so long, and 250 on a small cap is going to be a key level, that round, even 250.
Yeah, man.
All the people down here who are short, they are screwed. I am always thinking, who is in trouble if I am taking a breakout? All of these guys. Now we're just waiting for these guys, but like how many people, no volume really was done on this high, so nobody's really necessarily caught here.
No.
But yeah, maybe these people are going to say, oh, okay, I'm giving it to the high. So then 275, if this thing cracks 275, I think this could be maybe a halter. I don't know. I'm not going to take the breakout at 275, that's for sure. But that 250 break money, and well, kind of tries to reject the teal here, but held the teal in a way. You could get out on the teal, back in on the teal, and then rip back to the high side. Let's see where this one goes. $3 incoming, maybe. I'll look at the daily on this.
Like, look, it's a former runner. Okay. Look at the daily on this, and we're right at the 50 period here on the daily. So I find this a little bit interesting. Look, it had big days before, but on no volume. Now the days that came in that were big on volume just started in December. So this is a recent runner, not always a runner.
I think I remember this name.
Yeah, I definitely remember this name. No question about it.
It sounds like a police department or something.
Yeah, because you're thinking of the ATF, the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
Yeah.
You know what I used to think that was? Advanced Tactical Force. It has nothing to do with that. It's alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Anyway, completely unrelated. ATNF, what's the float on this bad boy? Let's find out here. Company profile will move down. 1.4 million shares. Tread carefully, people. Tread carefully. Very ultra, micro, low float on this bad boy. Yeah, and as you can see, it's had a history of making these kind of days lately. So it's going to move.
BOBA bouncing off the teal at the moment. So we'll see if it holds the teal. I'm giving it to 98.99 now. I know round stop, probably going to get hit, but good trade regardless. Kind of bounced twice, double top off of my 99.40 offer there. So I guess I had the right price, but I canceled that offer. Maybe somebody's listening. I don't know. But BOBA, let's see if it can make the bounce off of 99 right now. I'll be stopped out. I will be happy with this trade. Nice little, you know, what would you call this? I don't know. Rebound on BOBA. About to get stopped out.
Yeah,
maybe
the teal,
it holds 99.
Respect the teal, man.
Teal is gone. Trade is gone. Good trade on BOBA.
Yeah,
pretty happy with that one.
Awesome trade. All right, ATNF doing that little dance, maybe kind of developing a bull flag. Kind of the feeling that I get. We get that breakout decidedly through VWAP in the kind of the same way that we're not getting on IFRX, which we're still in, by the way. But yeah, ATNF kind of it looks like it's making a bull flag, and you know obviously the idea here is to take it near the low of the range. I don't think there's been enough 1 minute candles to kind of establish the range, but it may go without us. So. We'll see what ATNF does. I just want to put it up on the 5 minute chart here because it shows a different picture. ATNF, let's go. Yeah. Yeah, this one's going to be tough to trade. I don't think I'm going to take it at these levels. Now, I'm going to steer clear of this one until it gives me some sort of dip or consolidation, maybe back into 245 or so to hold that level there. There's been a lot of action at 245. Below that 250 level, I don't know. Dan Emmons says, big ES 4100 test now. Here we go. Here it comes. We just got that dip again into 4102. It just bounced off 4102. I want to say that was a low. Yeah, 4102 exactly was the low of this last 5 minute candle. But again, 410175. Do we get a double bottom here? I mean, we're still doing lows as well. Near the NQ. We're not days lows, but we're definitely after the bell lows on the NQ. So we shall see what we get at these levels. Let's go back quickly.
Yeah, we're getting a little bounce on ES off the bottom there. Kind of a wick bottom, same price. Right. 4102. So maybe it wants to hold 41. Yeah, I was thinking, you know, 3080 today. Maybe we'll see if we can pull up a daily on ES. Come on. Load for me. Yeah.
Load for me.
4080, sorry, I said 3980. 4080, 4075 was kind of like where I figured we were going today if we gave up these levels. And like, I mean, day's not over yet. I think this is a pretty bearish day. We came up here, tried to break out, and now we're rejecting back down. So maybe we touch the 50 on the ES in the next couple of days. Kind of bounced off here once, came back up above here, rejecting back down. So yeah, not looking great today on ES, but trying to make it.
I'll show you how to do that.
Hey, bounce.
Are we H23 on the futures or
M23?
M23. Okay, thank you.
Right. They're telling me to do something in my ear that I have no idea what they're talking about. So Sharif is going to show me how to do that. But yeah. Also, NVIDIA. So NVIDIA broke down. Broke this consolidation area, comes back down. Breaks 265, and I said if it breaks 265, it's dead, but apparently I am wrong. NVIDIA kind of wicking 265 here and starting to head back towards
that's what I was thinking
that consolidation low. Maybe if we take 266 back, that's like the kind of trigger for the move back towards like 268. Yeah, Nvidia trying to catch a bounce. I mean, everything kind of trying to catch a bounce right now.
Off this ES bottom, yeah, Nvidia. Well, you could assume that Nvidia would at least retrace to the top that it had trouble breaking that prior time around, which is 267. That's $1.50 from where we're at the moment. That's great money. And you got that bottoming tail wicking candle, which is, you know, if you could say it's a short-term reversal candle. But we'll have to hold these levels. We'll have to hold them on the ES and the NQ. I don't see Nvidia being secular again. So yeah, it's going to be market dependent. And so that's the trick with these big cappers right now is that, you know, they're not really the secular bunch that some of these other ones are. And if you're kind of stuck at lows on the market, you're not really having much success taking them to the long side. But we shall see. We shall see what we get. Do we hold that 4,100? This is going to be a big test. That 41.0175, that's a low of day. But, you know, we'll have our eye on that 4,100. But oftentimes, I mean, lately we break that level. We'll break like the exact level, 4,100. We'll go like 40.98. We'll get
like
a decided bounce back through, you know, and so.
Kind of entering like the lightest volume period of the day right now. So maybe we're not going to break lows at 12:20. Maybe we wait till like 1 o'clock, 1:30 until we start to break lows.
Yep.
So yeah, maybe that's the idea right now. Kind of chop around between this 41.01 and 41.10, 41.12, and then, you know, the market decides where it wants to go at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. We will be here for it regardless.
Yes, sir.
Baba seems to have stopped me out. Bottom wick stop out, heading back to the high side. So congrats if you hung on to this.
That's bamboozlement right there, man.
I think they were listening. They heard I had a 99 stop. They're like, we need his shares for the move back up.
We need your shares.
We need all of that size. And they got it. They got the size that they needed. So headed back to the high side. Maybe we see 100 on BOVA today. I don't know. I mean, market's weak. BOVA just trending up. I said last week when BOVA started to break down and we were in these, you know, we were kind of nowhere. Let's go back to the 30 if that will load for me. We're kind of like, you know, it makes that wick top. You were long at that 105 level.
Yeah, do you remember
and
that?
Yeah, we talked about it. I said, you know what, if it's going to wick there, you're in the money so much, why get out here, kind of give it more room?
Right.
And apparently that was the top. So it wicks this top right here, makes the move down, and then like people are talking, Baba, where are you longing Baba? And I was saying 97, 98. Like that's where I wanted to get long this name. I thought it needed like a deep kind of pullback off of those highs. And that's where we get to. And then we make this rally yesterday. And now we're strong again. So Baba, maybe like this is the shelf, this 97, 97.50. This is where it's supported. And then we make the move back up. I'm thinking Baba has room to 120 plus. So we'll see where it goes the next few weeks. But Baba remaining strong, remaining everyone's favorite Chinese name for now.
Oh, yeah.
What's going on with that IFRX?
Yeah, so it just did a breakout, then a breakdown, but it's still within my range. Like I said, I'll give this to the 20 period. Right now, the 20 period moved up from 20 into 24. So it's bounced up into 40 here. I'm long 54s, but you know, it went up all the way to 70. I'm like, no, this isn't enough to take profit. I'm long 54s. I need at least a test of 6, so I have a profit taker sitting at 85, which I just took out right now accidentally, but I'll put that back in. But it's still holding within my range, so nothing has changed for me here. I did not get, you know, strong armed. I was not the weaker hand on this trade, at least not yet. So it's still within my range. If it breaks below the 50, we'll get out. It's a quarter position, but what I'm looking for is a hold near view up and a continuation north. But the fact that we got this bamboozlement north here makes me feel like it will set up to the north side at some point. So, in fact, so much so is the case that I'm going to take an opportunity to add at 44s here. So, additionally, I added at 54. So there we go. I'll average that one in, and I'll give it to the exact same price, which is 24s. Breaks below 24s, I'll get out. This wick got down into 31s. All right, now let's focus back on these futures because that's, I feel like, the better trade for the moment. I really like this 4100 as a possible bounce area. We wick off it again. But how do you feel about this bounce here? Do you like the fact that it's immediately getting bought up? Like it's the fact that it's
typically
wicking?
like an indicator to go long from here to get out of a short. That like kind
the
of
immediate
instant
buy up.
wick. But I mean, where are we going? We went 4 handles up. It's not really.
It's weak as hell.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting all these like light volume kind of bounces. I don't think that the market is done with this flush. People have decided to be scared for some reason. I don't really know what the news is, because I thought the numbers came out pretty okay for us on the market today.
They were mixed. I mean, they didn't show more inflationary pressure, so you definitely don't feel like the Fed's going to have to raise.
Yeah.
But you're always worried about that hard landing.
Yeah,
and
that's
so
the problem.
anything that comes in below expectations, you're panicking. You're panicking.
So maybe that's what it is now. Like, bad news is bad news again. We kind of know what the Fed's going to do. We know that they're going to raise 25 points again at some point, or very likely they're going to do that. And they're really not looking at hikes beyond that unless they absolutely have to. So maybe bad news is bad news again. Maybe people are looking for growth in the economy without the inflation. I don't know. I'm not an economist. I just look at these charts and try to make some money. So I just watch price action. I have no idea how to interpret this.
I got one for you, bro.
TRKA?
Look at this one pump to the high side. Now, look, it looks great on the chart, but then you immediately notice that it's below the $1 and it's actually at the $0.25 level. Like we get basically some action here off the move at 9:30. We make a high there at 23.50. We move back down, hold the 200 on the 1 minute, and then we have a big boy move back up, supported by big boy volume. You had big boy volume at the open. You have big boy volume now. Here we go. We're about to test 25 pennies, 24.98. That's a high. Pump into the high side. Here is TRKA. What is this one all about? Your guess is as good as mine. No, let's find out.
TRKA has kind of been around for a bit.
Troika.
It's one of those, Troika or something like that.
Consumer engagement and customer acquisition consulting and solutions company. It's a professional services company that architects and builds enterprise value and consumer-facing brands. Yeah. All right, so I'm not getting a catalyst today. There's no catalyst for me unless you guys have one.
I believe this is one of those like sub-dollar stocks that people just like to trade.
Yeah, they're telling me short-term bullish event, which is triple moving average crossover. That just happened.
Yes. I remember.
Right, yeah.
I remember this day here.
Okay.
The $1 day, it didn't quite get to $1. I was long in like the 80s. 75s, I think I took a 75 breakout this day looking for $1, and it just like didn't get there. Actually, you know what? It was this day. I was long like 65, 70.
Buyout news, Scott H. saying rumor possibly on that.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. All right. But yeah, never quite got to the $1, this one. And then the next day was like this beautiful short off of $1. I think it halted down a bunch of times. I believe Neil was short this day. This one was absolutely nuts. And like, look at the volume. 575 million shares of volume. Is that? Wow.
That's big boy shareage.
That's a lot of shares. This thing, this thing was nuts. So if we get back to $1, I'll be there for the $1 break.
Okay.
I take dollar breaks.
We're a little bit
if
away
you're doing
right
volume
now.
under $1, I will take the $1 break. I love $1 breaks, but not touching it at 24 cents. My I'll take something like 40 cents. Maybe.
Yeah, that's okay.
Once we get down here, it's like, how many shares do I need to take to like make 1 penny?
I know, man.
And make it worth it for myself.
Yeah, it's big boy shares, and it really shouldn't matter. But the fact is, to me, it matters because like you're so programmed in typing certain share outs that, to me, when you're being really quick with it, you have to actually think about, okay, I have to enter this many shares like 5 times, 10 times. What you're used to entering. Sometimes it's more keys. Sometimes you're just not used to it. And old man hands over here. What can I tell you?
And also, when you get to a certain share size, like there's not enough shares on the book to.
Well, this one's going to be super thick.
This one's pretty thick. This one's fine, but if you get too big, sometimes you can't get out. Like there's no other players to get out on. So
like I got a buddy
with that.
He just deals in OTC small caps, and he's like, when they're illiquid, they're illiquid. You're in trouble.
You're done.
Yeah. Luisic saying 40.60 today. What do you think? I bet you 1 point. Okay. I don't know what that means. What you're betting me 1 point on the ES.
Oh, we just took out 4,100 on the ES.
We did, but we bounced off again. So 40.09, 40.99.50 is the low of day. So essentially, again, 41. So he's saying, or they're saying 40.60. Let's zoom out. We're going to have to zoom out a bit away here. Let's go to the half. Let's go to the half an hour, see if we get anything. Now we're getting somewhere. So 40.60, that's over here-ish. So it's around this level. Calm down, Bradley. Yeah, 40.60 is a decent level. I mean, you got the trough right here, but why not this trough? Like, what's so good about this one? And why not this one? I mean, yeah, it's tough. It's just tough because we have a nice move up on the ES. You've got multiple levels to look at. Yeah, we'll see. 40.50 is what I got marked down here. I don't know if that's from a previous level. Again, I can't remember where these levels come from. But anyway, 4,100, definitely the inflection point we're at now. We'll deal with that. And then if we decisively break that, then we'll start contemplating some next levels. But still 4,100 in play. Let's see what happens. IFRX, we'll come back quickly to that one. The volume dropping off, so it's making me concerned. The price action isn't concerning me as much as the volume drop off is. So we're making nice wicks through 55. They're still holding the range. So my thesis for a range and then a breakout trade still holds. But you know, I want to see more volume because if I want to get out, I'd like to be able to be an easy endeavor. Who is red? What are you trading? Let's get you green. Take profit. I like that. What a good attitude.
I just had a bit of
I'd like people to come into the office and see me red and be like, let's get you green, buddy.
I
That'd
used
be
to,
fantastic.
when I was a trainee, I would turn around. Ian was sitting behind me. I would turn around to Ian. I'd be like, Ian, I need to make $48 on a trade right now. How do I get green? He would just laugh at me.
I
like,
know,
you're
right?
not getting
Like,
green today, bud.
With that mentality, it's just so much harder. Will Evans, Apple broke 162.50, should see 160.50 next. LFG, I guess you're short, Will. Shout out to you. I'm happy that you're printing. It's definitely a shorter's day. Oh, baby. Apple pulling down the market. Probably, you know, that 1,300, we're within 11 points, 10 points, 9 points now. Of that 1,300, we're at that 4,100. Man, I think we give it up today. Oh, baby. I don't know. Do you see us bouncing at 12.30?
I
pretty
don't like the
illiquid
fact
time.
that we are getting to some pretty key levels on these futures at this time.
Well, I
think
agree with that
if we are
100%.
taking out bottoms at 12:30 when the volume is light, I'm kind of worried about what's going to happen in the afternoon.
It's going to be eek.
So maybe like now's the time to find a name at a key level where you can
We just
take
punch
a short.
here, or
I'm just
what?
not like seeing any of the names that I like at these key levels to get short. So like,
No.
am I going to take a breakdown on something like an NVIDIA 264, which is now making or trying to get down to the lows? I don't know if I
Again,
like that necessarily
back
because it's
down.
already wicked it once, but maybe you structure a short off of this.
Here comes
264.50,
IFRX.
kind of holding. IFRX starting
Coming
to pump.
back again, but again, we're going to get another rejection off 70, it looks like.
Yeah,
Look
you
at
got
the book.
70
There
on
you
the,
go.
book there.
That's the last time we got there. It was the same issue. And there's
It shouldn't
size
be a
edge,
problem
too.
on a name like this to get through. What is that, 40,000
Well, that's
shares?
the thing. The fact that I'm seeing size on the book makes me feel like there's how much don't I see with these
Fair.
small cap
Yeah,
crappers,
yeah,
right? Like
that is
that's
fair.
the thing, and that's what kind of just raises my attention. But they were back at these levels, but just because I'm in the money doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade here. I'd rather lose the money on this trade and lose a little bit because I'm in 35% position and actually get the trade right rather than just like paper handing this trade and punching out because I see a level. So I'm going to let this run. I don't care.
Yeah, there you go. Coming up to it again.
we'll see.
Is it reserving that 69 kind of?
That 70 is holding, but I'm seeing a lot of orange coming in on the tape, and that's usually over the bid. So it's good news for now, but 70 definitely acting as a level. Someone's saying, AF saying RBLX not tanking. So it looks like RBLX holding up. Maybe I'll look at that in a minute, but I'm kind of just preoccupied with this IFRX trade. I'm also keeping the corner of my eye at this 4,100 level that we've been doing the dance with on the ES. Likewise with that 1310 level, 13010. I'm obviously looking for that 13. We've been talking about that 13 since we started the show. It looks like it might come to fruition soon, but Nate, do you think psychological levels hold up today?
I think nothing can kind of beat what the market's doing today. I don't think that if a level is in the way of the market move, it is definitely not going to hold up today. You were talking about RBLX, so I had a little look at this one, kind of holding below this 45.50.
Right.
Held this 44.40, and if you take a look at the daily chart, hopefully there aren't too many wicks here, but this 45.50 is kind of a key spot on the daily. Really like a lot of, a lot of wicks around here at 45.50. So interesting level on RBLX. Holds the teal on the daily, which I don't think that's necessarily a good indicator on the daily, but kind of holding these prices here, holds the 44 area, So RBLX a little strong. Maybe this one, if the market decides to bounce, this is a name that can go. It's done 5 million shares, which isn't a ton, but it's enough to make a trade on it. It's not like this has only done like 1 million shares or something like that. So interesting on RBLX, holding VWAP, holding the 50, kind of starting to hold the teal a little bit, maybe looking for that move up. But hard to get long something in the face of this market. So I would rather structure a short off of that 45.50 if I was going to take that trade. Maybe it takes it, comes right back down into range, and then you can get short there. Someone says last chance to go short IFRX. I don't know. I'm not counting this one out at all today, that's for sure. IFRX kind of going nuts. We still got this size on the book at 70. So if we take that out, that's probably the breakout. Maybe that's that rejection off of 6. If it's going to reject 6, it's going to break out, push into that 6, and then just nuke down. But this one's still catching a bid, and yeah, not too nasty on the float on this one. Like you would expect maybe that this one was like a 1 million share float, but the way that it's moving is more like a 1 million share float. But this one's like 36 million, so it's kind of harder to push around, and maybe midday it starts to move a little bit more clean. So here we go for that 570 break, 79s. No real bids chasing it up, but it's not moving down yet, just printing the offer. So 85, here we go. IFRX pumping. Let's see if we can break that 6. Sharif off to get a coffee, and his stock is going wild. Hopefully he hurries back. Take some profit on this one. We'll see if we can crack 6. I know he has a stop in. Take profits for him, Prad says. I am not going to do that. I am not touching anybody else's keyboard ever, unless... All right, Prad's coming to take profits for him. But we're cruising towards 6 and doing quite a bit of volume. Look at this volume spike. We haven't seen this since about 10:30, any kind of volume like this. So IFRX is going to make the decision now, in my opinion, whether it's going to nuke or explode to the upside. Starting to see some selling on the tape, but it's still holding up. Come on, IFRX, break that 6. Let's get everybody in the money. Sharif better hurry up. Hurry up, Sharif. Forget the spro, man. You got to take some profit here, buddy.
I knew it, bro. I knew it. What I tell you guys, man?
Try to take out that $6
there
level.
It is, baby.
Printing to the high side for
Sharif. What I say, man. Yeah, this was the whole point.
Just in time, just in time. Maybe you will wish, if this does break 6 and go crazy, that you didn't come back.
Man, you guys made me panic. I came back and I hit the flatten key right away, man. Yeah,
no.
I flattened. No!
Oh, man, maybe you need to go to the bathroom as well. This one is going.
Oh my God, what I tell you,
6
bro.
break was absolute money so far. There we get the rejection.
Does.
We'll see if this one can hold up. I would say if this cracks 570, it is dead. I would not hold this to 569, but let's see if IFRX can be that mover.
Oh my goodness. Man, okay, well, you know what? I can take some solace in the fact that I executed well, except at the end. That's where it really went to shame. And it's all because of you guys. Punch out, yo, come take profits. Yo, I should have hit the half flatten key.
Half flatten, Sharif.
Yeah, that's on me. I gotta take that one. Yeah, but there it is, guys. 620 top on this bad boy right now. It's got 725 to the high side, so you've got all sorts of room to run here. 7.25. Wow, that's a nice hold. So I'm happy that I was not bamboozled on this break. I feel like I anticipated this break a little bit. This is what it does. It takes you through the range. So until that point, we hadn't broken through 65s. You get the break of 65. You get a test of 70, right? And then you get the huadunk, but you get the hold. You get the hold, especially because it had been respecting the 50, and that's what this red line is here. So we give it to the 50, doesn't break below, and there you get the curl back up. Whether it tests highs or not, your guess is as good as mine, but the setup was sound. Happy that it executed that way. And now let's look and focus our attention on these futures, because I really want to see whether or not we hold this 4,100 on the ES. I'd really like for that to materialize. I think that this would play a really good bounce. 4,100 here, taking that to 41.15s. Let's see. I just got some in at 4,100 exactly here on the MES. So we'll see how that one materializes. Yeah, and that doesn't show up on the blotter, guys, because the futures positions do not show up there. Trade your own book, Sharif, says Bob W. No, dude, I mean, I really would have held, but I got excited, right? Like, and then you punch,
right.
and that's just...
We can always get back in.
Yeah,
We
we'll
can always
see.
get back in. If it holds that 570 to the downside, I think that's like, I mean, it's holding $6 for now.
Yeah.
So we go back to that question, who is kind of screwed right now? And at this point, I mean, unless you shorted in all of this nonsense, you're kind of screwed. So
Yeah.
I still like this
yeah.
for the long. This still looks like it could be a move up. If it comes back below here, like this is where all the volume has been done on the day. So
The volume profile would really help here,
Yeah.
knowing where the sharage was taken at what price.
yeah, you can kind
Right?
of see, like, look at all
A
this
little
volume
bit,
here.
but not
so
here.
this is where all the volume was done on the day.
Yeah.
So
No, but here's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like,
volume
look at it.
profile would be good.
Yeah. Like
I
on the
do
side.
have that on my
Because you have
other
TradingView there,
charts.
right?
Yeah.
Where did the volume take place on this
Let's-
bad boy?
Pull this one up.
Yeah,
on
no,
the,
take your time. We don't have to right away because we're live and stuff. But so, yeah, so here's what he's saying by this. I mean, I think this is what you're saying. I don't mean to kind of put words in your mouth, but if there's a lot of bag holding up here, then you know you have, and you can determine that using the volume profile to see how much shares were traded up here and how much was bought up here. Then yeah, you got to be anticipating that there's a lot of people selling at these levels, right? But
So yeah, if you like volume profile,
so there you go. Not too much.
basically
Not too much at
point
all.
of control is
Right there.
544, and all of the volume has been done between 580 and $5. So this is where the shorts are comfortable. This is where they're uncomfortable.
Yeah.
This is where the longs are
That's
uncomfortable.
fantastic. Look how good that looks, man. Why do
Yeah.
you not have that on like every chart? The volume profile is solid.
Volume profile is definitely an interesting indicator.
Yeah.
It doesn't really make any sense like early on in the day when no volume has been done, but yeah, when you're getting these later or midday kind of breakouts, it's definitely an interesting indicator, and you can use it over a longer period. So if you're trying to look at like a weekly volume profile to see if a stock that's kind of trading in a range or trading in an uptrend, like where is the volume being done? Where's kind of everybody? Where are people offside? Where are people uncomfortable? And people are probably still pretty uncomfortable on this name if they're short. So
People want to know what program that is.
that's Webull.
Webull, guys. And so is that a free version of Webull?
Yeah, this is free.
So it has the volume profile for free?
yes.
That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, it's
I
pretty
wonder if
good.
the-
You just have to have like a brokerage account with them.
Oh, so you have to have a brokerage account with them. Okay.
I think so. Do you have to have any money in it? I don't know.
I have no clue.
I don't
yeah,
know.
No,
Maybe not.
Good question. I know IBKR has TradingView charts now that they incorporated, but I don't know. Let's find out here if we can get volume profile. So we'll just change this ticker. We'll put Meta, and then the FX indicators. We can search here volume profile. No volume profile. So price volume trend. No, that's not what I'm looking. So IBKR doesn't allow that, and I know some of the some of the secondary apps that connect to the TradingView API offer only limited indicators. They don't follow the full.
IBKR does have volume profile, no?
No.
It's in a. They call it
What?
something else though.
What is it called?
I have no idea.
Dude,
when I
you're
used
about
to use
to
it,
change my world here if you're right, man.
But it kind of sucks. It doesn't overlay. It's on the side.
I'll take
as
it.
a separate.
Okay, so let's find
Yeah,
out what it's called.
you can look it up. I looked
Yeah,
it up.
I'll look it up,
And
yeah.
they call it something else, like price times volume, something or
Why
other.
do they do that to me? I need to be called.
Yeah, you
volume
could have been using
profile.
it this whole time. Sharif, you could be a millionaire by
I
now.
know, right? See, I'm blaming it all on IBKR
Volume
right now.
histogram. Mark Knight saying volume histogram. That would be it.
That's what it's called? Okay, well, we're going to have a look here. We'll do it in a sec when Max is talking, but volume histogram, I've definitely seen that before, but it should be overlaid so that you can see the price association.
Yeah, maybe they overlay it now. I haven't used interactive brokers in about a year.
Oh, I use that every day. Yeah, shout out to Trade Ideas too for the rock solid system. All right, so 4,100 still holding, but you got to keep wondering for how long here. We definitely are at lows, but to be expected. I mean, I wouldn't want to see us rocketing to the high side quite yet. Well, I wouldn't mind, but not when I expect. 1245 we're at now. You kind of expect that kind of movement, maybe 130 and onwards,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
That'd be great. Someone yelling Tesla, yeah, and Tesla found a bit of a bottom here.
Did
I want to say $1.50 off the bottom, 183.76. Now we're knocking on the door of 183.50. We're at 25.
Okay.
So we're moving. We're
Little
moving
bit
here
of
on
strength.
Stresla. Stresla's moving up while a lot of these names are moving down. Meta, Apple, Microsoft, even Google, all towards down and to the right. Now you're getting a bit of a bounce here on our friend Stressla as it wants to possibly make a retracement into VWAP here, maybe at around 186.50. Yeah, it's an interesting move. It's curling a little bit and reclaim the 50 period here to reject it off the 50 period several times on 1 minute candle. Now reclaiming and decidedly moving to the high side. I wonder if this is an interesting curl on our friend Stressla here. Maybe we'll have an exploratory long. We'll have a look at that one. It's not a planned trade, so I'm kind of hesitant. I don't really want to be punching in rando trades here, but it looks good. Looks good, Max.
Yeah, I just got long XOM off of VWAP. We talked about this one, super strong, super strong. I'm ultra patient with this. I'm assuming that this is a dark pool wick. So kind of breaks down from this level. Then we get to VWAP here. I'm like, all right, let's get it long at VWAP. I feel that XOM is strong today. So I want to get long somewhere. Missed this one, missed this down here. Although like, why are you just randomly taking it down here? I don't know. But missed this price, and I'm not going to pay up here on the way up. But now that we've pulled back from our strong move up, I'm willing to kind of take XOM off of VWAP to see if we can get that move back up and that continuation move in the afternoon. Yeah, XOM's still strong. Market at lows, XOM at VWAP. Liking the idea on this one. I think I will add into 115, and then if we give up 114.85 maybe I will get out. I'll see what it's looking like at the time. You know, I'm not going to like say a specific price that I'm going to get out of this one necessarily.
Here you go, baby.
But that's because I legitimately don't have one in my mind. I want to see what's happening on this one. If it feels like it's weak, then I'll just bail on it. But I think I can, you know, maybe build a little bit of a long in here above 115 and then make that kind of next move up. Yeah, XOM. Still hanging out, still strong. Meta bounced off of 210, almost exactly. Oops.
Oh my God, look at IFRX, wow. Yeah, 210.16 is the bottom there on Meta, yeah.
But you're saying IFRX is going nuts?
Yeah, it just popped up to 630, but you know, still holding 6, so that bull flag still forming a little bit.
Kind of reversing the move a little bit.
The bamboozlement may be there though.
But the bamboozle, like this was gross. This was really gross this morning.
Of course.
The way that this was trading, obviously maybe just, you know, get long low, buy low, sell high. Isn't that the way that you're supposed to trade? I don't know.
Easy, baby.
It's easy. You know, you just see the spot on the chart here, you buy, and then you sell up here, and it's, you know, you're a millionaire. Super,
I'm not finding
super
this volume histogram here on, there's more bamboozlement because I'm here on, there we go. So we typed in volume. These are available studies.
Secondary studies?
No, these are not secondary. Like, look, you can't, there's no search area from it.
What about?
So, like, look, you have all the studies over here. This one, volume studies. So everything here, volume related. There's no volume histogram. So Mark Knight, I think it was, if you could let me know which one you were talking about. But yeah, I don't see it here. Positive volume index. I don't know. All these ones, negative volume index. That's not what I'm looking for.
I got to be honest. When I did try to use it, it was shit.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't have it.
It was not very good.
And
it wasn't like a real volume profile, but it was something at least if you want to.
Click view, he says. Okay, yeah, I'm on view. And then go where? All right, so let me know. Just tag me in the chat because we can't keep everybody waiting like this.
Sharif needs exact instructions. Like right-click here, move this many,
well, he's telling me
indicators
click
down.
view.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to find indicators these days.
I mean, they're all consolidated in one area, but it's not coming up when I use the search. Anyway, it looks like it's rejecting on IFRX here. Made a big boy move up to, I want to say, above 625, and now it has decisively broken below 6, and here it goes. There are just some 580-ish prints that came in, holding off at least for the moment, stopping at that 20-period EMA that we've been talking about lately. Max using the 21, but yeah. Still doing a bit of a dance. Let's see if it retraces into VWAP here. Do we get a 550-ish retracement? VWAP at around 555, 560? Yeah, 550, yeah, 556. So interesting. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, and let's see what happens there. Okay. Yeah, there's no volume histogram. So yeah, I see Mark Knight tagging me. Click view in accessories, click volume histogram. So look view. Accessories.
I'll let you do that while I get to my XOM trade here. We're already like almost 15 pennies in the money. Went up to 115.40. So Bottom wick for now on the long on XOM. We'll see where this one wants to go. See if we can get above the teal, hold the teal, move back up. You found it? He's got his volume histogram. Guys, Sharif is excited. You don't see him this excited this often.
Hold on, I don't know if this is accurate though. How come there's no volume at these levels, bro? Hold on, like look at this. Explain yourself, volume histogram.
I think you have to play with the settings on that
Here's the
one.
meta chart. Like there, apparently, according to this volume histogram, there's no volume around this 214 level at the open when we did like 300,000 shares in 1 1-minute candle. Why is all the volume concentrated below VWAP? This is so weird. I'll have to play around with this. I don't know if there are settings for me to mess around with, but thank you for showing me that. I never actually put 2 and 2 together. So what he ended up making me do is go view volume histogram, volume subchart. Oh, there's all these things I got to play with here. Interesting stuff. Yeah, for some reason though, not showing earlier.
There's some settings in the top corner.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to that.
Yeah, you're gonna have to mess around with that.
Yes, sir. All right.
Yeah, that could be the game changer for you.
Short Sharif tech skills. David Griffith says, I had to give you a bag for that because that is funny. Yeah, I'm old man, baby. That's the way it is around here. All right, speaking of shorting, here we go on the ES. Back down into 4,100 territory. 40.99 and a quarter max. That's the low.
Hopefully we can hold this for everybody's retirement's sake. Luckily, I've got a few years left. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I'm getting up there. I definitely don't have as many years as you, but here we go, man. If you're long the ES, at least on a short-term basis, intraday, anyway, you're not happy because we've given up a lot. Yesterday's close was at 29s, and now we're down into 4,100s. But let's not write its obituary just yet. 4,100 still holding. We're also looking at 13,000 on the NQ. That one hasn't come in yet. I believe the low, let's bring that in because the low of day not showing up. Oh, I have to set it up on this one because it, yeah, anyway. I think the low of day is 1306. So I'll set that one up. And yeah, what do you got on ZOM there?
Chilling. I should have reloaded. It gave me the same price twice. I think, is this the one that happened yesterday on the show? Gave me the same price twice and then ripped? Yeah, that XOM yesterday, that almost saved my day. That was a beautiful trade that I had yesterday afternoon, if I can find that one. Maybe it's still on my 30-minute chart? No. Never saves my triangles for me, but we got long in here somewhere and just rode this thing back to VWAP. So XOM kind of gave me these nice little afternoon trades.
Okay.
We'll see if we can get another one today. But yeah, really needs to clear that like 40 was the problem price before. Now it's kind of bouncing off there again. Obviously, if the ES gets smoked here, XOM maybe not going to fare so well. So yeah, we'll see what happens on XOM. But I still like the idea of the long on this. I like that 116 price. The fact that we are making a higher low today, XOM kind of yeah, making its move up these days. Someone says they can't find it on Webull. I think you might have to update. I think it was quite recent. So if you haven't updated your Webull in a while, update that. It's just VP. It doesn't say volume profile. Just look for VP in the indicators, and you should be able to find it.
All right, Tesla's continuing to move up here, man. So let's just get involved a little bit. We'll wet our beak, as Neil likes to say. We'll get up there. Where's our long at? Where did we get filled? We got filled at 35s. So let's see if we get some continuation. You know, a VWAP retracement to 186.50 isn't, you know, out of the cards, at least not right away. As we do that dance with 4,100, if we hold here, I want to see a nice little move on Tesla. We shall see already 10, 15 pennies in the money. Let's take some out, baby. Oh, ooh, look at this nice jump on Tesla here, right? In that quick, 30 pennies in the money. Okay, we'll take that. Thank you very much for that, Tesla. Getting scalped. Nice, 40 pennies in the money, super quick. So Tesla pumping to the high side, not much in the way of a bounce though on the futures. We're still holding that 50 period, that 4,100. I'm like trying to focus on two different things here. Looking at Tesla and looking at the futures. There we go. Let's see if we can get continuation through the $0.75 on Tesla. The high there is in the 70s. There we go. We'll take more out. We get top wick through Tesla. Let's go. Can we see 80s? Big boy shareage, let's go back into the mid 70s. We'll see another little scalp out there as Tesla, definitely the strongest of the bunch at the moment. The future's doing bupkis.
Crushing that long there, Sharif.
It's
Way to
okay.
pick a price.
Hey,
Way
baby,
to
yeah.
pick a
We're happy
price.
about this
Wow.
trade. There we go. We punch in, we get the move.
Hit the like for Sharif's Tesla position.
Hey,
Weakest
baby.
stock in the market, Sharif finds the price to go long.
There
This
we
is
go,
why
baby.
Sharif is the best, guys.
No, bro, I'm absolute poopy. There we go. Let's go like this. Sorry, dude, my bad. I didn't see it on there, Bradley. All right, guys, we're now moving up into the 75s. Again, don't want to take too much out here because it would be ideal if we had a VWAP retracement on this bad boy, 186.54. Let's maybe we'll set some resting orders here. Let's have some in the 80s. We'll sit at 84s. But again, I'm not going to let any part of this trade go against me, guys. So I'm long 35s. If it comes into 35, I'm out. Right? This is not the type of day that you really want to be really going hard on that long and going all in there. And the stock is down, bigger than any stock on big tech, on my big tech watch list on the day. It's down. It was down over 4.5%. Now it's 3.66. So retracing up a little bit, but definitely weaker than all the other names. Followed a distant second by our friend Amazon, 2.83 to the downside. So if it comes down into my level, I'm out, but good trade so far, already profited on it nicely. Let's see if we get continuation. Future still doing that 4,100 hold. We're at 4,102 on the ES, so really haven't given up the ghost quite yet, but we are testing it multiple times now, breaking actually below at 40.99. That's technically the LOD on the D. Bro, sorry, man. When you
On
get
the
like
D?
this,
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
on
buddy. I don't know about that
on the
one.
day, right? I don't know. Keep it clean, Max.
Yeah, let's.
There we go.
Nothing on the D there. IFRX.
Joker, bro. There we go. Let's go. Let it run, baby. Here come the
holding
80s
up.
on Tesla.
So it holds that 580 twice, double bottom. You know, it gives you like this rejection candle. It's the same kind of crap that was happening earlier.
Crap.
Does that, wicks down, and now we're heading back to the high side. So people are definitely going to be feeling the pain if we take out this 28, 29, whatever the high was there.
Bump it.
This one, you know, maybe we'll see another halt today. Already two. If it halts twice, guilty again.
Guilty. Yeah, man, I hear that.
Probably going to halt again. Whether that's to the upside or the downside, I don't know. Can't tell the future. I can just tell you
bro.
I expect it to halt again. Here we go, pumping up.
Bump
Wish
it
I was
up.
long.
Oh
Should
my
have been
God,
long, maybe.
I can't believe the IFRX is still going, bro. Don't get me started on that.
Oh, buddy. I was long at 490 earlier. Should have just held that. I could be holding that right now and pumping myself up all show.
There you go, bang, bang, bang. There we go. Let's see what we get here. We're holding this long on Stressla, and one eye is on Stressla and the other eye is on the NQ, because I want to see an NQ continuation, even though Stressla is a bit of a secular move at the moment, right? Kind of a secular move. Now, it's tested the 80s. I'm sitting here at 84. I didn't get filled. I think it got up to 83, but it didn't cross anyway, so I didn't get the fill. But again, coming down into 35, I'm out of this trade. This trade is either going to have to break out or I bail out. Simple as that. So 20 more pennies to the south side as we retrace into the 50s. Ideally, I don't want to do that, but let's see what's going on. I've taken out a bit more than half the trade so far. So yeah, it'd be ideal if it can continue. Scott should have sold, should have held some IFRX. She's popping now. I know, man.
That's
did you hear
really
me
starting to go.
complain
We're
and
looking at
cry about
$7
it
again on
earlier?
IFRX here.
Pumping, man. It's gonna hit that 725.
Yeah, I think hit 725 for sure. I don't remember what my daily levels were on this one. Let's have a look. Was this one a recent IPO? No. I'm worried about this chart crashing on me here. Yeah, not a lot of levels on IFRX, but heading above, yeah, $6. Pretty key right there on the daily chart. So holds that, explodes up. Let's see what the next price on IFRX is. If this thing halts up again, I mean, you get a huge gap up on this one potentially. Lots of people probably short. It's funny, when small cap season does begin, I think a lot of people who do trade small caps, who are more biased to the short side, are a lot more callous about getting into a short on a small cap.
Okay.
So the
Yeah,
first
they
one
are.
to kind of pop off and explode that one usually explodes pretty hard because people are so
They're caught offside.
so confident in the short on the small caps.
Couldn't agree more with that.
If this is the one to start small cap season, we will be here for it.
Oh, come on. We've been talking about
Please.
small cap season being
If
on
this
for a
halts
little bit
again-
now.
If this halts again today, to the upside, not to the downside, I think we are safe declaring small cap season getting started.
I like your conservative
Getting
take.
started.
I don't know, man. I think it started here. It's shown
started.
itself, Max.
Small cap micro season started.
Mike, I like it. There you go. There you go. Let's narrow it down a little bit more.
Micro season started. But yeah, what's this halt price here is like 57s, 58s. So we're above that now. So anybody who's short off this halt is now feeling the pain too. This 675 level key as well. I think 7 will be kind of the breakout price for the next move. I don't take breakouts these days, not at this time of day. So gonna chill on this one. I would have liked this move back down into here. This is kind of the way that I like to trade small caps is you see this kind of rejection, break down, holds below a key level, and then breaks back above it. You can get long here at $6. You're risking $5.80. Very tight, and now you're getting a almost $1 move on that. So risk to reward here, beautiful. Holding the teal for now. IFRX, congrats to the longs. We'll see where this thing wants to go. BABA still going as well. Yeah, I should have probably reloaded on BABA, eh?
Yeah, I was really respecting that teal line, I remember earlier. Tesla still doing that dance. It's above my area. I'm looking at 185.40 as being a level I'd ideally like to hold it above that. Well, even 185.50, but it's broken below 50 at times. Here we go again with that test downward. 35s and I'm out. Looks like it's going to give up the ghost this time here, but we see renewed buying coming in at 50. I just don't want it to get too crazy on me because 35s is my out, and here we go. Come right back in, and I'm out. So get out right at 35. So that last little bit, don't end up losing anything on, but watch, just my luck. It'll be the same thing like IFRX. I'll get out and it'll pop right back up. Either way, we've had our trade on this one. I don't really want to bank too much on a relatively weak name to the long side. So we make our money, we get out, break even for the rest. No biggie. Keeping my eye still at that 4,100 as I'm long on these futures at that level. It's just where we get, where I give it to. It's just looking to the downside. You've got to give it a lot. Like I know what Arun would say on this. He'd be like, I wouldn't get into this trade. Or he'd say, let me see how it acts at 4,100 and I'll decide if, the buyers and sellers are winning. But
that's
I
how
know
I
what
like
he'd
to
say
execute these days because things just take
you
out
have to
levels.
give it to a certain level.
Yeah, they take out levels now, then they reclaim them. So I'm like not dealing in pennies anymore. I'm kind of dealing in like giving things a little bit more risk, seeing how they act around a certain level. And sometimes you get a little bit more smoked than you should have on a trade, which, that's what happened to me this morning. But I think that's the way that you have to play now. You have to size down a bit. Things are going to take out levels. They're not going to respect levels the same way that they would when there's more liquidity in the market, when things are going a little crazier. But yeah, so like that 4,100, the low is 40.99.
Okay, so I'm happy with my out of here on Tesla because it absolutely
What a
right
beautiful
back down.
Great trade
so
for
got
Sharif
out there, man. It makes a big boy move right back to the downside. So, just holding on to some levels here. But yeah, there is a 185 test again. So Tesla coming back into that 50 period on the 1 minute chart. Let's flip back to the 5 here on this one, get a better view. Yeah, man, we are really holding these lows for a while. Okay, someone's saying ATNF, nasty rug pull. Scott H, let's load up ATNF.
Oh,
yes.
wow. What is that?
You could not be more right. Wow, that was ugly. Look at this, dude. I mean, you make a 270 high, you're looking at
$3 million registered direct offering right at 1 o'clock. So yeah, that's there you go.
Did they do that?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
that
come
should be
on.
illegal.
That's
Why
nasty.
you do that
Are you really pumping
during
the
market
stock up to
hours?
highs? Pump it up to highs and then take it. That's just nasty, bro.
I
Did they
hate that.
really do that? 1 o'clock, yeah. Life announces 3 million. Yeah, here it is. That's just
That is
despicable level
not
stuff.
nice.
Yeah. Here it is, guys. In case you were wondering, let's bring in that news article. This is what Max is talking about right here. Life Sciences Corp announces $3 million registered direct offering and concurrent private placement. Where's it going? ATNF. This is on ATNF, guys, by the way. So that's what that is. Nasty move here. 180 Life Sciences. That's what they call themselves. Nasty.
nasty. I'm chilling in this XOM.
I like it. You're back in that, eh?
Yeah. 28 cents in the money, 30 cents in the money now. Chilling on XOM, waiting for a 69 fill. There's a joke there. But yeah, just being patient with this one, waiting on XOM. Meta also did a little wick bottom here at 210. So 210, key psychological area on Meta, and wicks it by 7 cents, and now you're back 40 cents in the money. I didn't have the idea to do this, but this would be a trade that I would take, is watching how this trades around 210 and then going long for that bounce, and maybe you end up
say
with
the same thing.
With low of day on this. Like, this is exactly the kind of setup that I want to trade on a weekday. Key level, see it reject, get long, see if we can break these 60s. Sadly, I can't get long in the 40s and give it 50 cents risk if I'm only looking for like a 30-cent move.
Well,
but
that's exactly it.
Congrats if anybody else was looking at this. And XOM starting to pump to my price. Maybe my price is 68 and I told you 69.
Oh my God.
Did this guy just like, he had a little evil laugh. I don't know if you guys picked up on that. Someone was asking earlier about, oh, okay, I misplaced that. I had something highlighted there to answer, but I misplaced that. I'll have a look in a second. But yeah, we go. We're getting a bit of a bounce here on the ES. So 41 holding for the minute. Here we go, 41.06. So now we're nicely in the money on this futures trade. I'm looking for a 41.14, 41.15 retracement. Last time we got close to that 50 period here on the 5-minute chart. Not really, right? Close. We got up to that 41.13. I'm looking for a VWAP retracement. I think that would be fair on a day that we've been really weak. Obviously, the ES stronger than the NQ, hence for a long, I'm looking on the ES, not the NQ. The NQ is super anemic still. So here we go. Let's see if we can get a continuation. Otherwise, this is maybe more bamboozlement or just not a good trade on my part. Anyway, we'll see. VLO, someone's saying, steady curl up. Okay, so I kind of took VLO off my radar for a bit as, we kind of just got into some other things. But here it is. You're absolutely right. A VWAP hold on VLO, I want to say like a couple of 50 pennies. What's going on, Sean? I'm long Apple. He's long Apple 160, 230. All right, so it's 162.70 because we're pumping to the high side as we are finding a bit of a curl on the ES and NQ at the moment.
And I get my fill on XOM.
You got it.
It was 69, guys. It was 69. It was not 68. So I wanted to get in front of that 70. But yeah, still moving. So XOM trying to take out those local highs of 115.82. Pretty happy with this one. 50 cents in the money on XOM. What a trade. I actually have like bottom wick on XOM. Look at this. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, that is.
It doesn't get much better than that.
Is that VWAP?
That's VWAP, right on VWAP.
Geez.
Simple trades. Sometimes simple is better. And
man,
we're getting
Michael
that,
Noss built a scanner and he gave it to me. And all it does is it's a VWAP retracement, either to the upside or the downside. It's all stocks that are only retracing down or up to VWAP, and that's all it does. And so if you're looking for that kind of VWAP trade, that's absolutely money. Shout out to Michael Noss for that. Okay, so let's go to this futures trade here. Where is it at? And there's our in on our friend, the ES. And now we're knocking on the door of 41.07. So our in here is at 41.125. Again, looking for a 41.15 pump here. But yeah, it's been a hard row to tell you for the longs on any big cap or on any futures today. So I'm just really kind of enticed to punch out here and grab whatever profits I have and run to the hills. But I'd like to execute the trade properly, and that's really what it's all about. LN. This is a mouthful, man. LMNL, still holding, someone's saying.
Try to say the name of that company, too.
Hold on. LMNL. Let's see. What is it again?
Liminal or something like that?
Jeez.
Liminal?
Liminal Biosciences.
Not an easy name to say.
Whatever the hell that is. Liminal. Shout out to Liminal. What are they doing? What do they do? Canada-based. Oh, okay. Canada-based development stage biopharm company. The company is focused on developing distinctive novel small molecule therapeutics for inflammatory, fibrotic, and metabolic diseases using its drug discovery platform. Cool. All right, so which some good stuff for humanity there. All right, Max, we're getting a bit of a rejection here off this ascent. I'm displeased because we were at 41.07. Now we're down to 41.04.
Yeah.
I'd like it to be up and to the right, please.
It's I mean, we're consolidating in such a tight range on ES right now that like a move like this seems like a big move, but this is a 7-handle move on ES, so like not really a big deal. And then this rejection, which looks huge, is still only like 2 to 3 handles. So, you know, it's still haven't made any decision on the market yet. I figured we would be through the bottom by now, but we are not. So maybe we do still catch the bounce. I mean, would be pretty bearish to get back below 4,100 at this point, right?
It definitely would be. And on every turn down, we break the low by like a little bit, like a half point, maybe a point, and then we bounce back up. Speaking of bouncing back up, Tesla back up to those breakout areas we were looking at earlier, 185.80. Now it's at 185.50 though. But a nice bounce back off.
Little triple bottom action there on Tesla on that 1 minute
see
chart.
that?
Yeah.
A bit of 185 hold there. So 185 coming out as a key level here. Interesting. Douglas PC. Sharif, draw trend line from previous pumps on ES. Okay. So yeah, it's a downward trend, obviously. I mean, I kind of get that. This is the 5 minute. I mean, I could draw this, right? Yeah, definitely. It's a downward trend. I mean, you don't really need a trend line to see that. It's holding below the 50 period, rejecting off key levels. The point is, you're looking for a 4,100 hold. That's really the thing. It's not really about the fact that I'm taking the trade with the trend. No, it is very much a counter trend trade. I would have to agree. Tesla pumping back up. Here we go with Stresla. It wants to break the high of that previous peak, and that was at 185.80. It's since done that now. Where's that peak at? I think 83. No, we're right there, right at that previous peak. You know, high 80s. We break it. There it is. It's broken. Now we're knocking on the door of 186. So Stresla here moving back up, and maybe wants to reascent to VWAP. We marked off VWAP at 186.50. I think that's where it is nearer my chart. That's about 90 pennies from where this top is, rejecting again off that level back into 60. So we'll keep a watch. We'll keep an eye on what these big cappers do, but definitely still much, much weaker. Microsoft looking to head down too, man. Microsoft's looking to print new lows. Microsoft been weak today. Jeez. Even Google near lows. Yeah, Google near lows, but the ES fighting back up to 4106. Go ES! Let's go 4115.
Pump XOM through that baby. 82. Come on, baby.
We need that 4115. That'd be nice. Let's go XOM. Yeah. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, Google hanging out on lows. That's interesting, as everything else is kind of catching a bid. Google kind of hanging out on the low there. So strange that, I mean, I guess we're only down 1% versus a lot of other names are down a lot more, but Google felt like the name that you could take for the bounce back up, but the bounce is happening and Google's just hanging out at the low.
Yeah, man.
Maybe that.
Well, the NQ is super weak. Look at the NQ.
NQ is definitely weak. Yeah, NQ just kind of sitting on that 13K. Let me bring it up here. Yeah, NQ kind of dying here. So ES trying to push up. NQ just sitting near that 13K. NQ hasn't tested its like key level yet, versus ES has kind of wicked it there. So,
it has, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if it has to go down and test this before it tries to make a bounce. I don't know, but
you think we get that exact touch of 13?
That would be
ideal.
I don't know. Unlikely.
Pump it. Let's go, ES. What was I going to say here? Someone was saying, talk about the Dow Jones, guys. All right. The Dow Jones index is up 0.15. It's up 50 points. Yeah, and it's the banks are there in it, as well as J&J. And here we go. Sorry, I got to digress here because we are moving up here on the ES. 4108. Let's go, baby. We're long 4100, just below 4100. So I'm looking for 4115. That'll be the move. If that ends up materializing, fabulous. Maybe what a move down. There. What a rejection. What time is it? 115. Just thinking if anything's coming in here.
Kind of rejected off the 200 period there. I know you have that on your chart as well.
The blue,
so maybe that's where it's
period.
rejecting from.
It's on the 1
I know
minute.
that the ES likes to play in this kind of range between the 50 period and the 200 on the 1 minute chart.
Right.
And one of the traders in the back used to be all like conspiracy about if it breaks this one, it's going to this one, and he was proven wrong pretty quickly. But it does like to spend a lot of time in these areas. So maybe just kind of doing that little bounce between 50, 200. I don't know.
Don't trust that pop, someone says. Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty quick wick down there on
Yeah,
ES.
it's annoying. I mean, I could just print here, but I just don't want to. I want to print to the high side. Right. Yeah, it was supported by some volume too. Volume curling on my 5-minute chart on the ES, curling high side like this. So we'll see if that means anything. Anyway, getting bought up, at least for the moment, 41.06 again. Let's go to 41.07. Anyway, VLO is a print factory. Holy, what a VWAP balance this one is. Okay, we were involved in this one to the high side and the downside earlier. 131.36 bounce, 132.91 top here. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4 green 5-minute candles as we knock on the door of that high a day. We had that double top that we took earlier at 133.70. And now we're real close to that again. We're about 70 pennies away as we're knocking on the door of 133. 70 pennies. Is that a triple top and reject, or do we get continuation here? VLO, let's look at the daily of this guy. Okay, so very range-bound trade going back, I want to say a year and a bit. With, you know, you want to say 150-ish to the high side, and for the most part, you know, if you really want to take those lows, 100. So a bit of a $50 range going on a year and a half. But for the more recent times, it looks like it's been 142 to the top. Saving except for this one peak right here, 142 has been a really good level. And then, you know, you want to say that 125-ish to the bottom. So almost a $20 range near there. But anyway, not something for me that I would hold, but intraday it looks good. And so, yeah, we played that. But anyway, pump into the high side, Max, now above 133.
Sharif, something that is moving right now. News just came out about 2 minutes ago on WAL, one of these kind of crappy banks. Yeah. Pumping to the high side. So I'm seeing total insured deposits, including collateralized, blah, 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 is about 68% of total deposits. And then they're saying quarter to date deposit growth has continued this trajectory and increased. So I guess they're basically saying that their deposits are looking not so bad. So WAL starting to make a move back up. Kind of got crushed today. Maybe this takes out VWAP and starts going back towards that 30 level. I remember playing this thing off of like 40.
Do you remember this one?
There's a huge move on it. So maybe we're going to halt up on WAL. People starting to pile into this one. Maybe I'll start a little long.
It's moving, Max. Here we go. 53s coming up. Is this going to halt here? 53s. We're holding at 53s. I think there it is, right?
See if I can buy into this halt here. I am into WAL right now on the halt. Let's see where we can go on this one.
Let's
WAL.
Go. All right, baby,
moving
here we
up.
go.
All right, WAL halted. Let's go, guys. Anybody long WAL? Let's see where this one opens.
There we go.
Pumping up.
I love it, man. Let's go. Let's go. Let's open up at $33. I'll be good with that.
Let's get a nice little print up here of 31, 32.
Tap variance there. All right, we're back near the highs at that 200 period average on the ES June contract. This is where we kind of rejected and made that big aggressive retracement down. We've since bought back up the entire sell-off, but we want to break above that 200 ideally. And what does it show here on my 5 minutes? So the 50 period on my 5 minutes at 41.09. So that's also an interesting area. Anyway, initially I was looking at that 41.15 because that was VWAP. Now VWAP's at my 41.13. So I'll be taking profits a little bit below where I originally said. So here we go, 41.08 and a quarter. Let's go, bro. Let's move to the high side. I don't have patience. Let's go.
I'm loving the long right now. This XOM starting to get to 116. And Darwin in the chat saying you guys could have retired if you took WA when I dropped it.
He did. He actually did. Put it in
that
there.
is why I started looking for the news. So congrats to you if you are long. This thing is going crazy.
Sympathy plays.
Yeah, let's see. What's FRC doing?
FRC and PAC W, guys.
Starting to move up.
PAC W.
FRC has already done 20 mil shares. FRC is $13 still. Wow. I thought this would be up a lot more. So FRC started to make its move up. Let's see where this one goes. I'm not going to get long more than one of these banks. But, yeah, starting to make a move up. I don't know. I don't know what to say about these.
There you go.
I mean, I got in because it's halting, so I thought it's obviously good news. But maybe.
Wait, Wells Fargo is like the biggest, most
WFC. Yeah.
Okay, WFC. Let's take a look at WFC. Says Sean, WFC NY.
Is he getting a move?
Making a move
big
up.
move,
So
yeah.
37, looking
Yeah.
like a key level on Wells Fargo. If you like breakouts, that's definitely a breakout level. What does it look like on the daily chart? WFC absolutely smoked on the daily, but like, yeah, 37, 37.15, 37.20, looking like key levels. Yeah, let's see where WFC goes. I guess it's all really dependent on what happens after this halt on WAL, which the time, according to Trade Ideas, 17:07, which would mean 22:07 resumption.
Yeah, okay. So,
Chilling on this one.
yeah, we still have some time. We're watching the ES curl up here, baby. Here come 10s. Okay, the ES now curling into 10s. So we're looking for 13s. All right, long on the dot, 4,100, so 10 points now in the money. Let's continue. Let's go to 13s. 13 points in the money. I'm looking for a VWAP retracement. A bit of a double bottom. Not exactly a double bottom. The right side of the V is lower than the left side. But, you know, this is not an exact science. So we shall see a little bit of an out there. There we go. Out there at 08s now. We're going to wait at 13s and see what pops off there. But let's let that one go and see what's going on with NVIDIA. I'm seeing a Meta curl, $1 off the bottom now. Meta, did you hold on to that 210?
I never got it.
You never got the 210?
Yeah,
'Cause that,
by the time
there
I
you go
saw
now.
it, it was already in the 30s, but that was a banger long. Meta's starting to pump to 211. Yeah,
Meta,
wow.
yeah, and guess what? Our friend Stressla is curling back into that VWAP
Into
that we
VWAP.
talked about earlier, breaking.
So everything
Really easy,
catching
that
the
186. Yeah, everything catching a bounce now. Again, I mean, the NQ looks weak. The ES, a little bit better. I mean, I hate to sound like a broken record, but that's the observation I keep making over and over. So if you're looking for a long, I wouldn't be banking on the NQ.
But I mean, we're almost, we're like 40 points off the bottom on NQ. Almost.
We are. Do you think we see the bottoms? I don't know. Do you think
I
we
don't
see
know.
1300? It'd be
I don't
interesting.
know.
I don't know. We got to 06s, right?
I'm not
So-
making any calls today.
No, neither am I, right? Let's just stay away from the calls. But I mean, we've seen 06s, so I mean, it's essentially that's a 1300.
Actually, the only call I'll make is WAL back to 39.
Yeah, and Dan's saying same thing. NQ save 13K, ES save 4100, and that's what I'm seeing. Let's go ES 4110. Let's keep going up to 4113. Let's go ES, baby. 4100 hold. We're exact low of day. Technically 4099. So that 4100 absolute money. Look at the Dow. It's helping the ES and ultimately the NAS. All right, let's look at the Dow, man. They're not
WAL
gonna-
should open
they're
up
gonna-
here.
Here we go. Keep going, NQ. I mean ES while I
Has
look
not
at the Dow.
opened up. So, oh, there we go.
Okay,
We're up into the
so
30s, pumping on
futures.
WAL. See if we sell back this move. I will be out if we take out that halt price. But no, going up, just going straight up. Come on,
Pump it.
WAL, pump to the high side. Take out that 30.50. Let's go.
I love
Sending
Wow.
it. Maybe we halt again on WAL.
good
Going
call,
crazy,
bro.
but maybe should be getting out of this one. Yeah, I'm done. That's enough.
No.
WAL. I take the
I know,
5-cent
was
winner
so
on that one,
annoying.
and then she decides to nuke maybe back to VWAP for the long. I am not staying in these ones for too long. I wanted it to halt straight back up or else I'm done. Is what it is. That was fun, but didn't make any money.
I hear that, man. Okay, I'm just trying to load up the Dow Jones E-mini futures. Okay, here we go, because people keep harping on me to do this. Okay, I actually have the futures contract itself. Yeah, the YM. So YM June 16th, here it is.
Oh, it's
This is
pumping
the hourly.
again.
Are you kidding
I
me,
was
dude?
bamboozled again.
Go back to this chart. Go back to this chart. Here we go. So
Here we go. So for some reason that 67
my
is holding, but there we go. Takes it out. Up to 31. WAL. Bamboozled
everyone.
again. This is not my day, Sharif. Well, I don't mind the longs that I've had
I'd
on
be yelling,
the show so
I hate
far.
everyone right now. Like, look, where did you take that long?
I took the long
29.60
into the
with
halt.
a
It was a little bit sketchy there. So, you know, if you have a price down here, you can hold a little bit below the halt price, maybe. But I wasn't about to hold back down to here and get halted down on.
I don't blame you.
I don't know how to interpret this news. I'm not a banker, not an analyst, just a trader, and I'm not trying to get smoked. So
Yeah, and this one it's down 8.3% on the day, right? It's not exactly
Yeah.
your poster boy for
I
a
thought
green
for
stock.
a second there, though, that was going to halt up again at like 33. That would have
was
been
nice.
money.
That
That
was
would have been
nice.
money. Way she goes, though. Way she goes. Yeah,
There
someone
she
says
goes.
looking for a move to 33. That's what I'd be looking for. If you're long in here, congratulations. Keep it up. I think you're kind of sitting pretty. I got a little bamboozled there, but yeah, the bots have my name today on these small caps. I got pretty messed up this morning.
Quants buying once retailers sell off. I mean, that's possible, right? I mean, yeah, it's.
I mean, you look for where are people's stops. If you have to buy shares of a company, and like you don't want to pay up for it, where do you get the shares?
Well, exactly.
Someone's stop is here, like below 30. Someone's stop is here below the halt price. I need to buy 5 million shares. Where am I going to get the liquidity for that? I'm going to make people's stops go off. They're going to sell to me, and then I'm going to keep buying. So it makes sense. That's how, that's a way to get the shares that you need to get. Usually you don't have to spend as many shares pushing it down as you do to buy it up. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see if this keeps going. I think if this gives up 29, that's probably a pretty bad indicator for anybody who's long, but don't listen to me because I was bamboozled.
It's a tough trade, dude. I mean, I don't blame you for getting out there, obviously, because anything can happen. Here's the 15 on the Dow E-mini futures. So this 33,577, that's kind of the line I have, but that general area is a very important area. Look how much action we have going through it. April 3rd, yesterday, April 4th, again, it acts as a top. And then look how much price action we have going through that level today. We're above it for the moment because we are green on the day, but just barely. We are only up 51 points. It keeps changing here. 0.15% on the Dow. I mean, I've never traded the Dow futures. I really don't look at the Dow all that much. So
I don't think the Dow futures do a ton of volume, relatively
I bet
speaking.
they don't. Yeah, let me have a look at the trading window. DIA, Sean telling me is the equity. It's like the Qs. So here's what I'll show you guys. We'll look at what it does in terms of volume here. Look at the June contract. So what have we done? How come it's not showing me volume on this? What's wrong with this thing? It's not showing me volume, so I'll have to look at that after. Yeah, it usually shows me volume on the day for the futures contract, but maybe because it's SIM, it's not showing me. Anyway, unimportant for me at the moment. We're still doing that dance with 4110 here on the ES. That's a on the 5-minute chart. That's the 50-period moving average. So we'll see if we can get through that. I'm looking at 4113s for my next out. That's basically the only trade I have on at the moment. I don't have anything else. I'm looking to see whether we hold these lows here on the NQ and the ES. Looks like for the moment we are, and a lot of stuff is curling to the high side. Chief among them, Tesla, Apple, Meta, not so much for Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, but 3 doing well, 3 not so much. And that's where we stand at the moment. We have small cap crappers moving as well. We have some of these bank names that are starting to go as well. So some good stuff here midday, just not in anything at the moment.
Not a bad midday.
No, not too bad.
Not as bad as we've had kind of recently with nothing happening. But yeah, not so bad today.
Not so bad. Let's go to Wall again because someone's saying it's moving. I pulled that up. It's on New York.
Starting to break down a little bit. I don't know, consolidating in this range. It's funny, like it makes this big move, but like it's still within today's range. It's not really doing much. So yeah, I mean, it's moving dollars at a time, which is nice.
That's nice. Dollars at a time is nice. It's also terrifying.
It is terrifying. Can confirm was in it.
Yeah, can confirm was in it. It's doing a little the dance. It's doing a little dance right now with 30 max, and I know the halt level is at 29.50ish, but 30 holding for the moment. Could we
I think
see
if it gives up 29.50 again, that could be your stop to get out of this one. Usually, like the halt prices do end up becoming kind of support resistance. Maybe you want to give it to that wick down to 29.35 or whatever. But yeah, I think like this thing could have another move up in it. Why not? I'm still long XOM, by the way. Touched off that 116 where I was looking for the breakout.
Look at that VWAP dip. That's the most satisfying buy right there.
So satisfying,
Look at that. Perfect, like bottom wick. Perfect. There we go, baby.
Yeah, I'm looking for high
40.11 now. 41.11, baby.
41.11. Yes. So ES supporting my position. ES supporting your position because it is your position, I believe.
4,100 long, actually below 4,100, 40.90 and a half, 40.99 and a half.
Nice.
Yeah.
XOM kind of flushing a little bit here, so let's see if we can hold the trust the teal here. But yeah, I think if we give up the 50, then I'll get out of XOM. But still liking the trend up. If we like drew a trend line from low of day over to here, then it's probably going to end up somewhere around the 50 period. So that's probably a good spot to get out of this one. So I'll be watching this for my next out. But I think we could definitely get through 116. There was no size there really. 100 lots. Not a big deal for a name like this. We've done 8 million shares on the day. So XOM looking for that continuation through the highs. Super, super strong relative to the market today.
Big
up
boy.
0.7 versus market being down 0.4 and 1.35 on NASDAQ, which doesn't really matter for this one. But
The chat wanting me to talk about UNH.
UNH.
All right, so UNH is up. It's up nicely. It's up 3.5%. It's what could be propelling the Dow to the high side here. It's been a good. We'll start with the wider view here. It's been a good few days for our friend UNH. Kind of bit of a double bottom that brewed around that 457, 460 area, and it's been pop up. Not even up and to the right. It's just been up. Okay, 510.31. Where we're at now. So it's a nice move. It's a nice $60 move right there from a few days ago. Yes, it is a $500 stock. The range on this one, we have a bit of a top here at that 560 that goes back a ways. But from an intraday perspective, yeah, it's been up and to the right, guys. Very spready stock, obviously, goes without saying.
So, like, people in the chat, how do you trade this name? What is your...
Punch
like,
and
what kind
pray?
of stop are you using? Are you just punching and praying? Like, are you getting it on your Webull or
It's 50
Robinhood
penny
or whatever?
spread.
I mean, yeah, you look at this spread. If you filtered this out for like just ones, so anything more than one lot, 100 shares, I mean, you're talking about a
Barely
50 penny
anyway.
spread versus like whatever this says, 30. If you really want to like execute on this, I think your slippage overall probably ends up being close to $1. So like, what are you thinking on this when? Like how are people executing on this? Because it's not a name that I would be able to execute on with the way that I trade.
No.
I guess you're just
is
waiting
too
kind of,
big
this
for
is
me.
more of like an intraday swing where you're saying, I like this at like 498 or whatever, 495, or I like this at 500.
What's the
and I'm
point
looking for a $10 move, giving it a $5 stop, that kind of thing. I guess that's how you would execute this. It's just...
Look how it opened. Okay, so this is yesterday's price action. Ends around right here, okay? 493. It opens up, it gaps up 496, so it's already up on the day.
Yeah.
And this is the 5-minute chart, so it's not that micro. I mean, where are you punching in here? Are you punching in on these 1 minute, 5-minute pullbacks?
Yeah, I'm not sure how to execute.
Neither am I.
But
Neither
like
do I.
people
Come to
do,
my
lots
chart
of
here.
people trade these names. It's done 3 million shares of volume on a $500 stock, so that's like notionally that's a decent amount of volume.
It is, yeah.
But
these are harder for me to trade because they just don't really give you a decisive area from which to get in. Denny, welcome to Trader TV Live. We are very happy to have you, new member Denny. So shout out to Danny and Denny. All right, what do we have on the scanner here? Let's look up real quick and see what we got. We still have IFRX as top dog as it holds below 650 for now. ELOX.
it's doing the same kind of pattern that it was doing before, that IFRX, where it kind of breaks a key level, then breaks down, holds below it. Now is the trade, if it takes out 650 again, can you structure along there with a stop at 620?
Right.
And then, that's the next move up. I think if I wanted to play this, that's how I would be playing it. I would be taking a breakout here, risking down to 19s, and then I'm looking for $1 plus. So I'm giving it 30 cents to try to get $1 plus. I think that's the only way that you can play this name, unless you want to do micro scalps on it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with that completely, right? I mean, it's at that area where that's really the only way to look at it.
Yeah.
Wall also now moving again, kind of finding a bit of a bounce off 30, trying to trend towards 31. I'm also seeing VLO push in towards highs, really looking to test that 133.70 that we shorted earlier. And now it's at 133.33, so we're like a mere 40 pennies, 35 pennies away. Look at that. That's a clean double top if I've ever seen one. But the most bullish thing about this was the fact that it was a double top and therefore a bearish reversal pattern, but it holds our friend VWAP. And that was probably the best thing it could have done, because look at 5, 5 green 5-minute candles up and to the right, and you got 131.50 off that, 133.50. That's $2 right there that you could have had. Didn't have it. Anyway, back to wall, coming back down into 30 again. Doing that dance. Does 30 hold here, or do we go?
A lot of green on the tape around 30
right?
I saw that. Wall. You know, it gets down there and then instant like burst of buying. So we'll see where we'll see where wall can go. I'm done with it for now.
Sean short KRE off the HOD, and that is the local regional bank ETF. So that's KRE off
nice
HOD.
Short off of high a day there on KRE. 42.18.
Jeez.
Wow. Okay. You have 6 cents of risk, and you're getting.
I know, it's so annoying.
This move down. This is why Sean is the best, guys.
You risk 6 pennies.
You risk 6
Oh
pennies.
my God. All right, let's do this here.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Oh, I'm like, I didn't even mean to hit that one. I know that they hit that one earlier. I was looking for somebody else's, but it moved. I guess it, because we removed that one.
Take this
There
opportunity
you
to like
go.
and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
There we go. Yes, I always worry if the giggle is going to be gone there, but the giggle holds for now. Let's see how long the giggle can hold. There we go. We got confirmation. We got confirmation. The giggle stays, ladies and gentlemen. The giggle stays. It's here to stay. All right, guys. What else we got in the chat? Tiny Trottle. Hola. Yeah, I know. I say that a lot when it comes on. Leave the giggle, says Damien. Yes. We got confirmation. The giggle stays. All right. There we go. Michael Lloyd. I'm shorting the giggles. Yeah. How can you short the giggles, bro?
Wow.
I don't know how I feel about you shorting giggles. Yeah, Sean says ouch. I'm not down with that. Boyle, up 4%. Boyle, ooh, okay. They have other animations that we don't have on our stream deck over here, bro. I mean, we need more animations over here because we've got more to express than the couple we have over here. But here comes Boyle. Let's look at Boyle. This is the Nat Gas ETF, I believe, is it not? ProShares Ultra Bloomberg Nat Gas. There we go. So here we go on our friend Boyle, up 3.67% today. What's the daily been on this one? Because it's been absolutely brutal. Look at this, Max. I mean, oof. Yeah, bro. Well, at least, we've been making lower lows, but barely.
Natural gas ETF?
This is, yeah. I usually look at UNG. Boyle is... It's 3x. This is okay. Well, we'll double check. BOIL. Yeah. Okay. I'll have to look. Ultra. Okay. So it's 2x. Let's look at UNG. Where are we with lows on UNG? Yeah, we're still back. Yeah, we're still at that $6.50 level. Man, this was the ultimate short lately. We were talking about this, and we were like, wow, what a nice move up. Are we going to test that 50 period again? Then you get that quadruple right back down. So whoever shorted here, we were talking about this a lot back in February.
Speaking of quadunk,
go.
IFRX. Does the move that I would be looking for, now it's heading towards the stop that I would theoretically have. Do they do the bamboozlement again and then send this thing back to the high? Maybe this is the bear trap, as they like to call it. But yeah, I saw this moving up and I thought, this is it. Here we go. This is going to be the next halt over 7.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, it kind of slams down again.
But holding that 25 level.
Yeah, it's holding that 22, 25, whichever stop you want to give it. Holding the 50. Teal is still kind of close to there.
Hey, baby.
So everything kind of squeezing down. We'll see where it goes. Also, for Sean, KRE smoked it all the way back down to VWAP. What's that, 40 cents in the money with 6 cents of risk? That's how you trade, guys.
Well, Sean, did you get it off that earlier level? Can you go to the left there? What time was that? Yeah, what time was that?
This is 10 a.m.-ish.
10 a.m. Did you get it off that earlier 10 level? Was that the initiation? Yeah, exactly. Twice he's done that trade today. So, yeah, rinse and repeat, baby. All right, what else we got over here? Yeah, so Tesla, all right, it comes right back into VWAP, and then it does a little bit of a rejection off VWAP. Does Tesla, not quite into VWAP, by the way, 186, I want to say 35 was the top there, give or take. VWAP was at 46, so just missed it by 10 pennies. I'm also seeing NVIDIA do a nice retracement to be expected, obviously, because we are having a market retracement in general. And NVIDIA, we were talking about that 178. What am I talking about? 267 being a level earlier. It was that dance it was doing with VWAP with 267. It essentially was around that level. It was rejecting. Here we go. We're getting close to that again. We're about $1 away, maybe 70 pennies away from that level. If we break that 267, I'm going to be punching long NVIDIA. That will be my cue to go long. The NQ has awoken here. The ES was awake earlier. The NQ has now awoken. It is now at 50.
13,050.
Yeah, it's curling, baby. It's curling.
I mean, over 63, you could call it a rally, or 66, whatever that was. You could call it maybe a rally, 65, over the 50 period on the 5-minute, if that means anything to anybody. Interestingly, on NVIDIA, we were talking about it in this 264.5 range and saying maybe you could take this, give it like that 50 pennies and try to get $1.50 out of it. And that's exactly what happened. You could get $2, 50 pennies of risk. That's a good R to R there. I just thought the probability of this happening was pretty low, given how weak NVIDIA was. But wrong call by me there, and this is actually starting to pump. So
here we go, NVIDIA. Jeez, man, it's pumping to that. Just broke VWAP, pumping to the high side. Sean, you're long Microsoft. Sorry.
283.11.
283.11 on Microsoft.
Calculate the R&R on that one. Where do you think I would have got out?
We'll do a little RR calculation. 283.11. Where can you even get that price?
Baby.
Oh my God! I imagine he got in here. Oh no.
What would my out have been?
Here. You're definitely getting out 283, I would say. So 6-1 R to R. Sean just crushing the R to R trades this afternoon, guys.
Here we go, baby. All right. All right. I'm going to get into this NVIDIA long here because, well, no, I'm not going to. I'm going to wait for that 260. Am I going to? Do I get in a quarter position here and then ride? And if it goes down, where do I give it to? You got to give it to 264.50 because that'll be the new low. But I waited too long to get into this one, but I'm talking myself out of it. But I do like the double bottom that's brewing. I do like the curl that we're getting on the NQ. What do you think about NVIDIA longs here? I mean, I'm debating whether to go long for a 267 test here. I'm going to take a quarter position, Max. I'm just going to go. Here we go.
Okay.
We didn't get long. Here we go. Now we got long. Where did we get? We got 66 long, so already out of the money. What I'm looking for is a 67 break. So I'm looking for a test of 67. I feel that it is going to be market dependent, so a lot of it will have to do with the NQ continuing here to go. I kind of feel like, if there's going to be a secular trade, it's not going to be on NVIDIA. So we'll see. Quarter position, I think I'm going to have to give this to 66s, so automatically I got to give the 66 penny risk, which means that I should be getting at least $1.20 out of this trade. Yeah, all right, we'll see. It's not the best risk to reward ratio, quite frankly. There, if you had to really iron it out. But that's why I'm only in a quarter position. We'll see if we get continuation. I'll give it to 66. We had a really good trade on the futures, good trade on that VLO and Tesla.
Yeah, crush that futures trade.
Yeah, so we'll see. We'll give this one a little bit of room. We'll dabble, take a bit of a risk here at these levels. No question about that. Could be a VWAP rejection, no question.
Back to XOM, we rejected that 116. So interesting, I thought it was the breakout level and it rejects. That seems to be the trend for me, to take a breakout and then it rejects, but I'm still holding. I said I would hold it to the 50 period. It holds the 50 period really smoothly here. So I guess I'll give it to like 69s. I guess that's my last out. So give it to 69 where I last took my profit. See if this thing can explode back over 116. And yeah, I'm looking at like these highs maybe, see if we can get over there. I mean, XOM, one of the stronger names in the market today, I would say, if it's not other than like small caps or UNH. But yeah, XOM still just chilling in it. See what happens there. Also, our IFRS,
oh my God, NVIDIA.
Name of the day. Why doesn't it save IFRS? It never saves this one for me. NQ.
All right, here we go.
NY.
All right.
IFRX. IFRX. NQ. Okay. Oh my God.
Go up. What are you looking for?
There we go.
IFRX
All right, we got
NQ,
it.
okay.
So IFRX, Bamboozlement continues.
Embodied.
They flush. If you're scared, you bail. If you have a stop, you hold. And if you were stopping down to there, you are laughing in the face of the bots because it's headed back to the upside. If this gets back above that 675, a lot of people are going to be thinking a lot of things about their shorts, I would say. And this may be that move back up to 7. Let's see what happens on IFRX. Definitely an exciting one. Definitely still waiting to call small cap season on. We need another up halt on this.
I like it. I
to
like
say
it.
that small cap season is in, but we called it last week.
We did.
That it
We
may
were
be
saying they
starting,
woke up.
and we've had some Momo on small
Decent
caps.
ones, decent
Feeling
ones.
pretty good about them. Hopefully, we get some more longs.
Someone's saying IFRX happy face. Yeah, I can see that. That semicircle
Happy
starting to
face.
curl. Yeah, because Michael Noss says
Curl up.
buy
What
the
is
happy
this?
face.
This is a
sell
cup
the
and
frowny
handle
face.
right here.
Yeah.
Micro cup and handle. Look at
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
So, yeah. Take out this high here, go over this high, go to the moon, I guess. On
Let's go.
IFRX.
Go to the moon so we can all print. I mean, I'm not asking too much here.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Let's see what this NVIDIA trade does. Below 266, I'm out. If it holds 66s, then I will stay in the trade. But right now, it's looking like a VWAP rejection for the moment. A bit of a slowdown in the ascent of the ES, but the NQ still looking to test and break above 50s. 13,050 is what I'm talking about. Slowing down, though, you expect like start to pick up right now because, well, we're 15 minutes from 2, so ideally it'd be nice if it was liquid. Anyway, we could see a VWAP retracement easily, I think, on both of these futures contracts. So we shall see. NVIDIA still doing that dance. I'm keeping my eye closely on it. I'm looking for a 266 break. If we get a break below that, I will be out, and that will be a loser for me. All right, what else is happening? I don't have a resting order, so I have to have my eye on it. So I'm trying to look at what else is happening here, but not seeing much else going on, Mad Max. But IFRX.
Yeah, let's see. What do we got? We got
highs
Baba
again.
coming back in. Nothing really happened on Baba. I mean, it's still kind of cruising up that Baba, but yeah, I got a little bamboozled there, but still holding that red 50 period, and now we're kind of bouncing off of it after we've broken down. So maybe Baba, this is the end for today. I mean, asking it to get up to that 100 level is a little bit maybe asking too much. If you're swinging it from like somewhere in here, I don't hate the idea of holding that overnight for like 100. That's probably what I would try to do, because I think, I mean, if we look at the daily, like this kind of looks like it's setting up in this little bit of a bull flag consolidation area. The Chinese stocks catching some Momo. If we get back over 102, maybe that's that move to like that 108, I believe I liked on the daily. And then, yeah, I mean, 120 is like, that would be my target. If I was swinging from in here, 120 for sure. That's where that's what I would be targeting, this consolidation up here. If this restructuring news can start the Momo again on a Baba. What are we doing with XOM now? Now it's coming back down. I think I got to get out of XOM.
Yeah,
doesn't seem like it wants that 116 price. Made a pretty.
Don't you just
now we got
love the
wick.
waking candles? I mean, love that.
Yeah, it doesn't really like this 116. Now we're kind of giving up the 50 period. So XOM might have to say bye-bye to this one if we take out that 69 price that I last got out at.
I'm out of NVDA as it breaks below 266 and then obviously reclaims it right over again. So I may be on the receiving end of more bamboozlement unless it retraces. So let's see what that one does. Someone was saying Wall made another move back up. Yeah, holding that 28, I want to say 70-ish area, pumping up to 29. So that's like $1 move plus right there, almost $1.20 on our friend Wall. I'm also seeing IFRX, and I'm liking what I see from this one. Let's take off Tesla here and put on IFRX.
Yeah, just holding below that 675 kind of level. I think that's the level. That's that breakout price. I mean, do they bamboozle it again? I mean, I don't know. This thing could really start to run if this takes out the high.
This could be a nice test here.
I mean, I was looking at the daily just now. 970 is kind of a level.
We got to go long here, man. I'm going to go along. Wow, okay. I think I spoke out before I thought there. I mean, To be honest with you.
You can always take a breakout, Sharif.
Yeah, I know, but the breakouts have not really been, it's been tough with these breakouts. You know, you get an immediate retracement a lot of the times on these small cap wrappers, but look at the 50 period on the one here on IFRX, been absolute money holding. So if you had a dip trade set up on the 50 there, you're in the money from wherever you got filled. So, Crispix saying, Sharif, do you have a favorite stock, one you feel you trade better than others? I mean, personally, I got to tell you the truth. Just lately, I've been trading Meta because I've invested in my swing term. So I'm like very in tune with its movements. And as a result, I just find myself trading it naturally. But prior to that, I didn't have that. Yeah.
Because usually when people are invested in a name,
they don't want to trade their own book.
Well, they're bad at trading their own book.
No,
you get too invested in the long.
I take it short. Yeah.
Amazon, I always take long because I'm swinging Amazon long.
Because you see the bull case. I know, but there's the intraday case where you're like, okay, the market's weak, Meta's going to give up a little bit.
You got to eliminate bias, no matter like what bias it is. You got to get rid of it to trade things effectively. That IFRX coming up to 675 again. Are we?
Yeah, man, we're
going to get
close,
this
man.
breakout?
We're close.
This one is the one that doesn't want to
Here we
save
go.
for me.
And by invested, I mean like I'm swing trading it. I don't know how long I'm holding. No, because he just put invested in quotation marks. There we go. There it is, a squeeze. Watch out for the Huadunk, though.
Little rejection.
Here we go. It's just so much bamboozlement. My God, I hate it. Right? Like, it's very stressful with these small cappers. I'm not taking it. Are you in?
No,
okay.
I'm not in.
Here we go. We're doing with that dance. 690, that's not exactly the level, but the wick on the last ascent was around 87s and a half. So, we're about 10 pennies away from that, 12 pennies. We need continuation through here. Otherwise, we're still stuck in that range. You got to assume right after that is going to be that $7 level. And then above that is 725. We did that before we huadunked back into a halt. That was around 10 o'clock, 10:15-ish or so. And that's been the case since that time. Transparent Trading Live. Sharif, thoughts on DWAC, 1350 resistance level. We've been looking at DWAC. It's been a play that we've been looking at in anticipation of Donald Trump's arrest yesterday. And, we thought, there would be some sort of association with Truth Social and something broadcast on there, but he ended up broadcasting it on all the networks. Even CNN had that thing live, and they let it go. MSNBC wouldn't do it. They're like, no, it's not newsworthy. They didn't put Donald Trump on, but CNN did. And I think, Anyway, we don't talk politics here, but let's just move on. 1350 saying, I think he was saying 1350 resistance. Okay. So VWAP said, okay, I see you're looking for a VWAP rejection here. Number one, the first observation is the lack of liquidity on DWAC today. So, getting in at a certain price may be tough if there is no sitting bid or ask at that price. But we'll see. Usually market makers make that okay. 1350, we're at 49s right now. VWAP's at 52s. If it reclaims VWAP, sure, you're looking maybe more bullish at that part. But I don't know what the catalyst is today. It's obviously down almost 4%, 3.85 to the downside. Perhaps as a sell the news anticlimactic association with Truth Social. But there it is. Let's look at the tape quickly on this one. I'm sorry, the book. See what the spread is right now on DWAC. Let's bring in the trading screen from above. Trading screen. Let's go DWAC. We're on UNH before. TWAC. Here we go. What do we have? We have a 4 penny spread, but thin. You got 100 shares sitting on 45s and another 143s. There could be more, obviously, but yeah, super thin trading. If you're looking for an intraday trade, great. Give it a try. Maybe give it 10, 15 pennies worth of risk above VWAP. VWAP again at that 50 penny level max.
Yeah, people talking about ATNF. This one is the one that had the $3 million offering, and the market cap currently, according to Trade Ideas, sits at 3.3 million. So if you offer out the same size of the market cap of your company, it is going to go down. So theoretically, I guess the market cap was like 5 million when we were up here. So Yeah, this is probably somewhere around fair value for this name. I didn't read into exactly what the offering was. It says there's also a concurrent private placement, so they could have maybe like doubled, tripled the shares outstanding of this name. That's why you get a half in the stock price. So yeah, ATNF continues to move down. Could have been a decent short right off this halt open at $190, $2, right down 50 cents to $1.40. ATNF just kind of flushing.
All right.
Yeah.
Bears versus Bulls, letting me know. Broadcast Wolf, member for 29 months, says, hey guys, showing love for NYC. You guys have shown me a lot since I was a guest trader. Keep it up. Question, what are the levels you see on coin? All right, let's get to some coinage over here. So I'll bring in my chart and then maybe Max can have a look for you. We've got like 5 minutes left on the show, so we can probably just spend the time here. Okay, so 5-minute intraday. I'm looking just as an intraday on coin. You know, looks like VWAP rejecting here. It's shut up, Apple Watch. Interrupting me like that. I hate when it does that. So obvious rejections near or VWAP, that 60-50 level, have been interesting intraday. Zooming out though, let's go to the hourly, see what our friend Coin has been up to. Yeah, we're definitely near the lows. We broke those lows that we had kind of formed there late March at 60.56. Now we're below that. We're the lower end of 59s on the low day, 59.22. The next obvious level of support on coin based on the 1 hour is going to be that 51, 52 area, 50 obviously. That's going to be the supply area. I'd say 52 to 50. That's the trough right there that we made back in mid to early March. Beyond that, let's look at the 4 hour real quick before we look at the high side aspect of it. Zoom out. All right, I guess that's the split there. That's why it's doing that. Yeah, I'm going to stick with that 50. 50 to 52 is an interesting supply zone. Not much of a zone. Yeah, you could kind of make the case for this 58 area. There's some interesting action here that took place late February around 58, but not really. I'm going to have to stick with that 52 to 50 zone on there. And then to the upside, let's go back to the hourly. Obviously, you got to go here, which is that 68 level. A lot of toppage around there since the Huadunk, and then obviously the top side there before the Wells notice that they got from the SEC.
Yeah,
that
so
toppled everything.
prior to that Wells notice, as you say, good job remembering the name of that. I was thinking what they got, but I used to trade coin in a 10-point range. I would touch it around 70. I would touch it around 60, and if you look at the chart, basically, you get short 68.5, give it to 70-ish, 70.5, and short it back down to 60-ish, 61 to 60. Any shorts that you can get in there are great. Any longs you can get in here are great. Any shorts you can get in here are great. Don't touch it in the middle. Coin loves to smoke people. So yeah, but now we're breaking down from that range. So now I would say 61 is probably going to be the key resistance level on coin going forward. And yeah, as Sharif said, like 51, I have 58 on the chart and 54, I believe I have on my own charts off screen. But yeah, coin not looking strong after getting into regulatory issues. Yeah, no trade on that for me today, but yeah. Maybe that 61 breakdown was that was the trade of the day on coin for sure.
Wall apparently going again, Max. Let's have a look at this.
Wall going again.
Before I get to Wall, I just want to mention that VLO is in triple top status here. Look at this, quick. Oh my goodness. So again, it does another rejection off the top. Who keeps calling me from this number? Jeez, I'm working here, man. 33.70 max. Every time we get near that area, it rejects. So
yeah, kind of same situation as that XOM trade for me. Like it just keeps hitting off that 116 level where we're at right now.
Yeah.
Energy probably just kind of chopping around in range. That's what these names like to do. But yeah, clean triple top on that one. Clean triple top on XOM. See if those energy names can break out.
Yep. And speaking of breaking out, here goes the ES. We're waiting at 13. So if we can get another little move here, we're at 12s now, 12 and a quarter. If we can get 13, that'll be a big boy trade, and that'll be the end of my futures trade there. We're half a point away. But here comes VWAP retracement. That's what we were looking for on the ES, that 41 hold and that 41.13, but we still haven't gotten there quite yet. Still at 12s, 12s and a half. Hopefully we will get a retracement soon, and we'll call that kaput. But there's only 1 minute left on the show.
Wow.
And yeah, man, that went. Tomorrow's the last day of the week because Friday's Good Friday, and we've got that day off. So, you know, don't want to celebrate that too much. Last time I celebrated a day off, I was called like, you're not a real trader. You should be FOMOing on the weekend. You should want Monday to come in.
Yeah.
It's like, man, can I get a day off, man? Let me just
got,
enjoy myself, right? Sean knows who I'm talking about too, yeah. He knows exactly. He's the one that gave me trouble last time. He's like, you should not want a day off. You should want to be on the market. Here we go, guys. 412 and a half. We're waiting at 13s. Let's print, man. Let's print
You got to front run yourself a little bit.
I know,
there. They're
I hate
listening
that
to you,
though, bro.
Sharif. They're not giving you those
I know,
13s.
the algos are listening, bro.
Don't let them get ahead of you.
The whole point is to have a VWAP retracement here, but yeah, we're like a point and a half away. Anyway, any last thoughts, Max, before we send it off to the big kahunas?
Chilling on these energy trades, I guess. Good luck to everybody else for the rest of the day.
Definitely. Take it into Power Hour, baby. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Back 2 o'clock, couple hours left on a Wednesday afternoon here, turning into, unfortunately, a pretty red afternoon, specifically for the NASDAQ, specifically for tech stocks, although the Dow is trying ever so desperately to hold on to positive territory at this point. I feel like it's not going to be able to, but